Mary, you good?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Joseph told me you would be running a couple minutes late. He had to step into it.
Not a problem. It's all good. Okay. All right, good evening, everybody. If everybody could take a seat, we're going to get started with our meeting. Welcome to the City of North Miami Beach City Commission meeting of Tuesday, February 20th, 2024. And first we need to start with the roll call. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Chernoff?
Here.
Commissioner Florimon?
Here.
Commissioner Jean?
Here.
Commissioner Joseph? Commissioner Phyllis Smith?
Present.
Vice Mayor Fortuna Smuggler?
Present.
Mayor Piper?
Present. Okay.
Mr. We have quorum.
Thank you. All right, next, our invocation. I'd like to call on Pastor Ariel Vasquez of the Third Day Church.
Thank you. What an honor, once again, to be serving here in our great city of North Miami Beach. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we just come before your presence. We want to thank you as this meeting is starting. We just pray for the blessings of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob will just fall upon this city, Lord God, that this city will just go forward like a full train with full steam, going forward, seeing progress, seeing success, seeing things going through, Lord Jesus. And we thank you for the things that you're doing, the things that you're going to do. And we thank you for the people that are in this city. We declare that this city is a city of prosperity. This city is going forward. This city is greatness. This city is called for great things. And many will see and be jealous of what the good things that this city is doing. Thank you for the mayor, the commissioners, and the staff, and all those that are around here. We pray for your blessings upon each and one of us. In your name we pray. And the people of God says, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Okay, would everybody please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. All right, please be seated. And we're going to put one item in real quick because we've got a proclamation from the early conference meeting that we need to put in now. So we're going to be doing the proclamation recognizing Dr. Jordan Jones, and Vice Mayor Fortuna Smuggler is going to be leading that. So we'll come over here for the moment.
So I wanted to recognize Jordan in honor of Black History Month because Jordan grew up in North Miami Beach, went to North Miami Beach High and JFK, and his office is in
North Miami Beach.
Say it louder.
North Miami Beach.
Yay. So what better way to honor someone when he is 100% North Miami Beach? Dr. Jordan Jones, whereas it is with great admiration and appreciation that we acknowledge Dr. Jordan Jones, a dedicated orthodontist whose passion for his craft transcends mere profession, enriching the lives of countless individuals in our community, and
whereas Dr. Jordan Jones epitomizes the adage that choosing a job you love means never truly working a day in your life, as evidenced by his unwavering dedication to the practice of orthodontics and the transformative impact he has had on his patients and
Now, I looked at your smile as soon as you said orthodontist. I don't know, it's automatic, right? I'll be getting your business card soon. All right. Whereas Dr. Jones' commitment to education and constant learning exemplifies his pursuit of excellence from his formative years at local schools to his prestigious education at Howard University College of Dentistry. I didn't go there, but I know HU. All right. Culminating in his specialization of orthodontics and dental facial orthopedics. And
whereas Dr. Jordan Jones' involvement in various professional associations underscores his dedication to staying abreast of the latest advancement in his field, ensuring that his patients receive the highest quality of care. And it was an honor to recognize you for Black Business Month as well.
Whereas beyond his exemplary professional achievements, Dr. Jones is a pillar of our community, generously volunteering his time and expertise to mentorship programs, motivational speaking, engagements, and coaching local sports teams, embodying the spirit of service and leadership.
Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim February 20th, 2024 as Dr. Jordan Jones Day, a beacon of inspiration and a true asset to our community, enriching the lives of those he serves and embodying the values of excellence, compassion, and service. Thank you for your service.
So I speak now?
Yeah.
All right, so I was not expecting any of this. Nicholas Williams actually played football with me back in high school. He texted me. I was in St. Croix because my family's from the Virgin Islands, so I was seeing patients last week. And he called me from a number. That's your new number or that's your work number? I don't know. I got a number from, I don't normally answer numbers I don't know because bill collectors and marketers and people trying to sell me health insurance policies from my staff and my team. So I wasn't going to answer it, but I answered it. And he was like, hey, Jay, because that's what he calls me, Jay for Jordan. I was like, who's this? He was like, Nick. He was like, I need you to come to NMB next Tuesday. I was like, you know I work, right? And then he was like, yeah. He was like, 5 o'clock. I was like, I could probably make it work. I didn't even know what my schedule was and made it work. Didn't know what I was coming here for. I promise you I did not know what I was coming for. I would have came a little more fancy. I thought it was just like, hey, come by, stop by. Because I'm always volunteering and doing stuff, so I thought it was something like that. So this is truly an honor. Like, what we do at Esteem Braces and Aligners is not for awards or recognition or acclamations. This is just genuine service, what we care about, because I'm in the position I am now because the people like myself when I was younger, that helped nurture and guide me and do the things that I do. So I'm grateful, thankful for this amazing award. Thank you, and
Well deserved.
thank you. That's basically it. Oh, football. So I played football at North Miami Beach Senior High School, so go Chargers, NMB. So pour into the kids, be a good inspiration role model to them, showing them like, there's life after athletics and, you can do great things with your mind too. So, yes.
Thank you. Thank
All right. Thank you for having me.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Well,
Nice meeting you.
be blessed. Be blessed. You deserve it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you know what, I may have to.
All right, we'll continue on with requests for withdrawals, deferments, and additions to the agenda. And Madam Clerk, are there any withdrawals, deferments, or additions?
Yes. Per the request of Vice Mayor Smuggler, a presentation by Attorney Robert Myers regarding the Form 6 will be heard on the presentation as item 5.1. Under the City Attorney's Report, item 17.4 is titled Discussion Regarding Joining Litigation Seeking to Declare Form 6 Requirement Unconstitutional. That will be moved up to item, under presentation, will now be item 5.2.
Wait. Say that again?
So the first item under presentation is 5.1.
Right.
That will be the presentation from Attorney Robert Myers.
Right.
5.2 will now be, was previously item 17.4 under City Attorney's Report. That will be moved up to 5.2, and everything then will
Due
follow.
to the relevance of keeping the relevant
Okay,
items
I thought
together.
she said that. Okay.
Okay?
All right.
All right, good.
I believe Commissioner Florimon has some items he would like to.
Yeah, I had asked for the city manager's report as well as the city attorney's report to be moved up. We have a very lengthy meeting, but I believe that there's very important items per my discussion with the attorney. So if we can move that up as well. And seeing that we're already moving up a portion of it, we might as well do that as well. Thank you.
Do we know where we want to move that to?
We could move it up before consent? Commissioner Florimon, is that what you're suggesting, or you didn't mind?
How about after consent, at least after?
After consent agenda?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, let's do consent, and then we do it after consent.
So what we'll do is, after consent agenda, we'll have all the city managers' items read, and then the city attorneys?
Yeah, city manager and then city attorney. Is that order okay there? Yeah. Well then, okay, so yeah, the only thing is that, maybe we should do the presentations, and then we'll do the consent, and then we'll do that. I think that might be the,
That is the order.
Okay.
The presentations first, and then a few items may be
presentations, then
consent.
consent, and then that, okay, great. All right, so with that being said, then we'll move on to presentations and discussions. And 5.1, Form 6, Attorney Robert Myers.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I guess I'm here at the behest of the Vice Mayor. I made a presentation about 10 days ago to the Miami-Dade League of Cities about Form 6. Actually, I've been going around the Southeast Florida speaking about Form 6. Robert Myers, I'm with Weiss Serota, been there for 12 years. And before that, I was the director of the Miami-Dade Ethics Commission for 13 years. And I think that's relevant because I want to talk a little bit about Form 6 and the lawsuit. I mean, I'm not here really to debate the merits of the lawsuit. What I'll tell you about the lawsuit, that it was filed on last Thursday. There's a federal cause of action and a state cause of action, so we're in state court and federal court, and there are 26 cities that have joined, and I think 74 individual plaintiffs. So I understand you have an item on as to whether or not you want to join the lawsuit, and obviously that's your call. I just want to sort of talk about Form 6 and answer any questions you may have about Form 6 if the lawsuit is unsuccessful. So there are two parts to the lawsuit. One is seeking injunctive relief, so get a temporary injunction so you don't have to file Form 6 by July 1st or I guess September 1st of 2024. And the other part is to get Form 6 as it applies to local officials thrown out. So basically to find that it's invalid. So Form 6 is something new to all of you. If you're in office as of January 1st of 2024, you're obligated to file Form 6. And what's so different about Form 6? It's a completely different world. Those of you who've been in office before, you know what Form 1 requires. Form 6 is far more intrusive, and it requires you to identify your net worth and all your assets and liabilities in excess of $1,000. So what that means is if you have an asset that's worth more than $1,000, it has to be reported. Any liabilities over $1,000 have to be reported as well. You also have to disclose your primary sources of income and your secondary sources of income. So what's intrusive about it, in my opinion, is you have to declare your net worth, and like I say, every asset over $1,000, every liability over $1,000. Let me talk about it from an enforcement standpoint, because I spent a lot of time investigating elected officials when I was with the Ethics Commission, and oftentimes we looked at the financial disclosure forms. There's really nothing on Form 6 that really is that helpful. That information is already contained on Form 1. What I would care about as a corruption investigator, your sources of income, I don't need to know the amounts, and your major clients. Once again, I don't need to know amounts there either. But having that information, probably property that you own in your government might be relevant. But knowing what your net worth is, knowing all your household goods. By the way, Form 6 requires you to identify all your household goods. You can aggregate them, but you're required to say, I have $50,000, $100,000, $700,000 worth of household goods. Now, I don't think the Ethics Commission has the authority to knock on your door to conduct an investigation of whether or not you're telling the truth. But let's say you have a stamp collection or a baseball card collection, or you're an art collector. You know, I made a presentation to the town of Palm Beach, and a lot of those people there have lots of money. And one of the commissioners said, look, you know, I have a very valuable, you know, art collection. Are you telling me I have to declare that? And I said, yep, you have to report that. So that's how intrusive Form 6 is. But I don't see from a corruption standpoint or identifying conflicts of interest how you filing Form 6 is going to make me do a better job if I'm fighting corruption and trying to identify conflicts of interest. You're in office now. You're required to file the form. If the injunction is not issued, what that means is at the very latest September 1st of this year, you're going to have to file the form. Somebody says, I don't want to file the form. Under protest, I'm not going to file the form. What can happen to me? Well, you will be fined. And the Ethics Commission is the only area where they have, and I'm talking about the Florida Commission on Ethics, not the Miami-Dade Commission on Ethics. It's the only area where they can actually forcibly, they can remove you from office. They can file a complaint to remove you from office. So if you don't file Form 6 by the deadline, then the penalties or the fines start accruing, and after 60 days, they can then file a complaint to remove you from office. Now, that process is a lengthy one. It probably takes 5 or 6 months before that could actually happen. But the point is you cannot stay in office if you don't file your form. Also, if you have an election and you want to qualify, you can't qualify unless you file Form 6 with the qualifying officer. So that's really all I had. I don't know if you have any questions you want to ask me about Form 6, about how to fill out the form or anything else. But like I say, I just wanted to cover the basics and let you know that you have this obligation at the very latest by September 1st of 2024.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, for you first.
Mr. Myers, thank you so much for coming.
Sure.
I try to hear every one of these lectures that I can because I find the whole thing not only intrusive, but a little scary because there's a lot of nuts walking around. They're not all in the trees.
True.
My question to you, though, is do you have an idea when you'd find out if there would just be the temporary hold?
Well, I mean, obviously, the people who are leading the case are going to impress upon the court that they really need to rule prior to July 1st, because that's really the deadline to file the form. So if an injunction were issued after September 1st, it would really be too late.
Yeah.
Because by then you should have already have filed your form or you risk being fined. So I would hope the court would rule on it before July 1st.
And how will we as commissioners know where it is and what date it is, and are you going to be publishing that?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, especially for those cities that join, we'll keep, you know, the clients updated about the status of the lawsuits. Absolutely.
Okay.
And even for those cities that don't, I mean, it's going to get press. I mean, let's face it, it already has, and it will get more. And you know, these are 26 cities around the state. This is not just concentrated in Miami-Dade County. From all over the state, you know, cities have joined. So we'll get the word out as to the progress of the litigation. Now, the other thing is, let's be serious about this. The state's going to fight this tooth and nail. They're not going to capitulate and say, "Oh yeah, you guys are right." You know, we're suing the Florida Commission on Ethics. It's elected officials, staff. They're the ones who have to enforce it. And any sort of relief we get, they will appeal. just like with the lobbying case, which was a little different, but there was a lawsuit filed preventing the lobbying amendments that are in the Constitution from taking effect, and the federal district court judge ruled in favor of the plaintiffs and said, an injunction was issued by her saying that those lobbying amendments would not apply, and the 11th Circuit overturned that. So, like I say,
So how does that work then? If you win and they have an injunction to stop it,
Right.
and they appeal,
well, at some point you may be forced to file.
then does the injunction work until the appeal goes through?
Yes, that's what would happen.
I'm not, I don't have my law license yet. And the other question, the other thing is that it's so disturbing. I don't understand how they can feel so strongly about it, because you're going to lose quality people that would want to serve. But that's the big point.
That's one of the arguments, especially in smaller cities. I should have mentioned this. I think 125 elected officials have already resigned statewide because of this. One commission in the Tampa area lost 4 of their members. And others have lost 2 or 3. And there are issues about finding people to substitute or fill those positions. What if you have a government without a quorum? What happens there? And I'll tell you, this topic has been broached with the governor, and he said he's not filling the positions. Not his problem, it's not his concern. So it raises some real interesting charter issues about what happens if you can't make quorum because you don't have people who are willing to subject themselves to the Form 6.
And unfortunately, my history of life, I find that the honorable people will do it correctly. It's the dishonorable people that wouldn't do it right anyway.
Yeah, let me mention something about that, if I may, Mayor. The Ethics Commission doesn't have the authority to self-initiate any investigations. So they can't say, I'm going to audit every 5th Form 6. They have to rely on somebody filing a complaint. Once a complaint is filed, that could trigger a review of Form 6. But there still has to be credible information. Somebody just can't file a complaint and say, these numbers look wrong to me, investigate. No, there has to be some evidence that this person is supplying the commission to give them a reason to at least open up a serious investigation.
Well, that's good news. At least it'll stop a little bit of the political game.
Yeah, the other thing is these are public records. And I guarantee you, in almost every community in Florida, at least for the first couple of years, your Form 6s are going to be all over the internet.
Yeah.
And you talk about invasion of privacy from sort of an economic sense. If you're identifying where your assets are located and the amount of your assets, and you have to break it down. So if I have an account with, let's say, Fidelity, and I have 7 stocks and mutual funds and all that, the amount for each item is supposed to be listed. You're not giving them your Social Security number or your account number, but thieves are much more creative now than they were in the 1970s when Form 6 first went into effect.
Scary.
Okay, I think Commissioner Joseph, and I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
Thank you.
I got a couple of questions.
Sure.
Currently, what individuals locally have to adhere to the Form 6 standard? Because I think I have some recognition of who they are, but are there any local level?
County commissioners.
Okay.
Yeah. No municipal officials.
State representatives?
Yes.
Statewide? They all have to apply, they all have to file a Form 6?
For years.
For years?
Yes.
On top of that, our governor files the Form 6?
Yes.
Okay. And so I understand the civil procedure, and people understand the civil procedure. Even if you were to get an injunction, the likelihood is that the people named in the complaint would only be the ones that would avail of the particular benefit of that injunction, just so we can clarify.
Well, we've gone back and forth about that. We think, my personal opinion, and it's really not worth that much because I'm not a litigator, but to me, any city that joins the lawsuit, I would think that all their elected officials should be covered because Form 6 is a condition of office. But the court may say, look, if you're not an individually named plaintiff, the injunction won't apply to you.
Typically, that is the basic scenario when you file these types of complaints. So
Absolutely.
It wouldn't be a blanket for everyone. It'll just
That's
apply
correct.
to those.
The only way it applies to everybody across the state is for the court to strike down the law, say it should not apply to city officials.
And you could, like I said, as he pointed out, the county commissioner does this, the state reps do this, the state reps their salaries they should be higher. You know, we have Senator Pizzle that has the same type of Form 6, and he's very blessed in what he has, and he has to submit a stack of documents for the transparency part of it. And that's the one thing that I appreciate the Form 6 is it's very transparent, and it's been going on for how long? Since
In the 1970s, yeah. Right.
So my thing is that I understand that, there's, certain people that would want to keep certain things private because of security purposes, and that's it. But like, if you're running for office, you're putting yourself out there. I mean, that's the cost of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, the one argument I would make, two things actually. One argument is that, well, it's good enough for them, why isn't it good enough for us? And if you really believe in transparency and openness in government, it's good enough for our governor, our state reps, why shouldn't local
County
officials
commissioner.
apply? How about the idea of applying the Sunshine Law to people in Tallahassee?
I would
Really
agree
serious
with
about
that as well.
If we're serious about transparency, the other thing is the test of Form 6 occurred in the 1970s before the Florida Constitution was amended to include a right to privacy. So the right to privacy with respect to Form 6 has never really been tested. The challenges were made before that right to privacy was enshrined in the Constitution. So could you get a different result? Possibly.
No, and I get it. And to your point, look, as a lawyer, they're still debating the issue about disclosing our clients. In that sense, and I know that they're looking.
That's going to pass.
They're working with the bar.
I think that's going to pass.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so that's the rule of the game. Like, you have attorneys that are state reps, you have attorneys that are county commissioners, and they have availed themselves, and they will continue to do so under this circumstance. And we're talking about people that deal with millions and millions of dollars on a reporting standard. So if, like I said, if it's good enough for them and they have bigger responsibilities, and you have our governor, I would assume there's a cost to be a litigant in this particular complaint.
Yeah, certainly. I guess the other thing, and it's sort of too late to do it for last year, you can't undo something now, but what a lot of individuals have done, and it's perfectly legal, is they've transferred their assets to other people, or they've created trusts, they've created PAs, so they don't have to report everything to the dollar. I mean, for example, you mentioned the governor. 2 years ago, the governor reported his net worth was $300,000. That seems sort of low. He transferred everything to his spouse. The next year, he reported his net worth was $1.8 million. Why the big jump? He wrote a book, remember? He got a book advance of $1.5 million. So there are things that people have done, to transfer assets, to other people, which are perfectly legitimate. Ultimately, it's a policy call that your commission has to make.
Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Smucker, do you have something you want to say?
Okay. So did you, when you spoke at the Miami-Dade County League of Cities, did you say, or maybe I misunderstood, that we're the only state that does the Form 6?
Florida's Form 6 is the most intrusive in the entire country. It's more intrusive than what the President of the United States has to fill out. The President fills things out in ranges. So Florida's is the most intrusive of all states in the country, and also more intrusive than the federal disclosure forms. And that is actually part of the lawsuit too. The whole idea is this the least restrictive means of getting at information that you think would help fight corruption and ethical misconduct. So yeah, Florida is number one in that regard.
Okay. And then are you is Weiss Serota the only firm that's doing this, or is there any other?
Well, I mean, we filed a lawsuit, but there's some city attorneys from other cities that are not connected to Weiss Serota that have joined to be sort of, co-counsel.
Okay, and I did speak to some other commissioners and mayors in other cities that I know that will be joining as well. So the 26 cities will be.
Yeah, I mean, the complaint can be amended to add, additional cities and/or individual plaintiffs.
And is there something in there about maybe grandfathering the elected officials already in office?
Well, the argument, that's sort of a due process argument, that when you started, you had to file Form 1. Now in midstream, you have to file Form 6. But that's really only good until the end of your term, that argument. Right. So you want to run for a new term.
Obviously.
So that argument is probably not the best argument to make, although it's probably one that might be successful. But it's a short-term fix, and we're looking for something more than that.
All right.
All right. Anything else from the commissioners?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to get our city attorney's opinion. Number one, I appreciate you, Mr. Myers, for coming through.
Sure.
And giving us your perspective.
Okay.
Before we roll into that, which is the next item, let me just say one more thing, and then we can actually move into 5.2.
Okay.
That's all right. So anyway, I think that the rub here is that when you're in a municipal type of office, you're more there as giving of your time, trying to make your city a better place, that type of thing. When you're in these higher level roles in government, you're really kind of have this mindset of the career politician. And so in that case, you more or less know that that kind of comes with the job. So I think really the pushback at the municipal level is that there's a lot of, most of the people that are involved, not all, but most people that are involved at the municipal level are really just doing it for the short-term betterment of what, of their city or what have you. And they're kind of looking at it and saying, well, if I'm kind of like giving my time and trying to do a better thing, why do I have to kind of put myself out there at that level? And that might be the opposite side.
Yeah, I mean, the lawsuit sort of tries to distinguish the local elected official from other elected officials as part of the arguments that's being made. I mean, obviously, it's not a legal argument per se, but recognizing there are differences between a city commissioner and a state representative. I mean, they're your neighbors. I mean, everybody knows where the mayor lives, in a city. Not everyone knows where your state rep lives. But in any event, it's something that the lawsuit, is dealing with too, trying to, like I say, distinguish what local elected officials do from other elected officials who are elected statewide.
Okay. Well, if nothing else, Attorney Myers, thank you so much for coming.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate the
Thank you.
information so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so let's move on to 5.2, and that's going to be discussion regarding joining litigation seeking to declare Form 6 requirement unconstitutional. And Attorney Herron.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. There's an accompanying resolution that has been distributed or being in the process of being distributed, came to us late. It's based upon the updated information that Mr. Myers provided, but the title of that resolution is R 2024-41, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing participation in litigation seeking a declaration that the provisions of Section 112, 144, 1D Florida statutes that require municipal elected officials to file Form 6 financial disclosure forms is unconstitutional and invalid, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Several of you I've already had conversations with regarding this matter. I actually share Commissioner Joseph's concerns that this is a statute that's been around for better part of 20 plus years. And frankly, everyone but municipal elected officials follow it and comply with it, including your county commissioners, to the point that Mr. Myers was saying that they're trying to separate out local elected officials. The counter argument that is you're not in much of a different position than the county commissioners that, in every county in the state have to comply with this. If you're in a county where there are constitutional officers, such as the clerk of court, the sheriff, the property appraiser, all those categories also have to comply with this statute. At the end of the day, it's a policy decision for the city commission to decide whether or not you want to authorize the engagement in Wyserota and the expenditure of $10,000, what your return on investment, the possibility of prevailing or not, and seeing what happens with the litigation. You all are the individuals who have to follow the form. And have to disclose the information that is being asked of you going forward. I understand the belief by many that the information that's sought from each one of you is intrusive. But I, again, have to balance that with the fact that other elected officials throughout the state already have to do that and have been doing so for 20 plus years. I have a friend who is an elected official in another municipality, and he decided to resign before the the end of 2023 because he just found it too intrusive to comply with the new requirements. And that obviously is a decision that each one of you will have to make. I understand and appreciate the efforts and what the theory behind the litigation that's being pursued versus how much you would have to contribute, which is $10,000. Obviously, the larger the number of cities that participate in it, there's a provision in the draft resolution before you that could potentially result in a refund of some of the money because, if they collect enough municipalities, enough funds that would exceed what they actually expend, then they would return the money to all the cities on a pro rata basis. So again, it's a policy decision within your discretion based upon all the information that you've heard, which is a fair amount. If you want some additional information, we can, seek that out for you. But at this point in time, the option is to either approve the resolution, reject the resolution, or conceivably postpone the matter so we can obtain additional information to provide to you. I don't know what that information would be since most of the information regarding the litigation and the theory behind it is already out there as Mr. Myers has described.
Okay. All right. So I think we all sort of understand the issue. If you want to have any comment about that, Commissioner Florum, I'll let him go first, and Commissioner Smith.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in reference to a comment that was made about who the end result would affect, can you lend some clarity to that? Because if we enter into or join this lawsuit, and let's say they were successful.
As a general rule, an order that would result from a favorable outcome is going to read, all the named parties and all elected officials similarly situated. I mean, you draft these orders broad enough to include everyone because it does have statewide applicability. There is a two-part component to what Weiss-Serota Healthman is asking. One is joining the litigation. And I would agree with Mr. Myers that if the city commission were to approve moving forward, the benefit of any favorable ruling would apply to the city as a whole and all of you as elected officials of the city. There is a separate component that I will reach out to each one of you, depending upon how you vote tonight, and if it is to approve, is to then lend your name in particular to the litigation as a named plaintiff. And there's a separate form that Weiss-Serota has prepared and I will provide to you, and you have that discretion and ability to go that step further and be an individual named plaintiff as an elected official of the city of North Miami Beach.
But what you're saying is either way, whether the person signs that or not. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That was my question. So would it behoove us to perhaps give you $10 as an individual to be involved in the suit so that because the way I heard Mr. Myers say the same thing is there's no guarantee if they win the suit and we're a part of the suit that individually we still couldn't be responsible.
If the plaintiffs prevail in the lawsuit, then the end result would be the declaration that the Form 6 is unconstitutional. And an unconstitutional form and an unconstitutional statute applies to all of you. Okay. That declaration or that determination of unconstitutionality isn't only against these individuals, but not those. Everyone who falls within the class that is covered by that form, including the elected officials who have been following it for 20 years, they would also receive the benefit of that determination ultimately. What I will say to you, and I apologize for not mentioning this before, one of the concerns I have with this litigation And to Mr. Meyer's comment that the state is not going to go along willingly with this litigation, is the ramifications of a successful win, of a successful case. Will that motivate the legislature to go back and amend the statute to arguably take care of the unconstitutionality that the court finds, to make it fit within the ruling, to now have a narrower statute that arguably would then withstand constitutional attack? The second effect that I'm concerned about in the long term, and this just is my personal observation of what's taking place in Tallahassee on a yearly basis, is that year after year, the Florida legislature has been eroding home rule power. And probably this year more so than any year before, that attack is in full force and effect. It is these types of fights, this type of litigation, this kind of pushback that sometimes motivates the people in Tallahassee to be even that more aggressive in their erosion of home rule power. Oh, you don't want to follow the rule that we've been having to follow for 20 years? We're going to now stick it to you. I would not be doing my job if I didn't raise that specter of that's a potential indirect but potentially consequential impact of pursuing this litigation. But at the end of the day, if the court rules that the form is unconstitutional, it's unconstitutional.
Okay. Commissioner Joseph, do you want to say something?
Okay. I echo the same sentiments. This was signed in. The governor does it. Our county mayor does it. Our county commissioners do it. This has been going on for 30 plus years. They will not give up on this litigation. The state, they will fight tooth and nail. They'll appeal it to Wazoo. And we would have expended $10,000. We would have, from a public perception standpoint, it would make us look less transparent because you have all these other people willing to do it. That's been going on for 30 years now. We're putting ourselves in that, no, we shouldn't avail ourselves, even though they have bigger responsibilities. So I just want to add that sentiment. Thank you.
Okay. And Vice Mayor Smuckler.
Thank you. So, it just doesn't necessarily, it's not just to look at how much money elected officials have, it's also looks at how much money elected officials do not have. So it's not just about, and I was actually, I was going over the form with my accountant, and we decided to look at some of the senators that we know, Pizzo's an open book. Pizzo doesn't need a Form 6, okay? So we were looking at some senators that we know have money, and we were looking at their Form 6, and they have no money because they've transferred everything to a trust, to their spouse, to whomever they want to. So, we're, at least me, I'm being open. I didn't transfer anything to anyone, and that's it. But at the same time, I have a big problem with being here and asking to do something that we didn't sign up for. And, I believe we should be grandfathered in, and if we run again for office, then of course we would have to fill it out. So I have a problem with the fact that it's not what we signed up for. And that's where it is. And you know what? Maybe we will win in Tallahassee, and maybe Tallahassee will see that, we'll stick it to them. Maybe, let them know that we're sick and tired of them, and we're going to fight back.
Okay, any other comments on this? All right, so, Madam Clerk, is this an item that we need to vote on? And if so, do we need to sort of introduce, do a motion to introduce, public comment? Do we need all that? Or kind of, it's a little bit, unusual the way we're kind of moving all this stuff around and everything, so.
Well, there's a resolution attached to this item, so if, depending on the board's decision, if you want to move forward with it, then yes, you should have a motion to second.
I'll make the motion.
I
to
second.
introduce.
Okay, all right, so then we're going to need we got the motion and the second. So you're the motion?
I am.
Commissioner Smith, and you're the second? Who's the second?
I was.
Okay, Vice Mayor Smucker is the second. Okay, and then I guess we better read the title.
The mayor.
And then for.
That's fine. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, it's titled the resolution R 2024-41, entitled the resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing participation in litigation seeking a declaration that the provisions of section 112.144(1)D Florida statutes that require municipal elected officials to file Form 6 financial disclosure forms is unconstitutional and invalid, authorizing city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Mr. Mayor, historically on resolutions like this, you've taken public comment.
Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so essentially, this resolution is going to be to approve participating in the litigation.
And authorizing the engagement of Weiss Rhoda as outside counsel is provided for in your charter, and authorizing staff to forward them the $10,000 fee that is part of the resolution request.
Okay.
I have a question, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city attorney, when you read the resolution, which I'm trying to read now, being presented to me under Section 3, it says that fees and costs $10,000 to represent the city. If they need more money, do you come back to us? This is just,
Yes, we would come back. We would come
back.
back to you, although the representation, as I understand it, is it's $10,000 and they don't anticipate having to come
Okay,
back
but
to us.
just in case.
We would absolutely
That's what we're
positively
voting
come
on.
back to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right. We're not committed for more than 10,000.
That's what I wanted to clarify for the public before they spoke.
And we could get a refund if,
And
Right.
partial refund.
If there's leftover. That's going to happen, but you never know.
you never know.
Okay, all right, so we have it presented, so I guess next would be to open up for public comment on this item, so Madam Clerk? And we probably make sure we swear everybody in too, but I know you know that.
No, you don't need to swear
Not
in.
for the comment?
Only quasi.
Okay,
We're good.
got it.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. Please speak only on the item that is presented before the Mayor and Commission. You have 3 minutes to do so, and state your name for the record. We have some signed speakers here, so I'm just going to call them from the log. If you do not wish to speak on the item, just keep on going. Karen Harold? Right, this is only on this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the clarification. Karen Harold, I live in North Miami Beach. Thank you for letting me speak to all these wonderful faces up here. Nice to see a full house. We win. I'm in favor of it because I think it'll be a detriment to people who, especially a lot of the commissioners we have, came from not having any kind of a political background. Learn as you go. And we want to encourage people who want to get involved and want to help the city. And I think that it would only hurt at this time, especially since we're coming up with a lot of elections happening, to put something like this in place now. And like you said, the people that are already up here. Now, back in the 70s, we didn't have cell phones. We didn't have WhatsApp. We didn't have information spreading all over the place. So even though it was said about the privacy didn't come into later, we didn't have this way of communication that could be spread and ruin someone's reputation. It just, so I'm in favor of putting that money into being able to protect yourselves, but also encourage other people who would want to run to be able to do so without fear, because if you've ever been on any kind of WhatsApp or Instagram, if you notice the comments, there's so many people that leave hateful comments. That's not something we had before. So I think that it will only subject yourselves and other people to areas that you don't need to go into. We need you to be happy, alert, and working for the city and not worrying about people who have hate coming after you or wanting to ruin you because they don't like something you did. Anyway, that's my opinion.
Thank you.
No. Can you ask if anybody else wants to speak?
You know, I think she's going to call the next speaker up.
I think she's calling one by one.
Okay, you want to ask if anyone else wants to speak, or you're just going to call them
On
up one
this
at a time?
item,
Yes, so from this item, the list, I've already asked a few if they wanted to speak, so I've called you. Mr. Zapin, you were next. Okay. They're good.
David Zapin, founder of 30K for Back Pay. Slight clarification, no, back in the 70s, we did not have WhatsApp. There were crude cell phones, but I recommend the TV episode, The House on Willis Avenue. Howard Hessman as a local representative up against the databases of its time. So the problems are not that new, but they definitely didn't fit in your pocket. Some might be familiar with the podcast from public radio, Tallahassee Takeover. Granted, by charter, yes, Tallahassee, our state capital, has a lot of standards that all the cities need to meet or else. But at some point, we can't have two sets of standards. And it sounds like this level of paperwork that we are required and Tallahassee is not. No, let's try to make one standard when possible, when reasonable. I realize reasonable isn't always what one could hope. And I guess that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else care to speak on this?
Former Commissioner Barbara Kramer.
Good evening, Barbara Kramer. I do agree that the city should take part in this lawsuit. I think it's egregious that they're asking of you to give up so much personal information. I really don't understand how that's going to make things better and stop any type of corruption. And if there is corruption, we've had corruption in our city, then people get into trouble and they undress you and they look at your bank account that way. But if this was something in a perfect world where they could put it in a lockbox and only certain people see this information, maybe that would be okay. But I think for all your neighbors to know what you have in your home, in your bank account, I just think it's egregious. And I understand where our city attorney is mentioning about how the government, the governor or the legislature in Tallahassee will really stick it to us because of the whole home rule issue. If you all don't agree with this, if you all win, let's say, then they probably will stick it to you because the governor is going to have to appoint people because people are going to bail out. I could tell you that 5% of the electorate, it's not a lot, it's about 100 so far, have bailed out. And I'm sure there's plenty of people, good people, successful people that we want up here, even not successful people, but have a great brain, are not want to be able to divulge that maybe they don't have a whole lot of money saved or divulge that they're bazillionaires because this is a very judgy society. So I think for $10,000 you should go for it. And I'm not surprised that some people don't think it's a good idea because it's probably about the law firm that was hired to represent you all.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, all right. So at this point, the public comment's closed. Anything else from the commissioners? One more shot before we keep moving? I know we pretty much addressed it all, so if we're all good there. And if we're all good, I'll take a motion in a second to approve.
Motion. I'll second.
Okay, so we got the motion with Vice Mayor Smuckler and the second with Commissioner Smith. All right. So on this one, we need a roll call, or
You
we
can
need
do a voice vote.
voice vote? Okay. All right, so all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Opposed. Okay. All right, so one is opposed, Commissioner Joseph, and otherwise, the rest are unopposed. And the motion passes. I guess that's going to be a 6-1. Okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and now we're going to move on to 5-3, which is the fiscal year 2023-2024 first quarterly financial report, and that's going to be Sharon Stewart.
Actually, you should move. There's someone here to do this presentation.
What's that?
He's here doing this presentation.
You got to go on, well, there's, you have to go on the new, here, just come, just check.
No, I'm saying that he's, there's one thing we should put him first. Sorry, I see it.
What's going on?
Mayor, while we try to bring up the presentation, can we move on to the FDOT presentation, and then we'll come back with finance?
That'll be fine. All right.
Thank you. Apologize.
All right, so let's move to 5.4, FDOT Golden Glades Interchange Project, and Sergey Duarte.
Good evening. So for our presentation, do we need to use that computer to load a presentation deck? Okay.
What's your presentation?
FDOT, Golden Glades Interchange Project, the first one, yeah.
Perfect.
All right, good evening. Thank you very much for allowing us to provide you with an update with the Golden Glades Interchange Project, also known as the GGI project. And, okay, so I can control the presentation through here. Let's see, with the clicker? Okay. So this project, led by the collaborative efforts of the Florida Department of Transportation District 6 and the Turnpike Enterprise, represents a milestone in Florida's commitment to building transportation infrastructure that connects communities and fosters economic growth. All right, there we go. So this is a presentation that we put together. We'll go through an overview of the GGI project. We'll outline some of the key benefits and touch upon what to expect while construction is ongoing. My name is Sergey Duarte. I will serve as the Senior Community Outreach Specialist for this project. I am joined by FDOT Project Manager and Resident Engineer Manny Espinal, and also joined by FDOT Consultant Resident Engineer Raj Rangaswamy. So this project is currently scheduled to start in spring of 2024. And the project really, the main purpose of the project is to enhance regional mobility and revitalize this major transportation interchange, which I'm sure you're all aware, connects 5 major facilities in the South Florida area. That's I-95, Palmetto Expressway, the Florida's Turnpike, State Road 9, and State Road 7, US 441. This project is part of the Moving Florida Forward Infrastructure Initiative. And so what does that mean? FDOT identified previously approved projects that only lacked funding to move into construction. And due to Florida's sound fiscal health, $4 billion from the general revenue surplus has been dedicated to this initiative to advance construction on projects around the state, such as the GGI project that will address congestion, improve safety, ensure resiliency of our transportation network, and enhance Florida's supply chain and economic growth. Here's an overview. Like I mentioned, we're looking to start this project spring of this year, and that will take us through fall of 2031. The current project cost is $908 million. And during this project, and we do have a slide on the maintenance of traffic and what to expect while construction is ongoing, but there will be nighttime lane closures, there will be overnight detours, there will be traffic shifts, and that information will be posted on a dedicated project website that we're in the final stages of launching, which is go-ggi.com, and that will be a main hub of information and resources for the project itself. The contractor on this project, it's a joint venture. So it's two contractors who are Halley Engineering Contractors and Mastec Civil. So here's a look at the project area. You'll notice the 5 state roads that we were discussing, and the project limits on the west end are along the Palmetto Expressway and Northwest 19th Avenue. On the east end, at 167th Street and Northwest 2nd Avenue. On the northern end, the Turnpike and Miami Gardens Drive, and heading south on 135th Street along I-95. This is a rendering of the core of the Golden Glades interchange. This is what it will look like upon completion. So let's discuss the project benefits. This is the FDOT Compass, and the FDOT Compass serves as the guiding principle for FDOT. It emphasizes the significance of having clear direction in the transportation sector, and it ensures alignment with FDOT's goals of meeting transportation needs not only now, but of course in the future as well. As you see in the compass, key areas include safety, resiliency, supply chain, technology, workforce development, with communities being at the center of FDOT's operations. I'd like to hand it over to Manny, our resident engineer and project manager, to discuss more of the GGI project benefits.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you, Sergis. So as you can imagine, with a project of this size, $908 million, there's going to be a myriad of improvements. But to save you all the details and preserve some time, I'll share some highlights. We're installing over 9.5 miles of drainage infrastructure throughout the interchange. That's over 50,000 linear feet of pipe. We're also constructing 32 new bridges throughout this interchange. Additionally, the project's going to include updates to lighting to the interchange, improved emergency access, and incident response times will improve as we add new lanes through the interchange. Next slide. So the project will be improving improving the connection to the Golden Glades multimodal transportation facility, which we finished a couple years ago. We'll be installing wrong-way vehicle detection at various locations throughout the interchange and installing traffic monitoring cameras, which play a very critical role in managing the safety and mobility of the traveling public. This project will create employment opportunities and enhance economic activities during the life of the project. At this point, I'll pass it over to Raj, who will go over some of the more specific details and highlights as to the benefits of this project.
Thank you, Manny. Next slide. If you're currently traveling on 826 and you want to go from 826 eastbound to I-95 north, you have to commingle with whole bunch of traffic going to Turnpike, and also you have to enter through 167th Street and Northwest 2nd Avenue, which is going to take a lot of time. The major benefit, one of the major benefit of this project is there will be a direct connect from 826 going to 95 North. So there is no stoppage, you can keep going. This component of the job is so important, DOT has put in incentive and disincentive so that the contractor can finish this component 3 years ahead of final completion of the project. So we feel this particular movement is going to kind of help to relieve the congestion in the Golden Glades. And the next movement you are seeing, like which does not exist today, like if you're going on southbound express lane, we are going to be creating a new movement going from southbound Florida Turnpike to southbound I-95 without commingling with any other movements or traffic. So there will also be a lane coming from the northbound going to the Turnpike as well. Next one. And there will be more lanes constructed coming out of Turnpike. Like right now, there is only one technically which get mixed up with other traffic. Once this project is completed, you will have two non-toll lanes going from Turnpike to I-95 southbound, as well as there will be a dedicated line coming from northbound towards the Turnpike. Next one. And as Manny mentioned, we'll be building 32 new bridges. Practically, we are taking out almost all the bridges except for that high-flying, the express lane bridge, which is highest among all the bridges in that intersection. We are taking down 23 bridges and building 32 new bridges, and I-95 will be widened in many parts, northbound and southbound. As a result, the traffic will flow a lot smoothly once this project is completed. And then we are making improvements to make sure the access to the multimodal facility is much more streamlined. The entrance will be pushed further south towards the Biscayne Canal, and there will be an easier movement going to the multimodal facility as well as State Road 7. And finally, the 826 ramp going from Turnpike to westbound 826 will be improved. And because of all the improvements which is going to happening around the 826, we'll come in and do the milling and restriping and new asphalt, so the entire traffic pattern looks a lot better and the movement will be a lot cleaner. That's it. Go ahead, Sergio.
Thank you, Raj. Okay, just a few more slides in terms of what to expect. We also do have a video.
There's a question.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
When you're talking the project, you said when it's going to start. What's the amount of time? When's it going to be complete?
Fall of 2031. That's our current estimated completion date.
So 7-year project.
Closer to 8, I would say. Yeah.
And if you're adding lanes and you're changing all the bridges, how is that going to affect the traffic?
Yeah, so there will be nighttime lane closures. There will be overnight detours. There will be situations where there will be traffic shifts, either moving the traffic to the inside lanes or to the outside lanes. And in our presentation, actually, that's a perfect question, right? That's our maintenance of traffic. We will be announcing this on overhead boards along the highway. We will be working together with different advertising partners as well. Here on this next slide, and we can always, jump around, but I want to address that question. Something that's unique to this project and we're very excited about is the Florida Department of Transportation has a partnership with One Network. And so One Network allows our contractor and project team to communicate through the One Network platform so that real-time lane closures can come out on your favorite navigation app, whether it's Google Maps or Waze or Apple Maps. So there will be impacts to traffic, and ultimately that will increase time when traveling through the Golden Glades interchange. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Excellent. Thank you. So, like I mentioned, we will have impacts to traffic. We want to note that while construction is taking place, access will be maintained to all surrounding properties. And like I mentioned, there will be inconveniences, we acknowledge that, such as dust, noise, vibration, heavy equipment in the area, construction crews. But what is our team doing to mitigate that? And that is through water and sweeping, through vibration monitoring, through coordinating with partner agencies such as Miami-Dade Transit, and having certified flaggers as needed to help with the traffic flow. Like I mentioned, we will have a dedicated project website that is in the final stages of being launched, which is a great resource, go-ggi.com. We discussed the One Network platform that will allow us to have real-time lane closure information as it's happening during nighttime and overnight hours. During the project, there will be enhanced safety as well with 24/7 Road Ranger service. And to help optimize traffic flow, there will be coordination to adjust the traffic signal timings as necessary throughout the life of the project. Now, in terms of our outreach plan, I think FDOT understands the importance of having proactive and effective communication with the community. And the GGI project has a dedicated multilingual community outreach team, meaning that information will be available in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. And to better serve the community, there will be a continuous combination of engaging the public via pop-up events and door-to-door in-person outreach with electronic project updates via email and updates on the go-ggi.com website. Something else that is unique to this project, as FDOT is very dedicated to making sure that the word can be spread about this project, and we're really thankful that you're allowing us this platform to be able to speak to the residents of North Miami Beach. We also will be working with advertising partners to have geofence messaging. So what does that mean? We can work with that advertising partner to make a geogrid around the Golden Glades interchange. Someone who is driving through the Golden Glades interchange later on that day or the next day, they could be served an advertisement about the Golden Glades interchange. Especially now that we're in the construction stage or moving into the construction stage, we want to make sure that people understand that there is information out there about the project. And later on, I will share my contact information so any residents can also reach out to me directly with any questions, or if any businesses want to also have a one-on-one meeting, we're available to have those meetings as well. This is a project video that was created during the design phase, and it will give you the visuals to the improvements that we're talking about. There should be volume. No, the video has sound, yeah, but it's not coming through.
It's not coming through from YouTube. What's the
Mayor, if I may, while they work out the sound, I want to just mention that we and Vice Mayor met with FDOT to hear this project, and a lot of the things that they mentioned were requested of us. We wanted to make sure that there was minimal impact on our residents within the city of North Miami Beach. So you heard the things like the geofencing, the messaging specific to the community. You heard about the enhanced sweeping to keep dust down. And we want to make sure that we maintain traffic flow and then impact those communities like Ulita and others that are right there. So a lot of these recommendations that you're hearing came about by this partnership, and we will continue to work with FDOT to ensure that this project goes as smoothly as possible for our residents.
Okay. I guess we're not going to have any volume, huh?
Yeah, there is audio to that video, but you know, we can share it with you guys. If you guys want to post it on your website, that'd be amazing, or share it on your social media. But yeah, it just takes you through the improvements that are being made throughout the project. So that is my direct contact information. That's my cell phone number. That's my email address. We want to make sure that people understand that they can reach out to someone if they have questions, especially once we start construction. You know, based on my experience, people will be more interested once they see lane closures in the area.
I think that Commissioner Smith has a question before you go.
Yes.
I have just 3 questions real quick. Number one, you say that local economic because of the hiring. Will you be using local, literally, our own people from North Miami Beach at first priority? So
there will be an effort to make sure that there will be economic activity for the local area. We will be working with a nearby city as well on a job fair to look for local people. So there will be an effort to fulfill jobs with the local community.
So one of those jobs fairs could actually be held right here in North Miami Beach?
We can work that out, yeah. I think, if that's a conversation that we can have later on and you guys see that that's a benefit to the city, we would love to have that conversation and see how we can partner and be able to fill some of these jobs with North Miami Beach residents.
Okay, my second question is, you were going to work with the communication, that's already established on the west side of I-95, where they have the, not communication, transportation, where they already have it. Will you be helping with the financial support of a bus, or your own bus will pick people up locally when you have all the mix-up going on? How will that work financially for the city? Will the burden be on us, or the burden for the financials of that will be on you?
So you're saying in terms of transit service?
In terms of the bus that I saw that's going to, it was one of the photos of.
Yeah, so that from the slide was our coordination that we will have with Miami-Dade Transit to ensure that they can still continue their routes. So our goal is to make sure that we can minimize the impacts to Miami-Dade Transit. So for example, these lane closures and impacts to the roadway would happen at night and overnight. So during daytime hours, these buses should still be able to run their routes and be able to pick up residents in the area as regular.
We have a trolley that goes over there right now. We have a trolley that runs from that transportation to North Miami Beach, pays for it. If there's going to be a disruption of that and it's not going to be something that will be viable for us to continue, will you step in and make it happen so the people that ride that need that transportation?
So is this a transit service that is provided around the clock?
Yes. No, I don't know around the clock. It's a shift.
So that the way that this project will be handled in terms of the phasing, the impacts to traffic would happen at night and overnight. So maybe that's a conversation that we would want to look at that schedule and see if there are going to be any impacts. But for example, the nighttime lane closures, any detours would happen overnight. And during daytime hours, our team is committed to having the same amount of lanes that you have now, also during daytime hours, especially in peak hours of traffic.
Okay, my last question is very concerning to me. As you know, Ives Dairy Road is having a lot of construction as we speak, and it's going to continue. Miami Gardens Drive is slated to be next. So how can we possibly have the main corridors that go from that area to the east side at the same time doing construction? Are you coordinating it? Because only one should have the temporary closings at a time, not two, and even possibly three.
Yeah, so with any nearby projects, we will be coordinating on a regular basis. There are a few projects in the area, so our team will be coordinating any type of closures and detours with them. So either we tag along on the same closure or just really being on the same page to minimize the impacts to the traveling public.
I went to Commissioner Steinberg gave a speech on what's going on, and one of the things I think that really has to be coordinated is the traffic lights. The traffic lights can't stay with the way they are when you start doing construction, because it'll back up to wherever and then some. And so I really, as one of the commissioners said, it's a 7-year project. And, 7 years of the annoyance of it, you lose a lot in the community because people will avoid coming here. When we're trying to build up economic development here in North Miami Beach, if they see a gridlock the first time, the second time, they won't come the third time. So that's what's got me concerned.
Understood. And I think you mentioned something about the traffic signals. So that's something that our team will be coordinating during construction, to be analyzing these different traffic signals to see how we can work to optimize and adjust those traffic signals to optimize the traffic flow while construction is ongoing.
I just want to address one thing to the manager before we finish this subject. Please be sure that our staff stays on top of this and make sure that we have the flow that he's saying that will continue unless at night coming into the city, because I feel like it'll really jeopardize the economics of our city.
Although in the long run, it might help us a lot. So.
Well, 7 years later, I hope somebody will Tell me about
Hopefully
one
it won't.
above.
And Commissioner Smith, when we met prior, we had several departments in at that meeting.
Okay.
Okay, great.
And to close out our presentation, we always like to end with a message from the FDOT Safety Office. Did you know that texting and driving is illegal in Florida? FDOT reminds you to please put it down.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you have another question, Commissioner?
Yes, thank you so much.
You have a comment about the texting and driving?
No. I just have a general comment in reference to the time lag between when FDOT recognizes the problem with traffic and when the construction is completed, and whether or not we're solving problems that we experienced 10 years ago with solutions that are antiquated. So and that's what I'm trying to kind of trying to figure out. How do you guys plan out construction so that issues that we were facing 10 years ago with traffic are not what you're solving for, but you're solving for issues that'll be in 2030? Because more people are coming, right?
Yeah.
And they're not going to stop coming. When they hear about these projects, obviously, it just tells them that there's going to be more room, right? And so, the numbers of drivers on the road is going to continue to increase. In 7 years, that number is going to increase substantially. So how do you make sure that your resolve is actually speaking to the issues of when it's going to be completed? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So a typical FDOT project, especially a project of this size, goes through many phases. And the very initial phase of planning for a project like this is the planning stage. And part of the planning stage is forecasting traffic 30 years in advance. This project's been in planning or in the works at the department for over a decade now. And it's finally coming to fruition. So we do plan for traffic. Unfortunately, and I'll be very candid with you, it's like being a weatherman. You're predicting. We're going based on Florida's growth, right? The South Florida community's growth. So that's what they're predicting on traffic projections 30 years out. So we do anticipate, we do expect that this is definitely going to improve the interchange, especially that connection that's been missing at the interchange from going eastbound on 826 and go northbound on 995, as opposed to going south on 95, 441, doing the loop around and going to the intersection, stopping at the intersection and turning to go on 2nd Avenue to get on I-95. So that direct connection is definitely going to improve that flow, is definitely going to improve the intersection at 167th Street, which is also part of the project. Just because we're focused, we've talked a lot about the interchange, we are doing also improvements to the arterial roads near the interstate, 6th Avenue, 167th Street. So all that planning's been done decades in advance for 30 years out in the future. So,
thank you. And as a former member of FTAC, I've had the opportunity to hear some of your presentations. My next question is, are there any dollars that are still available, or do you allocate with these types of projects dollars for municipalities that they can make improvements leading to the interchange, or in general, when you're doing these types of projects, are there any dollars that are allocated so that municipalities can participate in the improvement of the roads that meet your projects, the construction that you're actually doing? So with 826 on the north side of 826, that's North Miami Beach. Obviously, the south side is Miami-Dade County. We've had that conversation before, but are there any dollars to help with beautification, improvement, and things of that sort to kind of make a cohesive appearance to what's happening?
that one I probably have to get back to you, but typically on a project so I'll give you an example. We're widening I-95, especially on both sides, northbound and southbound. On the northbound side, we are making improvements to 6th Avenue because we are widening and we're kind of shifting 6th Avenue. 6th Avenue does not belong to FDOT. So we have a joint participation agreement with Miami-Dade County, which they participated. They provided the funding to FDOT to include into our project. So that's not the only case. We do joint participation agreements. I believe also the department also has off-system agreements that we do. I'm not sure how the funding works, and we can definitely get you the information for that. Get in touch with our financial side of the house. We do have, I think, grants that cities apply for through FDOT to be able to provide, multimodal improvements or improvements to the municipalities. So I'm not sure if that maybe answered your question.
Kind of, but I would like for our staff to follow up on that, because if there's dollars that may be within that project allocated for partnerships or maybe municipalities can take advantage of, I don't know if every dollar has been spoken for, but that might be something.
All the dollars on this project's been spoken for. There's that goes directly to the project, to the contractor, to the contract that we have with the contractor.
Okay.
And all the pay items that we have for that job. Yes.
Commissioner, typically these projects don't have dollars for other municipalities. It's 100% to the project. The one thing that state statute does require is that all of these projects has a certain percentage for landscaping and beautification within the project. It's usually about 1% of the total cost of the project is in there. So what I'd like to ask if DOT, if you can look if all of that money's already been allocated into the plan, or if there's an opportunity where we can help provide influence or feedback to how that intersection is being landscaped, and maybe there's a cohesive way that we can work with what the city does and how the entrance feature into the city can look like. I'd appreciate that help.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. And typically when we have the construction project, we always come behind the construction project and do a landscape project. We did that with Chrome Avenue, the entire stretch of Chrome Avenue. We did the whole construction and widening, and then we came back through and put some landscaping. And if there's a municipality that runs through there, we always coordinate with them as the type of landscaping that they would like to see, as long as it's maintainable by the department, and if it needs any type of regular maintenance, irrigation, stuff like that, that's where we do some type of agreement with the municipality to go ahead and maintain that landscaping. But yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
We can definitely follow up on if there's any future plans on landscaping with it.
Okay.
Excellent.
All good? All right, thank you,
so
guys.
much.
Appreciate it.
Have a good evening.
Have a great one. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move back to 5.3. Are we good to go on that now? Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, good evening, Mayor, members of the Commission, City Manager's Office, Madam City Clerk, and our City Attorney. So I'm Sharon Stewart. I'm the Budget Administrator for the city. I'm going to go ahead and present the first quarter financials as of December 31st, 2023. Okay. Not working. Okay. All right. What's going on?
It wasn't turned on.
Oh, okay. All right, disclaimer here. Okay, so this, for the purpose of this, for the purpose of this report, it is presented on the cash basis of accounting, which means that the actuals are actually recorded as they are paid, and our revenues are recorded as we receive them. So it's like an exchange of cash, out the door, in the door kind of thing. Okay, this is unaudited, which means that the reports that are presented here, they could change at any time because the information that's provided here was reflected as of December 31st. So things could have changed since then because we could have made some adjustments. So this is an unaudited report here. The methodology. All right, the annual budget is divided here into 4 equal quarters. Although our expenses may not be reflected that way, to keep the ease of the reporting, we decided to, provide it in 4 quarters so they can easily be provided to you in this report. Certain exceptions have been made to this formula that we can reasonably understand that some changes may occur. So say, for example, the ad valorem revenues that we receive, we know that in the first quarter, as of December 31st, we're expected to get at least 75% of the budgeted revenue. So for that reason now, that is adjusted and not broken down into the 4 quarters like the rest of the report may have been. Okay, prior year carry forward is reflected here as 25% of the budget. So any department that may have had any carry forward amounts, that's actually here reflected as 25% of the budget for the entire year. The pension payment here is paid in full for the fiscal year. And what's reflected here now in this report is that the actual and the budget are actually reflecting that payment. So we have adjusted that budget to show that we have paid our payments ahead of time, with the exception of the $2 million that the city manager has committed to the police pension, and that will be reflected in next quarter's reporting. Okay, overall, the city right now is at a favorable variance of $20.5 million. Okay, so this is just the first quarter, and this is basically reflecting all of the funds. So we're talking about with the general fund, if there's any enterprise funds, or also our internal service funds. That does not necessarily mean that we'll have this $20.5 million at the end of the year. It's just the fact that our expenses are coming later on, and then our revenues are actually, we're collecting them ahead of time. And that's basically here. It's just driven by the budgeted revenues and also the delay in our expenditures, our operating expense. And as mentioned, most of the funds contribute to this $20.5 million variance. And I'll just give you the funds that are basically contributed. So we can see here that general fund, of that $20.5 million, we have $5.4 million rather in the general fund that's rolling up into that $20.5 million that we looked at. We're at this favorable variance of time right now. CRA, $3 million, well, $4 million, $3.9 million. So again, that's just because of timing of expenditures. The water fund, the same thing, $5.5 million. And we have the sewer fund, there are just $3 million. Building, $439,000, roll up into the $20.5 million. As well as solid waste, $432. But those are, again, that's just because our expenses are falling behind the budget. And customer service, $378,000. So these charts basically depicts now the revenues. These capture like the major general fund revenues, and you could see for the first block of numbers there, that's reflecting the ad valorem revenues, and you can see what we have budgeted versus what we have collected. So we're doing really good in terms of all the revenues, and they show you all the revenues across. So the first in blue represent the adopted budget, and then the second number in the red represent basically the first quarter budget, and then the actuals of what we have collected. So we are doing pretty good as far as the general fund revenue collections right now. And this is by function. So these are the general fund departments that we have. We're looking at, like, for example, we have our administrative department. We're doing very well in terms of where we are with our expenses. We are not over at all. And I think in general, we're doing fine. You can just look at it across the board and see, again, the adopted budget, the first quarter budget, and then where we are with our actual expenses. And we're doing very good. We're trending well in our first quarter. And then this is just by class. It's broken down by the salaries and the related costs, also the pension, our operating expenses, our capital outlay, and then our non-capital expenditures. And again, I just feel like a broken record. I'm repeating that we're doing well across all areas as far as that's concerned. And this chart just depicts now all of the funds in terms of the revenue. So we'll see that we have all our major funds here, the general fund, the CRA, transit, and so on. And we could see again by how we have broken down the budget by the quarter. With the first quarter, the overall function of the units, they're pretty much collecting the revenues as far as what we expected that they would right now. And all our expenditures for the first quarter here, this is all of the funds. And once again, we're trending very well. And again, it's the first quarter, so everything is, somewhat a little delayed. We're not going to relatively say that we're going to have huge savings. I'm not saying that at all. It's just the fact that it's the first quarter and a lot of the expenditures have not come online yet. So as we move towards into the second quarter, the third quarter, our revenues will still go up, and our expenses again will start coming online, and then you'll see where that dwindles a little bit, and we will see where everything kind of silos, and it's the amount that we show that we're predicting here may decrease somewhat. And this is a chart that shows all of the funds with their salaries, and we're doing relatively well again. And then basically that's the presentation here. I don't know if anyone have any questions in regards to that.
Okay, any questions from the commission?
Just, did you email this to all of us?
Well, it was
It's part of your backup.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else or good on that? Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all right. Next is going to be 5.5 legislative updates and the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Just quickly, wanted to give you all a quick update on the legislation. Last week, they finished week 6. We've got about 3 more to go. As the attorney had mentioned earlier in the evening, this has been one of the most, in my opinion, odd legislative sessions. As the attack on home rule, I've never seen it attacked as much as I have this year. Just to give you an update, part of the backup, there's a 60-page report from Florida League of Cities that gives you a quick summary of the bills and whether the Florida League of Cities, excuse me, either is recommending the support or opposition of the bill, or if they're just monitoring the bill. You'll notice that almost all, except very few, is in opposition to the bill, and we're working with the Florida League of Cities in that regard. One of the only bills that they're supporting is, and I'll go just run through a few to give you some examples, alternative mobility funding systems. They're recommending a support, and that's something that I think came through as well from our end, where essentially this bill says that only the municipality or the jurisdiction that is issuing the building permit can require the collection of transportation or mobility fees that are associated with impact fees. Counties and so forth may not like that as much as municipalities, but that's from a municipal level, that's a positive. But then we have several other type of bills that are a bit more problematic. Some of the higher dollar range that would affect budgets statewide, for example, are a couple of the joint resolutions trying to get to change the state constitution. One bill which is House Joint Resolution 7015, this is proposing to increase the maximum amount of homestead exemption for all properties except for school district levies from the maximum amount of $25,000 to $50,000 for homesteaded properties with an assessed value of over $50,000. The state budget legislative analysis says that the impact to non-school local government property taxes within the state of Florida for fiscal year 25-26 will be approximately $1 to $1.1 billion, assuming current tax rates. So that would have a very big impact on municipalities and where we get the majority of our funding from year over year. A similar bill, House Joint Resolution 7017, essentially would exempt all ad valorem taxes other than school district taxes. Well, they set the school district tax, so I guess that's why. Be adjusted annually for positive inflation growth. This would have a negative impact on municipal property taxes anywhere between $22 million to essentially $12 million beginning in fiscal year 28-29. So these would, if passed, would have to be voted on by Florida Constitution on the ballot and would require 60%. I don't know how that wouldn't pass a voter, but it would have large impacts and ramifications on level of services that municipalities and other jurisdictions would be able to provide. Of note and of concern for North Miami Beach, there are 3 bills with regards to water and municipal water and sewer utility rates. House Bill 47 by Representative Robertson and Senate Bill 104 by Senator Jones. The bill has gone through the House and 2 Senate committees. As of right now, it's not being calendared for the 3rd Senate committee. The others, this would affect, essentially this bill would say that any municipality who has a utility in another jurisdiction is not allowed to impose a surcharge on the jurisdiction where the utility lies. That affects multiple utilities, including North Miami Beach. The next bill would be House Bill 777 by Representative Brackett. That essentially eliminates all surcharges statewide with regards to water. So removing the 25%, that has not moved out of the committees and doesn't appear to be moving forward. The third that is moving through the House but is not moving in the Senate is, I apologize, House Bill 1277 and Senate Bill 1510. This restricts the use of enterprise funds. So there's typically it's called an ROI, return on investment, in which we would transfer from NMB water into our general fund because of use of employees and so forth for the time and efforts that we're putting. That's not a contractor or an employee directly out of NMB water, right? We use our procurement, our legal, we use finance and so forth. So they are capping that and then putting additional restrictions on the the utilities as well on top of that. So that could have a negative impact overall on our service deliveries. There are others that are also concerning in here, and we're working with Florida League of Cities. One with regards to the building departments. There are 2 bills, and sometimes people start confusing them. One bill with regard to the building department is for large developments, like Lennar Homes and stuff, that they're kind of spec houses. All the houses are very similar. And so they're trying to pass a bill that would allow for an expedited review of getting those master permits kind of all at once, as opposed to one house at a time. The one that would really affect us is there's a lot of caveats into the residential building permits, and I believe that's House Bill 267 and Senate Bill 684. This would mean that any city or municipality with over 30,000 residents, we would have to create a program that would expedite the process of issuing a building permit for residential divisions, create a two-step application process that adopts preliminary plats and final plats, allows the city to work with appropriate other governmental agencies to issue and temporary parcel identification numbers. It cuts down the amount of time for review, for city review, requiring instead of, for example, 120 days, it's 30 days or 10 business days in some cases, or things like that. And depending on the various projects that we have, it could have a big impact in operations to be able to meet that. Some other of the bills that are out there are also changes to the vacation rental. There's a lot of different changes in there, but essentially it's preempting the city from changing out any more restrictions or changes to the code. We are grandfathered in per se, because we do have something in the books prior to 2011. So we're very limited on what we can change within our code before we give up those grandfathered clauses. But that is something that for many years legislation's tried to move forward on and hasn't been passing, but it looks like it's got a lot more momentum this year. There are increases to sovereign immunity, almost doubling, well, not necessarily, but raising the statutory limits of sovereign immunity for cities. There are some good bills. There is a bill with cybersecurity looking to, if we have a cybersecurity plan, we would be exempt from any type of liability claims or anything, or lawsuits in connection to being hacked or something like that. So there are some good bills to that extent. As I mentioned, there's over 60 pages worth of bills that were done that we've provided those summaries to you all. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask, or we can talk offline.
Okay, thanks. Any questions right now, or good for now? Perfect. All right, so let's move on to public comment. Madam Clerk?
You want to go to the attorney's report?
No, we're going to do public comment, and then we're going to do the consent agenda, and then we'll go to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to get too out of whack here.
Okay.
So.
The Mayor and Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker, when you're called to the podium, please state your name for the record. The Mayor and Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance to exercise civility towards each other. And we have Karen Harold and then Irene Pellinger.
Hi, good evening. Karen Harold, City of North Miami Beach. I wanted to address the safety for the school zones. And my main concern is with 167th Street. So if that is not covered, then I really wouldn't need to say this, but since I don't know if it's covered or not. And we're talking about speeding cameras. Now, there's other areas of concern with safety in the school zone beside the speed. And if you've been on 167th or down the side street, sometimes I come out from Home Depot and I'm going north on 12th. And there's a car parked there on 12th, right next to where the kid's coming out in the street, and I have to wait behind them, which then the person by me has to wait. And then if a child wants to walk between, you have issues. Okay, you have children crossing at locations that are not crosswalks at different times. So the traffic that there's now, I don't know of anybody, thank God, of being hurt, but I'm saying where there's other issues besides speed. So it's the kids crossing indiscriminately. So now you're a driver, and you have to watch your speed, and you have to watch for students. And I don't know if you've tried to stay at 15 or below. It's very hard. Sometimes you go up a mile or two and you have to pull back. But in the meantime, you're watching, are the kids crossing in front of me? You know, is a car going to pull over in front of me to go get their kid because they all of a sudden got let out on this side? So there's a lot of stuff going on, and I feel that the school police officers, I found out today that they can give tickets, and since they have the ability to do that, for us to take that over, the concern that I have is then they're not going to be so engaged on the street and doing other things. Now, today I went by and I actually did see one of the school officers with their lights by that road I was saying where the cars stop. So today they weren't in the road, but the police was there with his lights. The camera is after the fact. A police officer there from the school is the best deterrent right now because people see them. They can take care of a speeder and get them off the road. A camera is not going to get a speeder off the road. You're going to have the same danger. And then you have the resident, who a lot of the residents are in this area, if the camera's not doing the right thing. Let's say you're in the intersection, a student's crossing, and you have to stop. So then you get caught in an intersection. But camera doesn't know that a student just ran in front of you. Then you're going to have the resident have to pay for an attorney and have to go to court to try to say their side of it. So I think there's other things that can be put in. The school police officers already have this function, and if they need to get out there more, then that's what should happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Irene Pellinger, city resident. I want to thank Parks and Rec for cleaning up the All Wars Memorial Park today. It's a joy to once again have a gazebo for Tai Chi classes a few mornings during the week. And thanks to the library, staff, and police for an amazing Lunar New Year celebration. So, what is a private-public partnership? These are long-term agreements between the government and private partner, whereby the private partner delivers and funds public services using a capital asset, sharing the associated risks. The risk to the community is that the private partner could use the agreement as a means of consuming the resources. In this case, we are talking about the Arthur Snyder Tennis Center and Diefenbach Preserve. Let us tread lightly and understand what we're looking for. Is this an upgrade or a takeover? Will we, the public, win or lose? Will the public have ample opportunity to have influence over any ideas brought forward? Or will the public once again lose a jewel, like we've lost part of the amphitheater to a school that has totally outgrown the original space, which has money and power behind it to influence our commissioners and city manager to sell them out? It is a win for the residents to finally have weekly recycling back. We are paying for it, but it is a step in the right direction. The final step would be to resurrect in-house sanitation so that in the long run, the residents pay what it actually costs, and outside vendors no longer profit from our misguided foray into privatization. Remember how we lost so much with the water plant, but had the courage to take back control of our resource. And what about collecting outstanding payments and fines for water, garbage, and code violations? I understand that collection efforts haven't been made for about the past 5 years. What do we do now to rectify the situation? Imagine a city that pays market wage and actually retains employees instead of training workers who then find better paying jobs elsewhere. Being fully staffed means that we have staff whose job it is to remind residents that their accounts are delinquent and arrange payment plans with them. Why do our employees keep leaving? I hope the commission has time to get to the full agenda.
15 seconds.
Unfortunately, commission workshops don't work when they are not attended. Perhaps the best thing you can do for the weary residents who want to attend these meetings is to have 2 monthly meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Zapin, and Reverend Gibson.
David Zapin, founder of 30K for Back Pay. Where to begin? I'm hoping to give a lecture on white-collar crime in the library. I'll have to check their calendar, see if that happens, since I'm not aware of a white-collar liaison with the police. I hope I'm wrong, but let's find out. This is one of the few times where the public has access to the second floor, so let's all take our smartphones and try to apply for the jobs, because you try to start the application on your phone, but then you have to switch to a larger screen device. I mean, it's, the people here have been fabulous in trying to help, but that has to create a backlog in recruiting and retaining employees. The African American concert was, the music event was fabulous, but did anyone use a sound meter to check, and maybe there needs to be a warning? Pretty sure it hit 100 decibels during some of the drumming. Again, great stuff culturally. Just like at the Lunar New Year event, it was great to see our County Mayor Cava there. Though I was a little confused when the Thai dancer said it was great to be in North Miami. Yeah, because that mistake never happens. And I'm curious what's going to happen to the old Davita site where dialysis used to be, across the street from North Miami Beach City Library. Because one more big, beautiful storefront that you could use an owner, a renter. And is there a map of not just the construction going on in North Miami Beach proper, but say in the surrounding 5 miles, to figure out the supply and the demand for housing? And how many houses in North Miami Beach desperately need infill, or are they being used as chips, as described in the book Home Wreckers, where the equity is sucked out and just being used on Wall Street, nothing relevant to Main Street? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Kyle Gibson. I want to commend this commission after the last election that we have here, of the unity that has been presented to make the citizens proud of seeing our commission being able to proudly uplift and say that we're proud to come to our meetings, and having meetings so that citizens that do come here off their busy days don't have their time wasted. So I just want to publicly commend all of you for the shift that has come, and I pray that that continues to be the behavior that continues for this city, so all of us can be proud of those elected officials that serve us. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you.
Ms. Hall? Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Maria Hawk. I am a citizen of this city, and a resident of this city. Sorry, a little sleepy here. I would like to address Commissioner Joseph Florimont and Jean. I understand that public comment is not for questions and answers, so this will be a rhetorical question. Why are you not attending commission workshops? You may have not attended these workshops, but it sure helps the forward movement of our city, as well as our commission meeting, to flow better. Workshops benefit all of you because it gives you the platform to raise concerns that you can't do among yourselves in any other setting, and it allows you to hear for your fellow commissioners on items that are coming up on an agenda or items that may be productive for future legislations. As a resident that you serve, I want you to know that I am disheartened by your lack of care for this city. Last year, you had to be ordered by the court to attend commission meetings. Now, 3 of you once again, and all together like a little tag-along, failed to come to workshops. The city has been battered and bruised by many of you, and your endless pursuit to conquer, as if there's a war between different political factions. Enough is enough. Start showing respect for your position and do the work you have been elected to do. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, and the audience, I would be remiss if I did not remind this commission, as well as members of the public, that our rules of civility, our rules of procedure specify that personal attacks are inappropriate and that the comments of any member of the public to the city is to the body, the commission as a whole, and not necessarily to individual commissioners. Yes, everyone has a First Amendment right to say what they want within reason. And, so I would just ask members of the public that they remember that when they come forward, that they leave the personal attacks outside. There's a way to convey the message that I believe that each and every one of them is entitled to provide and to give without engaging in personal attacks and naming individual commissioners, so we can follow our rules and get through our meetings quicker.
Okay, thank you. No, you have to ask the clerk on that. I can't allow that. So I don't think rebuttals work in public comment. I'm so sorry. But, okay.
Former Commissioner Barbara Kramer, and then Leslie Sardina.
Good evening, Barbara Kramer. Tonight I'd like to address item 17.3, which is the City Attorney's Report, specifically discussing the draft building permit fee credits in lieu of reimbursement agreement pertaining to the development NMB Place. This discussion holds a particular significance for me, one that may not be fully appreciated by all that's present. Allow me to elaborate. On April 19, 2022, during a commission meeting, I voiced concerns regarding the treatment of the developer of NMB Place. At the time, our former city attorney, city manager, and some of you on the dais were definitive to extract $500,000 from the developer in exchange for vacating an alleyway, despite the developer's provision of an alternative access route nearby, which would have enhanced the development's cohesion. I distinctly recall questioning how the city could justify charging the developer for an easement on an alleyway it did not own. One of our commissioners, who I'm deleting from here since I'm told I can't use, free speech with maybe getting kicked out of here, appeared unwavering in his insistence on the $500,000 fee, citing benefits to the property owner while seemingly disregarding potential benefits to the city through increased tax revenues. I reluctantly conceded that if the developer was willing to pay, then so be it. I found the situation exasperating. Now, nearly 2 years later, we find ourselves refunding Mr. Greenwald's $500,000 because our demands were unjustified as we did not own the alleyway. So who were we to make such an egregious stipulation? Fortunately, the developer is willing to reclaim this amount of money in the form of credits toward building permits rather than us writing a big fat check to him. To those involved in this matter, I believe an apology to Mr. Greenwald is warranted. You delayed his hearings more than once. You practically demanded $500,000 from him, or maybe you wouldn't have approved his development if he didn't agree. Lastly, for some odd reason, he also had to hire a second lobbyist when he already had his own. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Leslie Sardinia. First of all, I want to thank you to the commissioner and the mayor. Regarding that sound that was coming across the lake, I appreciate the mayor for helping me with that. I appreciate the police department for coming and seeing listening to the sound. And I appreciate FP&L because they actually did take care of that situation, but I appreciate all the help from the city. What brings me to concern is this is on 163rd Street and Biscayne. The electricity grid there with all those big high-rises that are going up. I drove back there and there's a horrible sound coming from that area and it was going across the lake and it was a 24/7 sound. They've since gotten rid of it, but when I drove back there, the poles are back there with all these electrical, like kind of sound. And the people were walking back there and they said, yeah, they hear that all the time. So it brings me to the concern of what's going to happen when those towers go up right here in the in the Intercoastal Mall. How big is that grid going to get? How tall are we going to have big, giant towers there, like what's on 163rd and Biscayne? Are we going to have that crackling noise that's going to be, I don't know how the people right here take it. So I hope that's going to be a concern and nobody will have to deal with that. The other thing is the danger now still taking place when you're making a left turn onto 35th Avenue. Now people are staying in the right lane, so there's nobody in the left lane, so you're sitting there for several lights. Because there's nobody in the left lane and nobody's turning, or you've got somebody sitting there waiting to get out of that lane to continue east. That's an issue and it seems to be getting worse there. The other thing is, it's come to my attention that there was, and I'm not going to say, but for some flyers to go out and mailers and things like that to go to some of the residents of North Miami Beach and not others, when Polly Villard were here, we made it where you weren't supposed to put your face on any kind of flyer that was going out to the public because it gives false representation. So I know that we did that, and that's,
15 seconds.
When Villard was in office, that was said, that that's not supposed to be happening. It makes everybody think that one person is making changes, and that's not true.
Thank you.
May I make a comment about that? Ms. Sardinia, Leslie, it is my understanding that the city did not send that out.
Well, that makes it even worse. Right.
Well, I mean, if an individual wants to send it out, that's...
With the address from the city.
Yeah.
Did it have the address of the city?
Yes, on the envelope.
All right, then,
Then it needs to be addressed.
all right.
Please.
I'm not sure how to...
I think you can do that at a later time. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Luis, Lin Su, and then Barbara Pearson.
How did you guys do the PowerPoints here? Oh, then, no. I'll come back when I do the variance.
Yeah, if you're here for an item, we'll bring the item up later. Yeah. Okay. All right. It's a new angle.
Good evening, Commissioner, Mayor, and executive staff here. My name is Lin Su. I live in Reef Club, North Miami Beach. Thank you for allowing me to comment. I'd like to first acknowledge the library for hosting such a wonderful Lunar New Year event. I hope that we can sustain that and continue to have it and bring in other community groups that can support this and partner up with them so that we could all work together. That way that the city doesn't have to pay so much money but get to use our facilities to have these community groups get to demonstrate their culture. So thank you very much. I would like to also thank the police department for keeping that event peaceful and making sure that we're all safe. Let's see, okay, so I would like to see that our meetings, our commission meetings get shorter. I think a lot of people who have day jobs, they don't have time to sit here till midnight to make comments. If you could make it a bi-monthly event or bi-monthly meeting so that people could get to participate at the times that is appropriate for them. Also, a lot of decisions that are made after 10 or 11 would also already have lost the attention of our residents, and we really want to be transparent in our decisions and our discussions and make sure that every city member, every resident gets to comment on them as well as attend and listen in on your decision on what it is that was made and why it was made. Finally, I think I'm seeing the tennis center being a public-private, which another resident had already mentioned. I have proposed this to several staff members, and I will remind them, because I'm assuming you guys have a lot of work to do. So there are grants available. There are other cities that have had these courts being transformed, resurfaced, and also repurposed in some portions, and that can also be a grant. That way that the city remains and has its autonomy over any private entity that may come in and take over our property. And with that, I'm complete. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Pearson?
Hello, everyone. I'm going to talk about Washington Park, 16th Avenue. The traffic is terrible down.
Excuse me, ma'am?
Bring the microphone closer, please.
The traffic on 16th Avenue by the graveyard.
Ms. Pearson?
Yes.
Can you please state your name respectfully for the record? I apologize.
My name is Barbara Pearson. That's good.
Address. Oh, okay. Okay,
I
got it.
live in North Miami Beach, Washington Park.
That works. Thank you.
About the street that going down 16th Avenue, the traffic is terrible. I'll come out of there 5 times a week, a day. Not 5 times a day, but anytime I come out of there often. And I almost got hit by the cars going too fast. So I don't know if they need to put speed bumps or they need to put whatever, but once you pull out the C and you look this way, by the time you look back this way to come out, there's a car. So I almost got hit several times. So I need to know what could the city do about that street coming out. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? Mr. Kazan?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Kazan. I supported a lot of you running for office, and you run on a platform of transparency and anti-corruption. I think you would have jumped in the bandwagon for Form 6 that you want people to see. Declare whatever you have. If you work hard for it, it would be blessed. You don't have to hide it. There's a lot of people that came here that couldn't even have a listen to tie together. And when they left, wealthy people, you want to know where they got that money from. Coincidentally, because they were sitting up there, or the many other municipalities, we want to know your assets, inside out. Some of you couldn't pay your mortgage, you couldn't pay your rent, And then after, you go on Facebook and you see you traveling all over the place in other countries. Declare your assets. You have nothing to hide if you gained it. If you gained it legally. I listened to the financial report tonight, and they did not mention the over $6 million in delinquent billings that we have. I think that is a huge mistake for it not to be mentioned. It should be mentioned. Why? It was left out of the report. How could you approve such a thing? I think you need to have an amendment to that financial report and have it registered. $6.5 million in delinquent bills for the water plant and the sanitation is not an easy thing. $2.4 million coming from NMB alone. That was not mentioned. What else was not mentioned that we were losing out on? The city is getting ridiculous if you guys don't want to wake up, come out of the honeymoon mode, and start doing your work. That is what we elected you for. That is why, you know, my foot was hurting and everything running around for all of you people, except maybe for one. But for 6 of you, I worked my tail off. I expect better from all of you. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Yes.
I do not have any other signed speakers.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So that'll conclude public comment. And on to announcements on the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. We do have some events that are coming up. We're going to be looking at how we make those announcements at future meetings. But for right now, we have the Heart Health Walk on Sunday, February 25th at the Senator Gwen Margolis Amphitheater from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. We also have, prior to the next commission meeting, we have the Bike 305 on March 10th, 2024, in front of City Hall between 1 and 4 p.m.
Between 9 and 1. No, we moved it this year to 9 to 1.
I apologize.
Well, confirm on the website before you go.
Yep. Yep. It used to be to 1 to 4, yep. And we'll make sure that that you all receive calendar invites for all of the events. The library also has, throughout the month, is celebrating Black History Month on Friday, February 23rd. They have an art, music, and design exposition from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. And in March, they'll be celebrating Women's Month, where they'll have a women's history art exhibit and presentation. In March, we also start the Dr. Seuss's Birthday and Read Across America at the library. We'll also hopefully be finalizing an extra special event. And once we finalize those details, we'll announce to the public, our kids and some sports fans for local teams might want to keep an ear out once those are finalized. Thanks to Commissioner Jean, who's helping us with that, as well as doing a with the Youth Advisory Board. We and Commissioner Jean, we're putting together a youth college tour series in the month of March and April to take our teens within our programs and throughout the city to various local colleges and universities as well. As more details of these events and other events throughout the year become finalized, we'll make sure to update the website and update you all on those events as well.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So next is City Commission reports, and Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Chernoff.
Good evening, everybody. As the manager said, Bike 305, March 10th, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. It was moved this year because there were too many people getting overheated because they would ride at 2 o'clock or 2:30 in the afternoon by the time they were riding, and it's a lot cooler in the morning. So that was the reason, not to offend anybody else for any other reason. It was moved to 9 to 1. Congratulations on all of us for putting on Bike 305. We're getting an award on March 8th from Miami-Dade County as being the best of presenting the 305 logo bike theme thing. So this city did it. Congratulations. This is our 10th year, and it's continuing to be a great event. The library, what a great event the Chinese New Year was, Adina. You keep, putting on magnificent events. This one was well attended. The dragons were unbelievable. If you saw those dragons go around the audience and open their mouths and, just had a great time. It was a fun event. All right. Have a wonderful evening, everybody. Good night.
Commissioner Florimon.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I know the manager's not here, but okay, there he is. So I wanted to ask, because we've had this CIP conversation going on for some time with the CIP policy that you wanted to implement last year during the budget cycle. And I thought it was going to be on this agenda. I don't know if I'm missing it, but I don't see it on there. What item is it? Maybe it's not on the paper copy I have?
Item 11.6, Resolution 2023-108 to approve the CIP and CIP reappropriations.
So maybe I was missing it on my paper copy. All right, well, I'm glad to see that it's there, and so that we can get the ball rolling, because I know there's a lot of projects that are depending on that item being approved. Aside from that, looking forward to I don't want to say expedient meeting. It's already 8:24, and we're just getting to comments from the commission. So looking forward to wrapping up at midnight. Thank you.
Commissioner Jean.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to take a shot at this. Gong Hei Fat Choi. I learned it at the Lunar New Year event, so Happy New Year. Great Black History Month program by the Multicultural Committee for those of you that attended. And for all of you who are learning about Black history all month long is 365. I did want to say a special thank you to our manager's office for hosting John F. Kennedy and also Horseman Middle School. We had about 40 middle schoolers who came and took a tour of the city and the various departments. So thank you to all who made it possible. And I also know that it was a packed meeting in Ulita. My hope for the PD is when we have these packed meetings that they're a little bit more advertised so that the residents can actually come out and get the information. I understand that the next packed meeting will be held in the Washington Park area, as we've been speaking about the different traffic issues, not only in that area, but also near the DeRose Park. And also with the outstanding customer service water bills issue. I don't know if, Mr. Manager, if you can speak to that. From my understanding, there has been a positive collection of some of the outstanding fees there. So if you can kind of give us more insight into that, and thank you so much.
Madam Clerk, I know I didn't use all my time. I just forgot to say one thing, if you don't mind. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to congratulate Parks and Rec because we've been waiting for the I don't know if it's resurfacing of the Mishkan Park baseball diamond and football field. And if you drive by there now, that project is almost complete. So I see Andy in the back and the team, everyone really, all of the staff. I know that the NMB Little League as well as the Sun Devils, everyone's excited about that project. So congratulations. We can't wait to cut the ribbon on that project. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll be quick. Just want to, a couple of nights, let's say a week ago, maybe a week and a half ago, there was a major bus Dunbar Police Department off of 15th Avenue, not too far from where I live. They busted a crime ring where they were stealing trolleys and these motorized scooters. And I want to commend our police department for really stepping up and really trying to stop crime and the rise of it in our community. So, and it affected me because as I was going home, I saw this bus happening in real time, and I appreciate all the great work that they do. Everyone, please stay safe and hope for a great and speedy meeting. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you very much. I want to remind everybody that the senior luncheon is Friday. Please call to register, 11 o'clock, and it is a big crowd, and it's a wonderful educational luncheon as well. Mr. Manager, I've had a lot of questions about the senior center. Is there going to be movement on that? So if we get a chance, I'd like to discuss that so I could relate that Friday to the senior group. I want to make a quick report that I did go to Orlando. I actually took the train. It was amazing. You start out at $79, I think, one way and $99 the other. And it was an amazing day. What did the seminar, the number one thing, without going into a lot of detail, which I'm happy to share with anybody that calls me, but one of the main things was how do you recruit and maintain employees in your city? And the answer was very evident to me by many. You have a city that you work together, that you communicate with your residents, and that people want to work in your city. So I think that's a goal we should all work on, making it better every single day here. I also apologize for not being, as the librarian knows, I was out of town for the lunar. I had to go out of town just for the day. But over 1,000 people were there, over 1,100. That's the kind of success North Miami Beach should have with every event we put on. I do thank the librarian. I thank the Friends of the Library. I thank Winnie, all the people that made that a great success, and I'm excited to finally get to see the pictures. I also have to say, before anything else, happy birthday to my dear friend, Herbert Dubé. You know, a milestone, and he's a friend of North Miami Beach. And he's in very good company because my son had his 50th birthday last week and my granddaughter had her 15th. So happy birthday to them as well. And I would like to tell you that the financial report that we saw, even though it was getting some hot tea because I was so cold, that's a guideline because it catches up. Some things look like they're askew on the first quarter, and then it'll catch up on the second quarter. It's really just to give you an idea of what's going on, and then hopefully at the end of the year, it's not askew, it's perfect. So keep that in mind when you look at that financial report, because that's something. And I just also would like to mention to the police department, Chief, there were 3 speakers that spoke on the traffic issues in 3 different communities. So through the manager, if I could, to ask you to follow up on that. One was Eastern Shores, one was Washington Park, and one was the school district on 10th Avenue. And so for me, that's a very important factor in our city, as we saw tonight how traffic is going to increase. So everybody wants us to finish early, and I want to tell everybody, just stay safe, be well, and try your best every day to be a happy person. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Smuggler.
Okay. Well, I want to start by thanking Parks and Rec for making the Multicultural Committee's Black History Month event happen and so successful and so wonderful. And to the library for such a wonderful celebration of the Chinese New Year. Today we wear red to recognize heart health, and this Sunday we are having our Heart Health Walk, our 10th annual Heart Health Walk. Registration is at 8, and the event is from 9 to 1. On Tuesday, next week, Tuesday, Scott Dudley from the Florida League of Cities is going to be a speaker at the library for the Friends of the Library. I encourage all of you to attend. He is such an amazing speaker and so full of wealth and information, and he's going to be retiring soon, so we need to take advantage of him. At March 8th, it's a Friday at 6:30, the library and the board and the Commission of Status of Women is going to be celebrating Women's Month. And I want to not only wish Hubert Dubé a happy birthday, 65 birthday, but I also want to wish our friend Kazan a happy birthday, and our friend Trisha Harris a happy birthday, and Danny Azuno also a happy birthday. I think it's today. But most importantly, and I've only done this once before, and this is my second time that I've ever been able to do it, and I hope I can do it so many more times. Wishing someone, it already passed, and I did speak to her, but I was able to wish Adele happy 100th birthday. It's not too many times that you can do that, and some of us here do know who, you know Adele. Some of us here know you know Adele.
We'll be honoring her. That's why
Yes.
I mentioned her name. We're going to honor
Okay.
her next month.
All right, so second time in my life that I've been able to wish someone a happy birthday in person on the phone. Well, on the phone, not in person. The manager mentioned the Florida League of Cities. They really are an amazing organization, and I'm grateful to them for really sticking up for us. Tallahassee's just, they've gone rogue, and Florida League of Cities is really one of the ones that is really standing behind the cities. And they actually did offer the leadership class that Commissioner Smith went to and I went to as well. And I brought back a lot of information about recruiting volunteers. And I must have emailed the manager like 3 emails during that class of everything that I was learning. And I was also able to go to Tallahassee, and I met with the chair of appropriations, and that was really interesting. And I just want to thank the PD, our NMB Police Department, for taking care of our residents, our families, our visitors, our neighbors, our commission, our city, our staff. And peace to Israel, and bring the hostages home. Thank you.
Mayor Evan Piper.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, good evening, everybody. I just wanted to share a little bit about about my last month, some things that I thought might be relevant. After I had left our commission meeting last month, the very next day, I was on a plane to Washington, D.C., to the U.S. Mayor's Conference, and it was amazing how many, you don't really think about how many mayors there are in the country, but there's a lot. But anyway, it was really nice to get to meet a lot of mayors from different states and different cities, and get to hear some of the things that they're looking at and things that they're working with. We also had an opportunity to go to the White House and be in a briefing with President Biden. And most importantly, what came out of that was the president had thanked all the mayors, because we're sort of the people that are on the ground, that when at the high levels of office, the federal level and what have you, when there's monies that are given, we're the ones that are really making it happen at the ground level. So he really recognized us for that, and it was very neat to be in the White House. So that was my start of it. And then afterwards, we had the Black History event at the Littman Theater. Very nice event. And it also kind of goes along with my feeling for all of us to have unity. I believe we're getting unity moving on the commission here, and I think that it's also starting to trickle down into our staff and into our residents, and I'm excited about that. Also, I've never been to so many Chinese or Lunar New Year events in my life as I have this year, and they were all really nice. It's the year of the dragon, and I learned that that I'm a dragon because of the year that I was born. So, and again, another great opportunity for us to learn about other cultures and really continue our unity theme. So that was also very nice. I also had an opportunity to be at an event with the Florida League of Mayors where there was more local mayors from South Florida. And a lot of us have similar challenges that we're looking at in our cities. So a great opportunity to network and meet people and share some of those challenges. And also another thing, kind of shifting a little bit, the North Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce had a grand opening for a new business that opened up in one of our shopping centers on Biscayne Boulevard by Publix, and it's always great. Several commissioners were out there, and it's really always nice to see new businesses coming to our city and opening up and doing great things. So we all got to share some really nice acai bowls and smoothies and what have you, and really, really nice place there. Other than that, I wanted to ditto the happy birthdays from Vice Mayor Smuckler, who did such a great birthday recognition project. So I'll ditto that. And other than that, thank you. What, Playa Bowls?
Yeah.
I thought it was by the Publix on Biscayne Boulevard. Everyone knows what that is.
It's called Playa Bowl.
Playa Bowls, yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I have a quick second,
Yep.
I wanted to also acknowledge someone that's sitting next to Mr. Dubé, a great educator in our community, Aristide Wallace. So good to see you here tonight.
Thank you. All right, so now we'll move on to the consent agenda. So I'd like to request a motion and a second to introduce. Okay, so we've got Commissioner Chernoff and Commissioner Joseph on the second, and the attorney, please read the titles.
First item is item 9.1, regular commission meeting minutes of January 16, 2024. 9.2 is resolution number R 2024-23, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the piggyback contract with Harrington Industrial Plastics for the purchase of Asahi OEM repair and replacement parts, increasing the estimated budget amount by $100,000, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date." Item 9.3, resolution number R 2024-24, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the previously approved piggyback contract with Shaw Industries, Inc. for the purchase of flooring materials and related supplies and services, and increasing the estimated budget amount by $350,000, and authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.4, resolution number R 2024-25, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the previously approved piggyback contract with ThyssenKrupp Elevator Corporation for the purchase of elevator equipment, service, repair, and related services for all city facilities, and increasing the estimated budget amount by $200,000, and authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.5, resolution number R 2024-26, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the piggyback contract with World Electric Supply Company Limited for the purchase of lighting electrical supplies, increasing the estimated budget amount by $130,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for effective date." Item 9.6, resolution number R 2024-27, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a task order for engineering services for the project management of system-wide water main replacement at Pine Tree North, Miami Gardens, in an estimated amount of $492,609 under the continuing services agreement with WSP USA Inc. for professional consulting services, and authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts and subject to the budget appropriation availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.7, resolution number R 2024-28, entitled a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order of the previously approved piggyback contract with Xylem Water Solutions, Inc. for the purchase of flight pumps, parts, and repairs, and increasing the estimated budget amount by $357,000, and authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.8, resolution number R 2024-29, a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and AAA Automotive Door Repair, Inc. for the purchase of door-related repair, replacement, and preventative maintenance services in an estimated annual budget amount of $110,000, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.9, resolution number R 2024-30, entitled a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Environmental Products Group for the purchase and delivery of a Vactor truck in an estimated budget amount of $148,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.10, resolution number R 2024-31, entitled a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, supporting the initiative of the state attorney for the 11th Judicial Circuit, Catherine Fernandez-Rundle, to bring pay equity for prosecutors and staff working for her office, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Thank you for that. So I'd like to request a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. So we've got Commissioner Chernoff and Vice Mayor Smuckler. All right. And we have the motion. Now, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Passes unanimously. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
move to introduce resolution number R 2024-32.
Second.
Okay. Wait, hang on a second. I think we're changing the order a little bit. We're going to move now to the manager's report. We had a motion.
You mean the attorney's report?
Well, manager, then the attorney.
All right, undo resolution number R 2024-32.
It wasn't second.
Rewind.
You're all good.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. Apart from what's already included, just a couple tidbits that I wanted to include. One, we are currently have begun the two separate audits within the city. Our annual independent audit is ongoing with finance, as well as the state mandated audit. Those are continuing. We recently had the state, one of the state auditors visit the city, and we are working with him on any requested documentation. He met with staff, and it was as pleasant meeting as we could have. Also, with regards to one of the benefits of going for having staff, including myself, go to various conferences, we tend to get exposed to many different ideas that we can bring back home. I provided the commission with a quick memo on the conference that I attended in January. Part of that, some great ideas that we're going to be exploring with regards to public art. We tend to think of public art as strictly either a mural or a sculpture. But Mesa, for example, had a area where they involved music with sensors and sidewalks and so forth. And it was a great adaptation of being able to bring overall art into the city, and it was wonderful to see. We also talked about workforce development, cultivating ethical leadership, as well as giving a very extensive tour of their library functions and how they've expanded into more of a modern library as opposed to just books, which is great to see that we are kind of on the same path. I was able to talk to various cities throughout the country with regards to the cities identifying ways that AI technology is beginning to be used in various different departments. But I think one of the most important aspects of my attendance was that the Local Government Hispanic Network and the Government Finance Officers Association have awarded me with a full scholarship to participate in getting the Certified Public Finance Officers certification and their program. It's a 2-year course, and that is something that I've already started the course, and we'll be getting, and it's completely at zero cost to the city. Both associations are paying for that certification.
Nice.
Last, but definitely not least, one thing I did want to highlight is the amazing work all of our staff does over the course of the month. But right now, what I'd like to do is kind of highlight something that both finance and IT has really been working together, and they've been able to bring a financial transparency portal to our website. We're going to have an icon or a link on the homepage, but there's a short video. I believe it's AI created. So we kind of are taking a little bit of that initiative as well. But if I can have IT play the video.
The City of North Miami Beach is proud to announce the launch of our Financial Transparency Portal. The portal provides revenue, expenditure, checkbook, and payroll information to users. Tyler's Finance Insights provides the one-stop shop landing page for all our financial data. This portal provides a single homepage experience to not only provide an easy search across all our financial data, but also present a unified overview of how our organization is performing from both the budgeting and spending perspective. You can access our Open Finance website at northmiamibfl.finance.socrata.com. NMB joins the long list of cities providing their citizens and others transparent access to financial and payroll information.
I always crack up when I see that, but it's amazing what AI can kind of do and
Mr.
how
Manager?
we begin to use it.
This reminds me of Max Headroom from 1980s. That thing freaks me out. Like,
it does.
Have you seen Max Headroom?
And all of the
Twitch.
Twitch.
That 1980s show. I was like, wow, that was trippy. But
that absolutely was. But on that portal, and again, we'll have a link on the homepage as an independent icon there, so it's easy to access. But there you'll be able to see the breakdown of revenue, the adopted budget, the expenditures, overall payroll, as well as vendor payments throughout the fiscal year. And as more and more data information is done, we then have year-over-year comparisons. So no longer is it just waiting for a quarterly report or an annual report at any time, or even asking staff or the clerk to provide public records. Now it's on the website where anybody at any time can just go ahead and access that information. So it's a great service to have, and I'm very proud of our team for putting this together. There are some areas that, as we go through it and more people start using it, we might identify different reports or different details that we'll have to kind of make sure that the back office, because this pulls information. The last update was on February 18th, right? So it pulls information, not in real time, but pretty close to it. And what it ends up doing is being able to see, so it's pulling it directly from our software, our finance software. So from time to time, we might have to make some adjustments, but I think it's an excellent tool and open transparency for how we use funds throughout the city. With that, that's my report.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then the City Attorney's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission. I have 3 items, the 2 of them which are proposed resolutions, and so if item on the agenda that's been moved, but on the agenda it's listed as 17.1, if we could have a motion to...
Second.
It's resolution number R 2024-42, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a First Amendment to the easement agreement between the city and the Jewish War Veteran Post 682 to substitute the Third Day Church, Inc., a Florida not-for-profit corporation, as the grantee and beneficiary of the grant of easement, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, as indicated in the whereas clauses, in 2001, the city entered into an easement agreement with the Jewish War Veterans Post 682. That entity no longer exists. The easement was to it and only to it, and provides that in the event that the Jewish Veterans Post no longer were to own the property in question, the easement would lapse and come back to the city. The property has been acquired by Third Day Church, Inc., a not-for-profit entity, and they have asked to have the same rights and responsibilities as it previously granted to the Jewish War Veterans Post 682, and that's the resolution and the item attached to the resolution that's before you this evening. It does nothing more than recognize the current ownership of the property in question as in the name of Third Day Church, Inc., and grants to Third Day Church, Inc. the same rights and responsibilities that were previously given to the Jewish War Veterans Post 682. And Mr. Michael Snyder is here to answer any questions on behalf of the church. If you have any, staff is obviously recommending approval of this item.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, move to adopt.
Just like that?
Yeah.
Well, I just have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if they were to sell it, does the new owner get
They'd have to, we would go through this process
Okay.
again.
All right,
Yes, ma'am.
all right.
Okay. So I
Thank
guess
you.
we have a motion?
Second.
And we have a second. Okay. We have motion. You got them both? Okay, great. All right. And then we need,
Any
yes.
public comment, just because that's
Okay.
our normal procedure.
Okay. All right. So,
I thought I seconded it, but okay.
okay. Oh, well. Madam Clerk, do you want to public comment?
Well, no, actually, have him do his presentation before.
Well, do you guys want to hear the public? All right. Do a quick presentation.
Tap.
Should be. No?
No.
Go to the other side.
Try the other one, see if it's working better.
Mr. Mayor and fellow commissioners, pleasure to be here on behalf of the Third Day Church. My name is Michael Snyder. I'm an attorney at 3325 Hollywood Boulevard, Suite 501. And I have with me tonight Pastor Ariel Vasquez of the Third Day Church. You may know our pastor because he does do invocations occasionally in front of the commission here. And I passed out a sheet of all their civic involvement in the community. This came about in May of 2000 when the city passed a city derelict vehicle ordinance because of derelict vehicles parked around the city. And there's a report from Commander Alan Graham that's in front of you that outlines exactly the background as what the city attorney conveyed to you. Now that the ownership is in the name of Third Day Church, we're asking the easement be assigned to them. And the city is protected because there's a clause in there that says if the city ever wants to take back the property, they can do so upon 30 days written notice. In the interim, the Third Day Church cannot construct any structures on the property, and they have to maintain the area. If you have any additional questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to make a comment.
Sure.
I just want to say that I went past the property today and wondering why the easement was so large. Actually, on that block next to it, they have a paved driveway to park their cars. So when you read what you just delivered to us,
That was the problem. The problem was instead of them parking cars, they parked derelict. And what the people, they haven't said yet is when the Jewish people, whatever that
Jewish war vets.
war vets owned it, they fenced it and made that easement part of their yard. And it still sits like that today. It's actually clean and very nice.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so public comment?
Anyone wishes to speak on this item? Please come forward. Mr. Mayor, seeing
No
none.
one came forward. All right, so we have our
Public comments
motion, our
closed.
second, and we just need a. Yeah, no roll call, right?
No,
Not a roll call.
it's a voice
Okay.
vote.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. And I'm also Year of the Dragon. And I didn't make Commissioner Smucker's list. Okay.
When was your birthday?
In 10 days.
Oh,
10 days,
happy early birthday.
Oh, my God. And happy birthday to Trish, and happy birthday to Kasan, and happy birthday to you. I will not be able to go home if I don't say that.
Mr. Mayor, now?
Huh?
Introduce resolution?
No,
No.
you don't want the attorney to talk, do you?
I just want to go
He's still
home.
going. He's got more to do.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, the next item on your agenda that's been moved up was originally listed as 17.2. It's a request to schedule a shade meeting pursuant to Section 286.011 Florida statutes. Request is made to schedule an attorney-client session to meet with legal counsel to discuss settlement negotiations, strategy related to litigation expenditures in the matter of the City of Miami Gardens versus City of North Miami Beach, case number 2018-42450CA01, and the Circuit Court of the 11th Judicial Circuit for Miami-Dade County. This is the ongoing litigation regarding the 25%.
Move to approve, Mr. Mayor, but question first.
Yes, sir.
Why do we need a motion or anything for this?
Because state law says we have to do it this way.
I thought that the attorney just calls it and we're all responding.
No, sir. The state statute says I have to ask for it formally at a meeting to then schedule it, which the clerk and I and the manager will then coordinate with each one of you to arrange for the appropriate date, so we have a quorum and we can have the shade meeting.
Okay, move to approve.
Okay. I guess at this point, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, if I may, if it's okay with the commission, I'd also like to use that time and as we schedule these shade meeting, we also need to have the presentation for the RFP of city attorney. That will be about a 3 to 4 hour meeting. So if we can maybe just coordinate on that same day and we can knock both of them out, I would appreciate it.
Okay. So you're saying 3 to 4 hours for both items?
No, for just the RFP meeting.
Okay. All right. So, well, I guess the shade meeting hopefully won't be, on the other part won't be as long. So you're suggesting that we
Using
all in
one day
one
and
day to
having
do
both
things,
meetings.
so it could be a 5 to 6 hour meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I just, and I don't have any objection to the manager's request. I just want to tell you that the last shade meeting that we had on this particular matter went for approximately an hour and a half to close to 2 hours. So there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to digest and a lot to get feedback from the city commission. So, I would anticipate that shade meeting we should block out at least 2 hours in an abundance of caution. And we'll obviously work with the manager to coordinate both of those meetings.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that all my commissioners agree to doing this. Doing what? To having both meetings in one day. Well, I mean, I just want to make sure that
The shade
effort
meeting
is
you're
done.
talking about, really, we didn't all get to meet because we didn't.
There was a shade meeting before. We've had one shade meeting, I don't know, maybe 3 months ago, 4 months ago.
Okay.
And that meeting, as I recall, took about an hour and a half, close to 2 hours.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion.
There's a lot of discussion. We have a lot to catch up and to digest and get feedback from the City Commission as we work towards a solution to this ongoing litigation.
Okay, so from a staff perspective, are you suggesting that that we make one meeting for both, or that we?
The shade meeting has to be separate.
separate.
It has to be noticed separate. It has to be conducted separately.
No, I understand, but there's two items that are going to be
You mean, you're saying the same day, do you want to have both?
Yes.
correct. Do we want to have both items on the same day, or do we want to have two
No,
separate?
same day.
We're good with that?
It's not for me to agree. I have to make myself available for
What
that.
I'm-
No, we're
what
just
I'm-
asking for
What I'm
opinions for
trying to
both.
do is make
Yeah.
sure that my fellow commissioners are all in agreement that we can do both items, both the shade meeting and the attorney meeting in one day.
We will try.
What's the attorney meeting entailing? We're not seeing attorneys that, we are?
Yes, ma'am, we have 3 respondents to the
So
RFP.
we're
They
gonna
would be
see them
giving a
at-
presentation, and then they would have a question and answer
So
session
that's
from you
the
all.
thing.
So the thing is that we would, I would think that it would make most sense to do the attorney part of it first,
I would
No.
do.
just so that they're not just, because what if we have everybody waiting? We don't know if that meeting's going to take 1 hour or 3 hours.
But don't we have to
Mm-hmm.
schedule it for a certain amount of time, the shade meeting?
No.
We have to, we cannot start earlier than what's advertised. How long we go is up to you all and whatever input we have from outside counsel, from the manager and from myself during that shade meeting. I am just reminding you all that the last time we had a shade meeting in this litigation, it went for approximately 2 hours. So, that's the budget, the time that I would request that you all consider and budget for yourselves based upon past history.
So we can schedule it, for example, the shade meeting from 4 and then the attorney meeting at 7.
That's up to you. So we're all very clear on this. I have no say, and it's not, it would actually be inappropriate for me to involve myself in the scheduling. I will make myself available since my firm and myself are one of the respondents. But beyond that, I would not have any input on that.
We would give priority to the shade, and if it doesn't work for everybody else, then we'll try to work on a different date. I just thought consolidating the date might just make it easier for you all.
Right, so that's what while we're all here and we can all freely talk, that's why I wanted to kind of just, discuss it so that, it's not an option we always have, obviously. So the question would be, is it better to do the attorney meeting first since
No,
there's going to be
shade
presentations?
first.
Okay, and the attorney meeting is not a shade meeting?
No.
No.
Okay.
4 o'clock is a good idea, and then start the attorneys at 7:30, and there's 3 of them. I would do it like that.
All right, so how does that work with the commissioners, that plan?
No, 7.
So let's say 4 o'clock for a shade meeting.
4 to
and
7 for the shade, and then
7 to whenever.
whenever for no more than 12, but
Right.
for the attorney meeting.
7 to 11.
We'll work on dates and correlate everybody's availability so that we can have it. I just wanted to make sure that you all were okay with trying to consolidate both meetings into one date.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody's good with that?
Yeah, it's better to do one day than
thank you.
have 2 days.
Okay. All right, perfect. All right, so we don't need to do a vote or anything, we just needed feedback.
I've already received the direction I needed.
Okay, all right.
And the last item, which is 17.3 on the agenda that you've moved up, is a resolution number R2024-43. If the motion to introduce that item can be made, I'll then.
So moved.
Okay. So we
second.
need a second?
Second.
Okay.
Resolution number R2024-43, entitled "The Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving an agreement between the city and NMB Place Owner LLC, granting building permit credits in the amount of $500,000 in lieu of reimbursement of funds, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date."
Make the motion.
Okay. All right, do we,
Second.
just check with the clerk real quick. Do we need any public comment, do we need anything else?
Again, I would suggest that you at least open the floor to potential comment, because that is your past practice on resolutions.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. I'm just here on behalf of the developer. My name is Norman Powell. Law office is at 1666 John F. Kennedy Causeway, Suite 420. If there's any questions, I'm here to answer them concerning this item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you, Mr. Powell.
Any other public comment? All right, no one's come forward for public comment. Okay, so we've got the motion, we've got the second. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No discussion?
If there's any discussion,
Do we have any discussion?
Okay. Well, Mr. Attorney, I know we had a conversation about this item. I just want to make sure, number one, this item was discussed in a quasi-judicial platform. So must it be discussed in a quasi-judicial? That's number one.
No, sir, this is a legislative item. This is within your policy legislative setting session authority. It is not a quasi-judicial item. The project was quasi-judicial. And so all we're doing is you're assuming there's an affirmative vote, or whatever the vote may be, to either approve or deny the actual agreement that's attached to the resolution. It is not a quasi-judicial item.
Okay. Number two, of course, obviously, your predecessor affirmed to whatever the degree was during those conversations that this was perfectly fine. I don't recall at that time that there was any objection per se from the developer. So I'd like to know from yourself, and also community development is here, as it relates to fee waivers, because that's what we're doing in essence. I don't think we're necessarily saying, if you can correct me, that we were incorrect, or because this item seems to be specific to the fee waiver.
It's not a fee waiver. It's instead of reimbursing the $500,000, we're going to
Give them a credit.
give them a credit against building permit fees, which actually, based upon conversations with the city manager and with community development, we anticipate we're actually going to exceed the $500,000. So money will be coming into the city above and beyond that $500,000 for the building permits that are going to have to be obtained for this project.
Right. So the technicality of it, I'm hearing you. I'm just seeing what's in front of me. It's technically waiving or removing fees, and there's a process for that, right? So I just wanted to make sure if our if our community development director could just speak to that, because obviously,
Removing fees.
your predecessor said one thing, you're saying something else, and, it's our responsibility to interpret that and make a decision, so.
The fees are still there. We're just giving them a credit that they don't have to pay it. Either we give them a check for $500,000.
I understand what I'm reading. There's no confusion there. But, the terminology is one thing, but I just want to make sure that our process, whatever that process is, that our community development could speak to that process.
Community development does agree with this action. In terms of where the money is coming from, because the ask did not have an appropriate basis. After the fact, the applicant's attorney can come back and indicate that they felt that it was made under duress. And so while Commissioner Fleurimont is correct that they reviewed the video, it did not seem at the time that there was an objection. It was an objectionable ask, and the attorney had reached out and scheduled a meeting with the city manager, the city attorney, and myself in capacity as the community development director. It is on the advice of community development and the city attorney's office that I know I'm speaking for the city attorney there, so I apologize, John. But it is on the recommendation of staff here that you move forward in this manner at the most expeditious way to resolve this issue.
So you're saying that the process that we have in place as a city to accomplish this, because I've never seen this before, is what we're following? Is that what you're saying?
It is appropriate in this circumstance, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comment from Commission? Mr. Joseph?
No, I mean, I know we're giving it credit, but that money they would have used being used somewhere else. Correct me if I'm-
Right, we're basically giving, instead of writing him a check, we're giving him the money back.
And that's what he's getting back. I mean, like,
Right.
we can call it credit or whatever.
Call what you want, but we're giving the money back. Instead of collecting cash for building permits, we're giving them the money back to use for building permits. That's the full transparency, exactly what we're doing. So.
And initially that money was for, I don't know, because I was on a. No, but I
No, I don't believe that the money, as I understand it, was the dedicated to be used in any particular way. I think it was actually deposited into the general fund. And so we're just saying that we are going to, again, credit the building permit fees, which stays within the building permit, within the building department. It's under Florida law, building departments are run like essentially an enterprise fund, like our utilities. They're supposed to pay for themselves, et cetera. And so that's why we have the fee set a certain amount. But as I indicated before, we do believe that there will be monies coming into the city at the end of this project, even after crediting the $500,000 through the building permit system. The amount of building permits and the fees that they're going to have to eventually pay will exceed and generate revenue to the city. It will exceed the $500,000 credit.
At what point?
After the $500,000, but
No, but like when?
Oh, I would.
Does he have did he give a development date when he's gonna put a shovel to the ground?
I'm not familiar enough with the project. I would have to defer, and I don't know whether or not they made that representation to staff during those meetings as to when they're going to start the project.
Mr. Greenwald is in the process of working with the Community Development Department on some necessary changes due to the changes in the building code that would have been in effect as of December of this past year. We are working through the process with Mr. Greenwald administratively as is provided within the code so that we can help move the project along. As to the actual date, we expect that to be later in this year, but it really depends on the process that we've laid out and how we're working with Mr. Greenwald. So, we are working as expeditiously as possible from staff standpoint on that in that regard. That's the best information staff is able to provide at this time.
I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but I think the person who may have better knowledge to this is Mr. Powell. So again, I don't want to put him on the spot. But.
And thank you for that. Mr. Greenwald has not, the developer has not given a definitive date, as the CRA director just stated. That's being in the process of discussed right now, based upon the new code changes.
Thank you. Quick question through the mayor. I just want to make sure that, because we had other projects that we followed a similar request pattern for, and I just want to know, were there any differences between those particular projects and this as far as the alleyways are concerned? And if so, did you have a response? Oh, I thought you were waving. I'm sorry. I thought you were asking.
I think the city attorney is more appropriate to answer that.
Right, because there was a conversation about the alleyway, and that particular alleyway. Is it different from, say, Nova, or is it different from other projects that we've had to vacate alleyways for?
Okay, so I can't speak to every specific project. What I do know is that this particular project, there was a request for payment for the vacating, as explained in the resolution as well as in the agreement itself. Our research indicates that was inappropriate. I can't speak to the other ones. We can look into that. And each project is different, and each road vacation may have been different. I know that there's
There was
Actually,
one
the one
property.
that's, the ones that's right back over here, that's the community, the retirement facility, or not the retirement.
Citadel?
Yeah, the Citadel, where the city had already vacated the right-of-way, so they could use the entire block for the project. And that was part of the, once the road had been vacated, they then came in with their site plan approval that you all saw, I think it was last month, for approval. And I don't recall that there was any conditions imposed, any financial conditions imposed on the vacating of that particular right-of-way. We could look at, you know, each particular project to see what the circumstances were. But I would caution, at least moving forward, that, you know, the Florida courts and the Attorney General have said, you know, you need to be very careful because the city does not have ownership of the underlying right-of-way to require payment for the vacating of that property.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The project where the facility is for the retirement or across the street,
yeah,
that was no money to the city. That was divided in half. The land on the south side got half, the land on the north side got half, and the property owner on the north side ended up buying the south side, so therefore he owns that whole thing.
And
the only one, which reminds me, I didn't get to ask the men from the roadway, was over by the expressway. We have that little bit of industrial area, a couple blocks over there, and there was a small road in between that the man had maintained for 10 years, and I believe he did buy it, but that's the only other one I can remember. But it'd be interesting if, Mr. Manager, now I just thought about it, please check and see how that industrial area is going to be disrupted when they do the roadway. Thank you.
Okay, so you're clear, you understand, everything's good? We're done with our comment?
Yeah, go.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
sold them something we didn't own.
Right.
Now they want the credit back. It was simple. Huh.
Okay. All right. So I guess we're going to do the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
And I just want to say to Mr. Powell that his sister, Dr. Michelle Powell, is being honored on March 8th at the library as the North Miami Beach Commissioner Status Woman of the Year.
Thank you, and I've got it on my
Doctor.
calendar, huh?
His sister, the doctor.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys have a great rest of your night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, I want to thank you, Mr. Hearn.
That ends the city attorney's report.
Okay.
Move to introduce resolution number R 2024-32, 16950 Northeast 17th Avenue, Pool.
Hold on. Hold on.
No.
You're really anxious about that.
No. Commissioner Florimond was flagging down, said that he had a question.
Well, during our conversation and review of the agenda, which is what I stated earlier today, we did speak about various items, and I thought you were going to go over all of those items.
As all of you know, the city is under current litigation from the prior city manager, and I believe that the original lawsuit, I don't know exactly how far back it was filed, but I forwarded a copy of that to you. He's since amended the complaint to make certain assertions against individual commissioners. As a result, not to get into too much detail because the matter is in litigation, the city's insurance carrier, in accordance with applicable Florida bar rules regarding potential conflict issues, has appointed separate outside counsel for those commissioners individually named in the amended complaint. And we are scheduled, or I'm scheduled, to have a conversation with outside counsel regarding how we move forward, trying to schedule it for later this week. And obviously, I'll keep you all posted. And after conferring with outside counsel later this week, may be asking to have a shade meeting at the March commission meeting, so we can meet in private and have a discussion as to where the case is and where it may be headed. And again, I'm here to answer any questions, but reluctant to have a full discussion regarding the matter because it is pending. But if any of you all have any questions beyond what we discussed and what I've mentioned here, I'm certainly available to either meet with you all or have a conversation with you all regarding the amended complaint, which I have recently distributed to all of you.
So I have a question about that. So
Yes, ma'am.
if certain commissioners are being sued, why should the rest of the commissioners that are not being sued have input on that?
Because the city is also a named party.
Okay, so it should be, the shade meeting should be about the city and not about the other
Correct.
three commissioners.
It would, to the extent that we can have a shade meeting, because there's issues of quorum and conflict, then
So the shade meeting is only for the lawsuit that pertains to the city, not to each individual commissioner?
yes and no, because some of the allegations in the original complaint, as well as in the amended complaint, still make allegations against the 4 commissioners in their official capacity. And that's somewhat of an internal contradiction that we've, again, not to get into great detail, I've had some preliminary conversations with outside counsel regarding how to resolve that. Essentially, at some point in time, the remedies that are available or that are being, and the allegations being made will have to be split, and the decision will have to be made whether or not the personal claims will survive or it's in your official capacity as commissioners.
All I can
Again,
say,
I don't want to get into a great deal of public discussion because it is pending litigation. I'm more than willing to have.
So you're available one-on-one for?
One-on-one with any of you all at your convenience.
Can't ask.
But Commissioner Flourmont did ask that I mention the matter, and certainly to the extent that any of you all have any questions regarding the status of the litigation that I could answer without compromising the city's position, I'll try and do so.
Mr. Joseph.
It relates to the Miami Gardens litigation, because
yes.
You know how the Miami Gardens litigation, they have because you mentioned shade, I was like, okay, if we're gonna have a shade meeting, that's gonna be a very interesting shade meeting.
Yeah.
If it's the case. I don't know how that's gonna happen, but okay. But the other question I have is that they on the city, and I bring up Miami Gardens because we're supposed to schedule that. And, from my understanding, Miami Gardens submitted, hey, we want X, Y, and Z. Is it the same case in this one? Has it been a demand letter at all?
I've received correspondence from outside counsel over the weekend, not over the weekend, actually, late yesterday. I've not taken a look at yet because I was preoccupied with today's meeting and preparing the agenda items. But as soon as we do have that, I immediately will reach out to outside counsel to have that discussion and then convey that information to you all. There's obviously some rules and regulations that apply when we receive potential settlement offers that are they're protected by state law.
Yeah, sure.
That's being confidential. So again, don't want to get into much of a discussion because we are significantly constrained because of the active litigation status.
I totally understand that.
Okay, let's move on to quasi judicial.
I just believe, and I want to be consistent in this, is that if somebody up here is acting in their official capacity, whatever they're doing in their official capacity, if the city has a remedy, well, you're the attorney, but my understanding would be that that remedy would cover whoever was acting in their official capacity as well.
Correct. It's called sovereign immunity.
Right.
Legislative immunity. So that would be asserted in a motion to dismiss. If it is, but again.
Right. Because I want to be very consistent in what we've had discussions about, throughout these past months of back and forth and all that, that's
The
what it should
difference here is that through the existing insurance policy that the city has, there's coverage. In the litigation that we've already been involved in, where some of you all were named either as plaintiffs or defendants, it's that fact that
it wasn't covered by
it wasn't covered.
Right, correct. That's the difference, right?
That's the difference.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Attorney.
Absolutely.
And I'm looking forward with Miami Gardens to really, because you were there, I think it was 3 or 4 different calls.
Yes.
That we were on, and no one showed up. So
yeah, we do have a present need to meet with you all and get some feedback from you on that.
And the reason I'm bringing that up, my fellow commissioners, is because we had a shade meeting. We made some decisions that were supposed to be communicated through those conference calls, and those conference calls never took place.
Yeah.
So it was kind of hard to even, effectuate what we discussed in the shade meeting. So
we were we were very. I have no other way to say it but disappointed that on the eve of one of those meetings that we were supposed to have, we were summarily notified just minutes before the meeting that it had been unilaterally canceled by one of the parties, not the city. But we're moving forward, and we need to communicate where we're at with you all and get feedback, and we'll do so in that shade meeting.
In lieu of what what happened at the state legislature and the plans there, right?
The reality, what is moving forward with this type of a conversation? When I know Commissioner Smith, you have the historical knowledge, and so do I, to a certain degree, that this has been going on since
2018.
No, not 2018.
No.
Well, and
this has been going on for over
that is
15
my
years?
point. That is my point that I said before. We need to have a meeting. There are a lot of moving parts, and that's why I said that we really need to block out, in my opinion, no less than 2 hours, just an abundance of caution, to be able to have a effective and fruitful conversation with the City Commission as to where the litigation currently stands.
Thank you.
Okay, we're all good?
Yes.
All right, on to quasi judicial, I believe.
Move to introduce resolution number R
For the fifth- for the fifth time.
2024-32.
All right, we need.
Wait, Mayor, before no, I'm kidding.
Yeah, let's take a break.
Okay, all right, and the second, we have a second, right?
Yes, we have 3 seconds.
Okay, all right, you can pick a second any second. Okey dokey.
Resolution number R 2024-32, entitled "The Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, granting a non-use variance from Section 24-85A of the Zoning and Land Development Code to permit a swimming pool in the side yard where the code requires that a pool be located in any rear yard and along a corner side setback of 7 feet and 6 inches where 15 feet is required, confirming the expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date." Mr. Mayor.
Make a motion approved.
Second.
No.
No, we got a few things to do.
Quasi-judicial item.
Right, we got a few things.
We have to have the disclosures, swear in the witnesses, and have a public hearing.
Madam Clerk Jennings, please.
Jennings disclosure forms were received from Commissioner Danielle Lejean. So we'll start here. Pursuant to Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex parte communication together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to the final action on the matter. And we'll start with Commissioner Chernoff.
I don't believe I've spoken with any. I may have gotten an email or two on it. And I can make a decision just based on the hearing tonight.
Commissioner Florimon.
I've not spoken to anyone in relation to this matter, but I can make my decision based on the information before me this evening.
Commissioner Joseph.
Yes, I did. I was reached out by the property owner, and I can make a decision based on the evidence presented to me this evening.
Commissioner Smith.
I spoke to the property owner so long ago that the pool needs to be refilled again. And that's it. And I rode by the property today.
Okay, and you can make your decision?
Oh, yes, I'll make my decision based on what I hear.
Okay.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Smuggler.
So I knocked on their door one day back in like September, October, and we spoke a tiny bit about it, but that's it. And yes, I can make my decision based on the evidence I hear tonight.
Mayor Piper.
I have not spoken to anyone, and I can make my decision based on tonight's information.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. And so we need to swear in speakers.
If you plan on speaking on this item, please stand and raise your right hand so you can be sworn in. Okay. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And your answer is?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ring, you're up.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Staff is going to try to help expedite this. So traditionally, we have the applicant speak first and then staff. We ask your permission to have staff speak first to run through the process and then have any remark from the applicant at that time. If that's all right, Mayor, I'd like to proceed on that basis. Okay. Thank you, Mayor Commissioner. The property in question required that this show item 10.1, resolution R 20-24-32 is for the Delazy resident pool variance as requested by Mr. Luis Delazy regarding the property at 16950 Northeast 17th Avenue, folio number 07220800218880. The specific property in question is on a corner, and due to specific constraints of being on the corner and how the resident is aligned with its frontage, will require the pole to be set on the side. The existing site condition. And the boundary survey and the layout. As you can see there, staff evaluation, we've noted that in the back. I'm trying to point over the pointer, but there are some constraints from a size standpoint, and due to the layout. Staff notes that similar variances have been granted by the City Commission in the past under similar circumstances that you hear this evening. The applicant is therefore proposing the pool in the location you see on that, but it required a variance to be granted to this property. Staff reviewed the site plan and finds that the setback and everything required for the pool can be accomplished within the site. So the only really main variance here is we have a rule in the city where you have to put the pool in the back. This is asking to be on the side. The applicant can meet all other applicable portions of the code. And the option for the city commission is to move for approval of the application or move to deny. We note that this was heard at the January 8th Planning and Zoning Board and was recommended for approval 5-0 by the Planning and Zoning Board. Staff also note that we have not received any communication from the public on this matter. With that, Mayor, would you like Mr. Solesi to make a brief statement, or?
If the applicant wants to come forward and speak, feel free.
All right.
Thank you. Well, I had a presentation on PowerPoint, but today apparently it's not working or not uploading. Basically, wanted to first of all thank everyone here for listening to us. My name is Luis Solesi, and I'm here with my husband Alejandro Anaya, and we have been planning for our retirement to live together in North Miami Beach. I have been a resident for over 23 years of this beautiful city, and have grown our home along the time. We have invested, and we have seen the city grow as well as our house. Back in the day when we got the house in the year 2000, there was no back alleys. Or they were there, but not with pavement. There were no sidewalks. There was a lot of crime. We don't have a perfect city, but we keep improving, I think. And in that spirit, I don't have a perfect home. We are building our best. In recent years, we have invested in impact doors and windows. We have invested in new roof. We have invested in improving our sewer system. Everything to get to this point, to the pool. This point has been there for 2 years. We already got all the approvals from the county. But in October, when I was desperate, I came over here to one of your meetings, and I said, how am I going to reach the end point? Because nobody's taking my calls. The process within the city has not moved. From that moment on, we have felt a big difference. The entire city engaged with us, and we are here. We finally passed every other test, every other board meetings, etc. The last one was a couple of months ago, with the planning and zoning, or last month. I lost track. And here we are, 55-year-old, working for Cisco for 20-something years. Any moment now, they may release me from my duties, and I want to stay home and enjoy our city. And as you saw in that map, the building something in the backyard is impossible because there's no space. And below the poor space that you saw in red is the septic tank and the drainage. So no rule will allow me to build a pool there. And thank God it's a house in the corner. So in the blue area that Mr. Nang was able to identify in the map, you see where there's enough, in plenty of space to build that sidewalk, or to build the pool. We will build, of course, the fence around it as it's required by the petitions in the city, and we already have been working with them to verify that the fence was in the right levels and the perimeters, etc. So, in a nutshell, we are in your hands. We have been trying hard, not losing hope, and today we're just asking for your approval.
All right.
Make them happy, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Move to
Thanks for
approve.
navigating the process.
Motion approved.
And hang on, it's not.
No, he's
Not
been
in
saying.
for a public hearing. You want to approve right or wrong?
I don't want to be
You've gone this far. Do you want to ruin it now?
No.
Keep going.
If you have questions, go ahead.
I second that motion.
Okay.
1 second.
Okay.
Anybody wishes to speak on this item? Mr. Mayor?
Okay, no one's come forward and the public hearing is closed. Anything from commissioners on this?
He's got something.
I fully approve this, but I just have a couple of thoughts based on his experience as well as the experience of the awning. I think it was over in Eastern Shores where they had to. Oh, I'm sorry. I was, because the experience this present applicant has, and the experience that we've had when it comes to these owner operators that are trying to just make improvements to we have to come up with a process that just has a fast track just for residents getting permits approved. If they're the ones that are actually, getting the permit or whatever, I think we should really focus on that, because for 2 years, so he can get a variance for a pool, that's ridiculous. Or for someone to have to wait to put an awning for I don't know how long, that's ridiculous. I think we should try to create a program. I think the commission would approve that type of program, because it affects residents that are just trying to save money and put the work effort into that. Second, I know he lives in Summer West, I live in Summer West. We have an issue with the no man's land issue. There's parts of our property, which to this day bothers the crap out of me, that doesn't belong to me and doesn't really belong to the city, but it's our responsibility to take care of. And it's been an issue that I don't know why we haven't mitigated. I don't know, we have to do a replatting, but that needs to be taken care of, because it keeps our property is technically supposed to be like an extra 500 square feet, but because of the way it's been platted, we don't have the full access. And I think we would have had the full access. You would have had a more leeway in where you could put that pool.
Oh, the pool could be bigger.
Yes.
But I'm okay with the way it is.
No, I'm not done. But that discussion has not happened, and it affects a good chunk of our city, and it's mostly Summer West, Summer East, and maybe part of Sky Lake too. And I don't know why we haven't had a discussion. I would ask the public planning and zoning come back with some recommendations, because I don't think any of us want that to continue on. I think a lot of residents would appreciate it, even if there's a cost that goes with it. Getting that property back would increase our values to begin with, and like you can do more on it. You can do better improvements. It'll make more people more likely to stay in that property because you won't have to worry about the certain setbacks. So I would appreciate. I would just try to give direction to the manager as well as through the manager, that you guys come back with some type of policy that can assist a lot of these people in my neighborhood. As well as other commissioners' neighborhood, to really mitigate this no man's land situation we've been going on for years and dececades. So I just want to say that.
Given an option, I would like to buy that space.
I would buy my space right
of the garden that is the city. The city is supposed to take care of.
I think that staff's heard it. You've heard. All right, he hears the issue.
But I know it's motion and second. I've heard it.
So I just want to say now remember when I knocked on your door, I told you to come to a commission meeting, and that set it off.
That was October.
Right, and that was in October. So, and again, I'm going to go back to the residents shouldn't, there should have been an administrative waiver. I'm going to go back to that, because there's no reason to do this to the residents when a developer comes and he'll ask for a pool that size and he'll get it, but a resident comes and asks for something less and doesn't get it. So I'm sorry that you actually have to go through all this, and I'm sorry that it's taken 2 years. And I make a motion, you can build a bigger pool.
Okay. All right. So anything else from the commissioners, or we're all good? Okay. So we need a motion and a second to approve.
Second.
We got the motion. We got second. Okay. And then we need a roll call on this one.
Commissioner Chernoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon.
Yes, I'm waiting for the invite.
Commissioner Jean.
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Finally, yes.
Vice Mayor Smuggler.
Absolutely, yes.
Mayor Evan Piper.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Enjoy every swim.
Move to introduce resolution number R 2024-33.
All right.
Washington Park Site Plan.
You don't need to read that. That's what
I don't.
Okay, we need a second, though. All right. Commissioner Joseph on the second.
Resolution number R 2024-33, entitled "The Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the site plan application and 3 non-use variances for the construction of 121,000 gross square feet community center park and pool and 71 parking spaces on a 2.85 acre parcel located at 15280 Northeast 15th Court, granting a variance to allow a 10-foot fence surrounding a basketball court, granting a variance to allow a 6-foot metal fence in lieu of a required 6-foot high solid masonry wall along the rear commercial property lines that are contiguous to the residentially zoned properties, granting a variance to permit back-out parking on the right-of-way, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration, limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. I guess, Madam Clerk Jennings.
Per Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex parte communication, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. I received Jennings' disclosures from Commissioner Daniela Jean, so we'll start with Commissioner Chernoff.
Yes, I've had conversations with Lorenzo Hall in regard to this, and I can make my decision based on what I hear tonight.
Commissioner Florimon.
I can make my decision based on the information I received this evening. Thank you.
And you have spoken to whom? I'm sorry.
Remember, you said if we didn't speak to anybody, we don't have to say anything.
All right,
I appreciate you stating it on the record.
So, I know you want to go home. So let me. I haven't spoken to anybody about this matter. Thank you.
Commissioner Joseph.
I've spoken to several members in the Washington Park community, Washington Park Voters Council. I've attended various events in regards to this issue, and I can make a decision based on the information presented to me this evening, to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith?
She stepped out for a moment.
Oh, I'm not looking.
She's spoken to Washington
No.
Park residents, and she can make her decision.
No, we assume she's spoken to everybody, but anyway, we'll come back to her. Who's next?
Okay, Vice Mayor Smuggler.
I don't remember who I've spoken to about this, to be honest with you, but I can make a decision based on the facts I hear tonight.
Thank you. Mayor?
I have not spoken to anybody about this, and I can make a decision on what I hear this evening. Are we okay to proceed without
Yes, we
Commissioner
are.
Smith for now?
Okay to proceed with.
Okay.
Well, when Commissioner Smith comes back in, we'll get her to disclose any communications she may have had so she can participate in the discussion and vote.
Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, we need to swear in the speakers.
Please raise your right hand if you plan on speaking on this item. Perfect. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
So help you God, and your answer is?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Would the presenter come forward?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner. The item before you this evening in Washington Park involved the site plan and 3 non-use variances. The city initiative, and to present this, we're asking our consultant on the project, KCI, as well as Public Works, to initially present the plan before community development wade you into the quasi-judicial process. Ray, Todd?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this plan to you. I wanted to start off by saying that we've worked over the past several years closely with the city and receiving public input in order to get to this stage of the project. So I'm pleased to walk through the current site plan with you. And
before you proceed,
okay.
Commissioner Smith, we had the ex parte disclosures, if you could.
Yes, I apologize for not being here. I spoke to a lot of people about this project, staff, Washington Park residents, neighbors, and yes, I can make a decision based on what I hear.
That's what Jay said. Thank you, Commissioner Smith.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm glad I don't have to disclose all that. I could go crazy trying to remember everybody. So I guess I'd like to start off by, is the presentation available?
I'll come back up shortly.
Okay. So I'd like to start off just by getting us oriented on the site. And I think we're all familiar with the Washington Park neighborhood and the orientation of the park within the historic neighborhood. On the left and on the right-hand side of the screen, you see the image of the park itself and its current state of being. Notice that there is a public right-of-way that divides the site, and there are those empty parcels in the northeast corner of the property. At this point, in the development of the project, there actually has been a unity of title performed, and the property is now all under common ownership of the city, and the right-of-way has been abandoned. So all those private parcels have been purchased, and it's one parcel now that is actually 2.78 acres. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the site layout. Notice that there are still a couple of zonings that exist. A couple of zoning, there's community facilities zoning as well as commercial zoning on the property, which complicates things a little bit. I guess if I just keep going back and forth, we'll get back to it.
Yeah, it doesn't like you to.
A legible diagram. Let me jump to the site plan and why the site is, some of the basics of why the site is laid out the way it is laid out. If you can use your photographic memory for the site plan. I don't know if you guys have anything in front of you, but building massing on the site was very important. We didn't want to create something that wasn't friendly toward the neighborhood, right? This is a single-family residential neighborhood, almost exclusively single-story residences. So we took that into mind in creating the spatial relationships between the elements of the site. One of the other critical items was being able to line up the internal traffic circulation with adjacent center lines of roads. So those are two major features that affected the site plan. I wanted to walk you through the major program elements. This will be vastly more successful if we have graphics, I think.
There you go.
Here we go. So start out with the main buildings, which is the yellow, and we'll walk around sort of counterclockwise. The total closed building area is 12,700 and some square feet, and that is comprised of sort of two buildings with a breezeway. It's actually one large building, but with a breezeway between them, but it's broken into the community center, which is the larger portion, and the play school, which is the smaller yellow portion on the top. We go into the parking area. There are 76 total parking stalls being accommodated on the project. 31 of those are in the lot, and the remainder are on the street frontage with angled parking. We have an accessible playground as we continue counterclockwise, the magenta purpley area between the parking lot and the two covered basketball courts, covered and lit basketball courts in the top left. As I circle down, there's a multi-use field, which we use to just maximize the space that we could provide there. It's 115 by 130 foot, and that's artificial turf. And as we wrap across the bottom of the site back to the right, we have the splash pad, which is the blue circle, and a swimming pool that's associated really with the building and has controlled access related to the building. The pool is 75 by 30 feet. There are adjacency benefits to having those things adjacent to each other, and there's adjacency benefits directly between the community center and the pool itself. I wanted to touch on the variances that are part of the title of this resolution really quickly. The first is the 10-foot fence. It's sort of becoming standard practice now with newer basketball developments to provide a 10-foot fence to keep the balls from basically bouncing over the fence and going into areas that they shouldn't. And preventing that from happening. So it is permitted under city code to have a 10-foot fence for a tennis court, but not for a basketball court. So that was the first variance, and that's why we're requesting it. The second.
Hear that, Ed? Hear that? You need to change that for basketball court.
For future. I think he's referring to.
Yes.
Get rid of the word tennis right in there, maybe.
Mr. the Mayor, can I just ask, what's that fence made out of? We had the variance on the fence in the backyard that they're going to change it, but it did not say what that fence is going to be.
Understood. I will, touch on both of them. The 10-foot fence would be a chain link, a black, either PVC or nylon coated chain link fence that would work with the structure that's there. The fence to which you're referring, I think, is the 6-foot fence that would be along the north property line. Correct, and that would be a steel split metal picket fence along that property line. That requires a variance because of adjacency of zoning. So the adjacent residential zoning is required to have a 6-foot masonry wall between our site and it, because we are not residentially zoned. There was a considerable amount of feedback received directly from the community about the historic implications of walls on the site and in the neighborhood, and they didn't want that. And so this is a reflection of the community input, was to not have that wall there being replaced by a fence. The last variance is about back out parking within the public right of way, which is really necessary for us to get the parking that we need to be able to provide enough parking for the site. We actually could not meet city code for parking and so we used ITE calculations, which was previously approved by the city planner as acceptable to meet parking for the site. So that's how we're achieving our parking calculations. The last item, I do have one more item on here, fourth. I think it's actually later on your agenda. So we would need it if that doesn't get approved, or we won't need it if that item does get approved later. And that is just the length of the ADA stalls on the site. And 18 foot is typical, and we have 20 here. So it would be 2 more feet that we could do something more productive with on the site, because it's very, very tight. So that's the site. Want to go through the floor plan really quickly, and you'll see in the, I'll walk through the building very quickly. If we walked into the building, which would be sort of the top middle there, and went to the right-hand side, you have your main lobby, you have reception, you have office support. There is a lifeguard office that relates to the entrance and access to the pool there. Then there are other associated support spaces, a lot of storage. There is a library/reading area that was specifically requested by the community. There's also a community lab, or a computer lab, excuse me, that was also a specific request from the community. You have your normal bathrooms and other elements like that support both the internal building functions as well as the pool area. They have very different requirements, so they're separate. And then the large space at the bottom is a banquet hall, which is approaching a capacity of 200, depending on how the room is organized. It has a stage as well that's movable. The space in between, as we move up into, there's a larger multi-purpose room in the top right of this structure, and the space between is a kitchen that would be used for the banquet hall, and additional storage just for the whole building in there. On the other side, in the play school, those are all essentially functions of the play school, with a restroom, a set of exterior accessed restrooms on the bottom left that would serve the splash pad there. So those are the main points of the building. The building elevations, we will have some color renderings at the end that'll be a little more intuitive than these, but I just wanted you to see the general flavor. These were affected by public comment, public comment and city staff comment. So the first rendition of these didn't look this way. We received comments from the city about increasing the appeal, sort of stepping stylistic comments, as well as aesthetic comments that are integrated into the renderings that you'll see at the end. The covered basketball court is just a large metal building, right, covered and lit. So it'll look like, if you go to a rodeo or an airport hangar, maybe it's just a large metal to be able to create those spans for us. And we did have to actually lower the roof height on this in order to meet the height restrictions per our zoning that we have on the site. A little bit about the pool and the splash pad. In the top, there is the pool that I've mentioned, which is a beach entry pool. It does have access control through the actual community center there in the lifeguard office. The splash pad, which is adjacent, they're adjacent to have the benefits of equipment storage and adjacency for efficiency there. It is interactive water features, and there are a fair amount of kind of exciting. We did manage to squeeze a lot of interactive features into a small space there for the neighborhood. Drainage, the stuff that most of us don't see. We do have a very small amount of retention on the site, meaning the swales that you see on most commercial developments. We have very little of that. It's actually all on the north side of the property. I mentioned this because all the other sort of darker lines that you see on the plans are exfiltration trenches, which means that we avoided using space that you guys could have parks, could have playgrounds with, or turf fields, et cetera. We ended up using more exfiltration trench to allow us to develop more of the site. It's important to note that this site is, the drainage system is designed with more capacity than is required for the site itself. That was at city staff request. The extra capacity was requested in order to help address neighborhood flooding that's happening in this area. So we are tied to a larger system and we'll be able to accommodate some of that from the neighborhood. Landscaping. We will follow SEPTED principles, which is essentially mostly keeping your line of sight open, right? So you have good visibility and aren't places for people to hide. We soften and frame the structures. We are defining spaces with those things. We're buffering the neighbors, and importantly, we will continue to coordinate with the city maintenance so that the plants that are specified on the project are within their capabilities and preferences, truthfully, to maintain. So we have an axonometric picture that sort of helps us visualize more for most of us, and you can sort of see the overall layout of the site. Some of the renderings that give you a flavor of the architecture. So some pool views. We have lockers against the wall for the pool. Nice covered breezeway that we were talking about. And then the bottom view is the front entryway. Very inviting to draw you into the space. There are a couple more snippets of the playground and the splash pad and the multi-use field. And I think that's it. So I'll just say thank you and open it up for comments.
Okay, thank you. So next, Madam Clerk, public hearing.
Anyone wishes to speak on this item?
Okay. Record shows no one came forward. Public hearing's closed. And any comment from the commissioners? Commissioner Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now I'll just be quick, and I support the item, of course. During the part, you spoke during, you brought up during the discussion the chain link fence and the wall not being something that the community wanted. And I just wanted to give a little bit of history. I don't know if too much, if you guys know the history of why the wall was something that they did not want. Just because it's synonymous with Black history and everything else. And I just wanted to just give a little bit of education, just real quick. And guys, I don't talk that much, but I just something like that. The project is personal to me, and I know personal to each one of us. But I just want to add this tidbit. Years ago, the entire Washington Park, and it's tied to the history of Michael Snyder's dad as well, because he helped take down the wall. Washington Park was cordoned off. That's why, like, a lot of the roads are small or whatever. The cordoned off as a blocked area for the servant quarters for the people that lived in Eastern Shores. So all the people that would live and work in Eastern Shores would then travel to Washington Park, and that's where they would live. But back then they actually cordoned off the area. So years ago, there was a movement to take down those walls, and Michael Snyder's father, who was I think it was the mayor at the time, really pushed through to take down those walls because it was very symbolic of them being cordoned off from the rest of the city, and why this particular park with this particular area is very sensitive, and why it's something that they've been trying to get. A lot of people that have gone back decades, born, raised, and even died in that area, have been looking forward to this thing being developed. So I just want to add that little bit of history. Thank you.
Okay, Richard Trump.
Yeah, you mentioned that, first of all, congratulations on bringing it forward. We're so happy, everybody up here is so happy that it's finally forward and moving. About the basketball courts, you said you're lowering the ceiling. Is that going to affect the game at all?
No, we were able to, the lowest members are still at the same height. It was just the peak that got lowered, so we lowered the angle.
So it doesn't affect the playing ability or anything at all?
No, it won't.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Commissioner Smuckler? No? Okay, Mr. Smith? Norman?
No, I share the concern that Jay has, because when I go up to dunk, it's I want to make sure my head doesn't hit the,
Mario might have
Commissioner John.
Thank you. I do support the item. I wanted to ask administration, do we have an updated timeline since this is approved tonight? What's the projection for the project?
No, the timeline is still on schedule. We're waiting for comments from Durham. That once we receive that, we'll be able to finalize the design of the project. We then go into the bidding aspect of it with the anticipation of construction starting in the fourth quarter of 2024 with completion in 2026.
Okay, great. So if there's nothing else, then we'll entertain a motion and a second to approve.
Second.
Okay, all right, we'll need a roll call.
Everybody wants it.
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon.
Yes.
Commissioner Jean.
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smuckler.
Yes.
Mayor Evan Piper.
Yes,
Passes 7-0.
all right,
Thank you.
perfect.
So Commissioner Joseph, I was told that they were working in Miami Beach. I never heard Eastern Shore.
No, it was in Eastern Shores. Lorenzo.
Oh, was really?
It was they would.
Oh, it was Sunny Isles. He's saying it was Sunny Isles.
Sunny Isles, that area, but it was mostly coming from that area. So they would actually.
But not in Eastern Shores. In Sunny.
I wasn't trying to cordon off Eastern
Oh.
Shores. No, I'm just saying like they would come from the beach, and that area was cordoned off for just people in this community. They had the small rows and whatever. And like I pointed out, Michael, his father, who was mayor at the time, worked to try to bring that down. So I'm just saying it came from the beach side, and I don't know back then. I don't know if they had that same bridge.
No, it was another bridge.
It was another bridge.
Guys, let's talk about this.
Sorry.
Move to introduce
Okay.
ordinance number
Otherwise, you're going to be
2023-10.
fast enough.
And all that information is in your packet. If you read your packet, you would know all the information.
Okay, we're moving on to legislation. We need a motion, a second, to introduce
did.
item 11-1. Well,
did.
I didn't hear you. Okay, who's the second?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Smith on the second, and City Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, this is an ordinance and first reading, ordinance number 2023-10, entitled an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the city of North Miami Beach code by amending chapter 24 entitled zoning and land development, article 9, off-street parking and loading, section 24-93 parking lot design standards to amend subsection C entitled parking requirements for the handicap, and subsection D entitled space dimensions to decrease the required length of the handicap parking stall from 20 feet to 18 feet, providing for conflict severability and codification, providing for an effective date.
Make the motion to approve.
Not yet. Mr. Ring.
Really briefly, the title says it all, Mayor, Commissioners. From staff side, we are bringing this forward because we have a variant this all the time, and we are pretty much the only city out there in the county that had something different. What staff would note to you for this is that we did check against ADA regulations, and the change would still be compliant with the ADA regulations that federal government has.
Okay, perfect. All right, Madam Clerk, public comment?
Anyone wishes to speak on this item?
Okay, let the record reflect no one's come forward.
Motion to approve.
Public hearing's closed. Anything from the commissioners on this? Okay, we'll take a motion and a second to approve.
In the motion.
Second.
Motion, second, and roll call, please.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones? Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smuckler? Oh. Mayor Piper?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Okay. Perfect. All right.
Yellow.
Now we've got item 11, so we need a motion second to introduce 11.2.
Move to introduce ordinance number 20-2401, first reading by title
All right,
only.
you're reading too much. Okay. Perfect. How about the second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Smith on the second. All right. And Attorney.
Yes, this is an ordinance on first reading, ordinance number 2024-01, entitled, an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, amending the code of ordinances of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida by amending chapter 22 entitled Local Business Tax Receipts and Regulations by creating a new section 12-8 entitled Mobile Vendors and amending section 12-9 Peddlers and Solicitors to modify the definition of peddlers, amending chapter 24 entitled Zoning and Land Development, Article 9 entitled Off-Street Parking and Loading, Section 24-92C, Restrictions to allow for the parking of mobile vending vehicles in off-street parking areas subject to certain standards, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. I guess this was brought forward by Commissioner John, and I guess, are you prepared to present?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Mayor, Commissioners, on this item 11.2, motor vending ordinance, the history on this, this actually went to the planning and zoning board meeting and was voted 5-0 at the November 13th meeting. What we tried to do here was craft an ordinance that really tried to thread the needle when it comes to what we have in state statutes. As you may be aware, that Florida Statute 509102 prohibits in many respects our ability to regulate mobile food vendors. So what DAFA tried to do here was try to, in light of those preemptions at the state level, try to thread the needle that we could have some semblance of a review at the city where we could look at safety, we look at circulation, for example, and try to craft something that would be something that we could do in light of these aspects of state law. Now, we can't regulate certain aspects of this. We are restricted, and but what we tried to do here was to provide definitions and outline the process and requirements for obtaining a business tax receipt, to outline operational standards, that's like the cleanliness of the site, making sure that if you had a mobile vendor on the site, that if they're occupying a parking spot, that you still have enough parking for the rest of the site, which is important. Waste management, pedestrian and vehicle traffic flow, signage, sanitation. We try to touch upon the things we could. Now, it's very important to understand that from the languaging, that provided specific languaging because we can only restrict the mobile food vendors to properties where they have, based on use, right? So if you have a residential property and you don't allow for food on site, that's about the only restriction that we have, a provision that the state will allow us to do. Otherwise, if you have a brick and mortar and you can sell food, you have to allow this. But what we want to do is ensure that we have operating aspects that you mentioned. We do want to put in we do recommend that the city put in a administrative site plan review so that we can see what's actually going to go on the site. There are also aspects where we have to clean up to make it consistent with the rest of the code which are presented before you this evening. Including making sure that mobile vendors are treated separately from peddlers, for example. This is an ordinance that is supposed to get us in conformance as well with Florida Statute 509102. There are also other aspects there designed to protect the property rights of our existing property owners, such as you have to have permission to park your mobile vendor site on the property, so that it kind of prevents the possibility of squatters. So we didn't actually have in that code, so we are recommending as staff to you that that aspect is adopted. The item before you is to move to approve or move to deny. Staff is happy to answer any questions the commission may have and why we drafted the way we did.
Okay, Madam Clerk, public comment?
Anyone wishes to speak on this item? Mr. Mayor, we have no one.
All right, thank you.
Motion to approve.
Well, any comment from the commissioners on this?
I just wanted to add that, this is going to help us with the foresight as it relates to urban planning, economic development, all the great things that we're trying to do to diversify our city. And I'm looking forward to seeing more food trucks and kind of marrying with some of our sister cities and what they have to provide as it relates to events and activities that relates to food trucks. So excited to see some regulation as it relates to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioner? No? Okay. All right, so we'll request a motion and a second to approve.
You know what, just let me make sure, did we want to add anything to this one?
After speaking with legal and with community development, we are making sure that we're conforming with state statute, so there's not a lot of leeway to be able to change. I know legal is going to look, but it's more of a Scribner's error that we can, if anything, change for the second reading. It was to add an and/or provision in there within a certain section.
For the fine and the...
Correct. So we were just going to take a look at that and just bring it back at second reading. I don't think we need to do anything right now.
And in reference to the parking on pavement, we don't have to do anything with that?
No, ma'am.
These were just a few items that we went over in reference to them? These were just a few items we went over in reference to this because we have a few areas where they might want these vending trucks and there's not really paved road like where the lake is on 18th Avenue or even Highland Village.
The ordinance, as I recall, does have a requirement that the surface be stabilized either through pavement or through some other type of...
the manager went over it with me. When they come to get their permit, in case they don't go on pavement, if they go on grass, like they would at Highland Village, then they would have to refurbish anything, if anything.
Correct, but again,
correct.
The entire premise here is that they're going to be located on, in the majority of instances, on private property. So it is between the mobile vendor and the property owner to decide how some of those issues are addressed. We're just simply saying in the code that you can't park somewhere, tear it up, and leave it that way, and it become an eyesore if it's not on a hard surface.
No, but I think
Correct.
the code, I think
then
it was written that it was required to be paved.
Commissioner, to your point, if in certain areas there's a special event permit that is taken out, then any type of repairs or anything is done through the special event permit itself.
I just want to make sure that it doesn't exclude the right to have a special event or have
No, it does not.
something
No, ma'am.
because there's no paved area at Highland Village.
It does not. What this does prevent, and this was the concern also shared by the planning and zoning board members, is we don't necessarily want the trucks, which are heavier than your normal van and with all the equipment, to sit on, say, grassy soil, and then a rainstorm comes, and it's mired there. And then it gets stuck there, it's difficult to get out, it tears up swale. It tears up the actual property. We're also concerned from staff standpoint about the effect on swale if we didn't regulate a certain way, particularly since these are items that are being maintained by the city. And if they can go anywhere, how do we really kind of regulate that, right? So that's where kind of difficulty comes in as well. But primarily it comes in from, we don't want these things mired and stuck on certain property. We've seen what happens on some of it, and it is also a provision that you see in other cities.
But planning and zoning passed it unanimously.
They did.
And the other question I had was about the table furniture was, will we be limiting that because we're limiting it to one wood sign? So just as long as the staff pays attention.
Yeah, right. That's already taken into account.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smuggler?
Yes.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
The item passes 7-0.
All right, thank you. All right, we need a motion.
Move to introduce
11.
ordinance number 2024-02.
Who's the second?
Second.
Commissioner Smith? Okay. All right, City Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, this is an ordinance in first reading, ordinance number 2024-02, entitled An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida by amending Chapter 24 Zoning and Land Development Code, specifically Section 24-22 definition, to modify the existing definition of kennel and to add the term animal boarding, amending Article 5 zoning use districts to streamline and correct permitted and conditional uses to be consistent with the definition, adding animal boarding to the permitted and conditional uses listed in the B1 Limited Business District, B2 General Business District, B3 Intensive Business District, B4 Distribution Business District, B5 Distribution Business and Medium Industrial District, Fulford Mixed Use Town Center District, MUTC, Mixed Use Employment Center District, MUEC, Mixed Use Neighborhood Center District, MUNC, Arch Creek Mixed Use Corridor District, MUC, Southern Mixed Use Waterfront District, MUSWF, Northern Mixed Use Waterfront District, MUNWF, Eastern Mixed Use Waterfront District, MUEWF, and International Boulevard District, MUIB, as a conditional use, providing for the repeal of all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, providing for severability, codification for an effective date.
Okay, Mr. Ring.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner. The item before you came about because of a discussion from an applicant, but it caused staff to think about how there are certain uses not in the code, but which our residents, that we are an evolving city, really should consider. Now, this in question was brought forward Planning and Zoning Board in November, and they did vote to move this to recommend to you for approval by a vote of 5-0. What we had to do with staff was really research the aspect of what is a kennel and what animal boarding entailed, because folks have pets, other portions of the code. So we're amending, we're proposing that we kind of really define these terms a little bit better and more consistently, particularly in light of actual potential uses and what our peer cities actually do. A lot of what we did here was look at our peer cities and try to come up with a definition which makes sense when it comes to animal boarding, which really revolved around care, socialization of animals, where folks can leave for a couple of hours at their pet sitter or overnight, in a way that the city can still regulate as a use. That's why you see it in the business district and the mixed-use district, but not in the residential district. And because animal can be something that can be a nuisance if not managed properly, staff are going to recommend you that the use is provided as a conditional use. So when these businesses come in, the commission has the right to review and approve or deny such applications. We felt that that was more appropriate because of that potential based on just your ability to review as a commission. We do want to point out that we still want to maintain other things we have in the code for consistency, such as the 300 feet. And this actually came up in Planning Zoning Board discussion when they asked us how we got this. Is it consistent with the other portions of the code? Why regulate it? But the high demand for business use, and it's something that we do see folks who want to invest in the city, want to bring these businesses to occupy the retail space that our mixed-use buildings had. And so we were trying to say, well, right now we would just automatically have to deny them. So we wanted to bring it before the commission because this is an aspect of folks who want to invest in the city and occupying that space, but are not able to do so at this time. We also thought about it from the public standpoint, where we have a very diverse community where folks have pets and they may require such professional services. At the time, we asked the commission to either move to approve or deny the text amendment based on staff recommendation for review.
All right, thank you. First, we need to do public comment. So, all right, Madam Clerk, public comment.
Anyone wishes to speak on this item?
Okay, no one came forward. Public comments closed. Anything from the commissioners? Anything down here? No? Okay, it's your turn off.
Ed, how does this affect somebody who's boarding animals at their house right now?
Right now, Mr. Commissioner, if it's a residential property, they're not allowed, they're not supposed to be boarding these animals at their house. So we have had cases where we had to.
Commissioner, I think we would need to get back to you on that because the state statute does allow for home businesses. That statute recently changed, and I'm not sure if the city is or local government is preempted from not allowing these type of businesses or almost any other business on within the home. So we'd have to kind of get back to you to make sure what the state statute allows for.
Okay, anything else? No. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to make a comment. Many, many years ago, I think Commissioner Smith was probably on the dais when this occurred, that in Eastern Shores on the, at the Intercoastal Mall, the area that.
Behind the stores. Yeah.
The stores, like where there's residential behind it, they said that in those stores, there couldn't be any type of anything with pets because they didn't want the barking to bother the people who lived behind there and the canal. Yeah. So I just want to make sure that that's still.
In regard to that, we have structured in such a way that anytime this it comes forward as an application, the commission has a right of review of the conditional use. It can, under what staff is proposing you, it can always be reviewed on a it will always be reviewed on a case-by-case basis.
But it was made like an ordinance or something that it couldn't be done.
If I may, if there's a prior site plan approval that had a restriction on what were the uses that were allowed in that, and that was agreed to by the property owner, that would still stay in place, okay? I
don't think it was something, it was something similar that was done, and.
It wasn't a site plan.
It wasn't a site plan.
The commissioner from Hallandale came to us and asked us to do some things with.
That's the puppy mill. No puppy mills are allowed.
But then they came before us in Eastern Shores to vote on something by Dr. Berman's office, and it was voted down. They did not want the dogs to.
Right, and that's, I wasn't a commission, I was not a commissioner.
We can look into it, but I think the point is that if you approve this ordinance or you want to allow this type of use in the city, moving forward, we have specifically set it up that it would require a conditional use approval. It would have to come before you all. We cannot do it at the staff level. Right. All such uses will have to come before you for approval, and if you are so inclined, any appropriate conditions that you all may feel are appropriate, given the unique aspect of the particular application and the particular location. With all that said, we will look into that particular or that specific instance to see if we can bring back to you additional information and insight at second reading.
They can't move forward without commission approval for the conditional use.
I know, but if that was already done, we shouldn't be changing it. Just saying.
All I can say is we didn't find anything in the record, in the code, that indicated otherwise, other than the general prohibition and definition of kennel versus other use. Right. So again, we will look into it and try and identify if where it specifically was mentioned and that approval or limitation was approved by the city commission at the time.
Right. Okay. I just want to ask the manager. Mr. Manager, was this where we wanted to add groomers or not, this one?
Commissioner, yes, we were looking at potentially adding the word groomer within the definition. I will note that we already talk about the care of the, just bring it, it talks about the maintained for the care and socializing. So grooming could essentially fall under that word care, but we can always point it out that grooming, which we do talk about professional grooming and care services, we can always add that additional just to make sure it's clear.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, so if we're all good there, then I need a motion and a second to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. And the roll call.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes,
Commissioner Chernoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon,
Yes.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smuggler,
Yes.
Mayor Piper.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
All right, thank you. All right, we need a motion.
Move
Second.
to introduce ordinance number 2024-03.
Okay. Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. This is an ordinance in first reading, number 2024-03, entitled An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida by amending Chapter 12 entitled Local Business Tax Receipt and Regulations by amending Chapter 24 entitled Zoning and Land Development, Article 9 Off-Street Parking and Loading, Section 24-100 Electric Vehicle Parking and Charging Stations to provide specific requirements to provide uniform standards for EV parking spaces and stations, providing for conflict severability and codification, providing for an effective date.
Okay. String.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner. This is an ordinance for electric vehicle parking and charging station. This is not only something that's been brought up as a topic for how we regulate electric vehicles from the Planning and Zoning Board standpoint, but it's something that various commissioners actually have noted from the dais through the course of some of our prior quasi-issues. The request is put forth a set of rules and regulations for the installation of electric vehicle charging station, and we're noting that this is coming before you also because the state is looking to preempt local communities from violating this rule. So by effectively, if you were to pass this in its totality, we would be grandfathered in against Senate Bill SB 1084. The intent here is to promote and regulate effective electric vehicle parking and charging stations that may occur across the city as this becomes a more viable technology. The actionable items here are to provide to amend the zoning code and BTR regulations. Now, specifically, you'll see within the text of the amendment that there is a difference between what we consider EV capable and what is EVSE or electric vehicle charging stations, and I'll go more into that in a minute. The analysis here is to differentiate between the different types of charging, and that mentioned to the Planning and Zoning Board had put the different levels in based on best practices research. Best practices research also noting that there are some aspects to safety to consider, particularly with the really fast charging ones, which would also provide for a more severe potential for fire risk. So in that sense, staff was recommending that we regulate these if you're charging your items at home or commercial property versus something that might be more intensive, like at an industrial property, that there'd be some sort of differentiation there, and that's kind of get them more a bit into why we wrote the regulation to propose to you the way we did. So there's the different level ones where, which are the really lower amp ones that you normally would see at home. These would be in pretty much all the districts. Level 2, again, these are a little bit faster. You're charging 1 to 2 hours for plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, to 5 to 10 hours for battery electric vehicles. again, most of the districts. And then we get to level 3, where these are the 480 volt plus 100 plus amp type of really, really fast charging station, where we kind of wanted, we recommend to U.S. staff that because of the certain risk or certain regulations and putting these in, to try to restrict these to the industrial district, community facility district, those like our parks and business districts and mixed use and so forth. Again, it's noting the safety concerns and conditions. We do want to note that I'll go back to what things like EV capable and EV SE. So what we have heard feedback on from both planning and zoning board members and the various commissioners is we don't have a requirement in place to require a certain amount of electric vehicle. But what this legislation does is change that. It changes that on 2 levels. So the first level, it's EV capable. What EV capable means simply is that you have the capacity within the approved building plan to say, for example, single family. In the future, all single-family houses will be capable from a wiring standpoint to put in electric vehicle. Here it says there's no requirement that you actually put in one of your single-family household. And then so forth down the line when you look at our commercial properties and industrial, where commercial, if we want to make sure that you have the wiring capacity for 20% capability, and if you hit at least 250 spaces, at least 5% of those have to be EV. These are similar to regulations that have been issued to other cities. We did run these through an electrical engineer to make sure that when it goes to the building permitting stage, that these are actually viable numbers, especially from a cost perspective. That concludes that presentation on these. We're happy to take any questions from the commission.
Okay, first public comment. Madam Clerk.
Public comment is open.
All right, no one came forward. Public comments closed. Commissioners, we'll start down with Commissioner Joseph again.
Have you had a conversation on how FPL would see these upgrades or this particular change to our code?
No, we have not reached out to FPL regarding this specifically.
No, because there's certain programs that FPL would pay, or you would pay them a fee, and then they'll come to your house and they will upgrade like certain aspects of your house so they can be EV capable or whatever. So I was just wondering if they would. I'm supportive of it. I'm supportive of the change because I think this is the wave of the future, and I think this is something we should have done. And it would answer a lot of questions when it comes to the development coming down the pike. But I just,
I think that Commissioner, and that is a good question from a program standpoint or from something that the public should know is available. I don't believe it's something that has bearing on a legislative standard as a matter of policy within the code on how we're going to require certain site plans. But it is a good thing for the public to be aware of.
Commissioner, we could certainly reach out to FPNL. We're talking to them about some other programs, so we'll add this as well.
Yeah, because like I said, this program exists. They incorporate it. They know that a lot of. And I know this is going to trigger certain people, like they go after the Airbnb so they can be more attractive to people in our community. So like if you have an Airbnb, they'll reach out to them and say, hey, you can make this EV capable, so people that would more likely get that Airbnb. I'm not saying that we should. I'm against I am totally against. I'm for not limiting Airbnbs, and be very clear in our community. But I just know that FPL has this particular incentive, and I think we should have a better partnership with them.
Okay, Mr. Troth.
Yeah, my only concern, Ed, is that in residential, they're not supposed to be charging in garages or carports. And are we regulating that at all? Because supposedly that's a fire hazard if you charge inside a garage, like they come home, they charge it overnight in their garage, it's supposed to be hazardous.
So we did put in a provision originally that that would have put that in place. On the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board, they suggested that that be removed and instead be regulated through building code and that process to check on safety during that process. And so we adopted, provide you an amended copy as a result of the Planning and Zoning Board recommendation.
So what you're saying was your original recommendation was that, and then P&Z took it away?
On the recommendation, yes, sir.
But it's still going to be caught when it goes through permitting. And, it does allow that, in the event technology changes and it's not, they're not going to keep building cars that blow up in garages. Right. So, as technology changes, this won't be an issue.
No, yes.
So, it's just some teething pains for the moment. Okay. Commissioner Smuckler, Vice Mayor Smuckler.
No.
Okay. Commissioner Smith.
I just want to say that I think we're late bringing this, and I think it's imperative. I mean, years ago, you went to Sunny Isles, and they have stations there right in their community center. So I think absolutely requiring and making it mandatory for commercial and developers is imperative. And I think that we'll keep an eye on it because we're going to have an airport in the backyard when they start having the flying cars.
Commissioner John.
We want to be ahead of it.
Thank you. I had a question about, have we actually activated them throughout the city?
Sorry, Commissioner, could you repeat that?
A lot of the stations I'm seeing are still kind of wrapped up and unused still. Have we actually activated the stations yet?
We are not certain of that on the city standpoint.
Commissioner, we're still working through some of those permitting issues with FPNL, and in fact, we just currently sent an email over to try to get a status. I know they changed out a contractor because they were having a few challenges, but we'll get a status of that.
And then also, what was the profit margin? So for some of the stations, I see that there's credit card for someone to charge. Have we talked through that yet, or are we still working through that?
No, I think that kind of result from a firm-by-firm basis and how they set up their business model. I've heard quite a few conversations over the years with the other cities. That's also not something that you would normally be able to get, and because profit models are kind of proprietary information that they don't really release because then their competitors could get an upper hand. So it's not something that staff would really be able to get very easily.
So from our end, it's really a service that we're providing.
It didn't really meant at much. It does allow the city to put in charging station, but it's not mandating that we at the city provide the service. It just opens up the regulations in terms of requiring incoming development to have certain capabilities that will allow for future electric vehicle charging.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just ask the staff one more question real fast. If we do put in more stations, does a half penny tax pay for that? Does that come under that umbrella?
We'd have to work with CITT to see if that's an approved project. I'm not quite sure.
Motion.
Okay, yep, we need a motion and a second to approve. Okay,
I'll make the motion.
and a roll call.
Who made the second?
I think these guys took care of it all.
Michael made it, I seconded it.
There you go. You're late to the game.
Commissioner Chernoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon, Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smuckler,
Yes.
Mayor Piper.
Yes,
The item passes 6-0.
okay. We need a motion, second introduce item 11.5.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, and Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. This is an ordinance and first reading ordinance number 2024-04 entitled An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the retirement plan for police officers and firefighters of the City of North Miami Beach by amending section 6.01 B and C, normal retirement date and cost of living adjustments, amending section 6.01A, deferred retirement option plan, providing for conflict, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Madam Clerk, very important public comment.
Public comment is open.
Okay,
Any takers?
no one came forward, and it's now closed. And anything from the commissioners? We have any kind of presentation on this, or?
This item is coming forward through the pension board. They're recommending approval of this. Our pension board attorney is one who helped draft it and set it up. And it's essentially just bringing our pension into line with the current drop program that is available under state law. So we want to make sure that our pension plan will now be consistent with that program in its entirety. And this is just.
Mayor, if I may, essentially what ended up happening is back in 2016, when certain benefits were taken back and then given back to the police in 2022, there was an inadvertent error in which certain employees hired after a certain date, I think it was before February 2016 or something like that, created a population in which did not meet the drop requirements that the other officers had and is allowed through the state. So in other words, I think it's something to the extent if you have like 15 years of service, you're able to retire at a certain age, or if not, you need 20 years of service. And so all this does is it realigns those officers with the tier that would allow them to retire in the appropriate age and with the level of service.
Okay. Yes.
Motion to call the vote.
Okay, so any other comments from the commission? No?
I know this is a different item, but I want it to be recorded for the previous item. I think it was one item that I missed as a yes vote. Thank you.
For the EV. Thank you, sir.
All right, so we need a motion and a second to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Florimon? Yes. Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smuckler?
Yes.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you. All right, motion and second, introduce 11.6.
Move to introduce resolution number R 20-23-108.
FYI, you don't really need to read that unless you really want to.
Motion.
You just need to say 11.6.
Second.
Okay.
You're supposed to technically.
Mr. Mayor.
11.6 doesn't say anything.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, the members of the commission, this is resolution number R 2023-108, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving, authorizing, and reappropriating capital outlay items contained in the Capital Improvement Program, CIP, authorized as part of the fiscal year 2023-2024 final budget for the specific purpose identified in the CIP, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date."
Okay, thank you. All right, the manager speak on this item.
Yep, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, essentially policy right now within the city is that if at the end of the fiscal year there is no active PO, that money gets turned into the carryover amount, which then gets back into the fund balance. This creates a little bit of an issue in our CIP program. You all authorize various projects and to move forward. And because sometimes those projects might not go into construction or other areas, there is a lag, and so that money doesn't stay within the CIP program. So what this does is it reinforces the commission's will to keep money dedicated to CIP projects with that project. And then the only way that money will be taken away, whether there's a PO or there's no PO, is if the commission votes to move that from a specific line item to a different line item or out of the CIP. So it's giving you more authority in that process.
Okay. City Clerk, public comment, please.
Public comment is open. No one came forward, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, public comments closed. And anything from the commissioners on this? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
All right, go.
So, city manager and I discussed this. There's two issues here. One is, well, there's a couple issues, but one of them is the splash pool in Highland Village. I would like that to get started quicker than later. It's slated for 2024. And I really would like those kids to have it. I like the cameras to be in Mishcon Park. Today with security, that's imperative. And you know what I was thinking? We didn't go over this, Mr. Manager, but the purifiers, the air purifiers with what's going on with, COVID coming back and all that. These are things that I'd like to make as a priority.
I may be wrong here, but this item's not about the specific things that we're doing. This is about the overall.
I know, but I looked at the specific things, which I usually don't, and it caught my eye.
Okay.
And I wanted to put it on record because I felt it was important to protect our children.
Okay.
With
great.
cameras.
Oh, I agree.
Right away, and with the purifiers, with what's going on.
Okay. Any other comments from the commissioners? Yes, Mr. Trump.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, for bringing this forward. I think it's, a great plan to money that's allocated to leave it where it is, and I think we're all for that.
Okay. Any other?
I had a question. Some of the projects like the library and different projects that are in motion already, is there a way that we can get a status update, meaning are all those projects on track, or is there potential that we may have to go into next fiscal year as it relates to the ones that have already been slotted for this fiscal year?
Do you have the update?
Commissioner, it definitely depends on the scope of work, specifically for the library and the bathrooms. I know that was a priority of this commission. So we're working with Adenia on what that looks like and the types of bathrooms she's looking for. And depending on the size of that scope, that may push into next fiscal year. But we definitely started the design scoping this year already with her. And we'll get you updates on some of the other projects as well.
So that's to the point of, for example, when we approve this, if it passes, when it passes, what will happen to some of the projects that may not be completed within the fiscal year? So the monies will then be frozen until they're eventually finished?
Yep.
Yes.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Any other comment from commissioners? If not, we need a motion and second to approve.
So moved.
Get a second? Second. Okay, and we need a voice vote on this one? Yeah? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask a question. What item is Mr. Torres here for?
The police, for the
Can
camera, for the.
Can we move that to now?
The children's
Because
zone.
I feel bad that he's waiting here.
We can. There's no vote. It's a discussion item. Just to give the commission an update of what we're doing.
You're good? Okay.
He's enjoying hanging out with us. Okay. All right, so
His night's already ruined.
we need a motion and a second to introduce item 11.7.
So
moved.
moved.
I promise to move faster now for you, so.
So moved.
Okay, we have our second also?
For what?
11.7.
Second. Second.
Second, okay. All right.
Yes,
Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, this is resolution number R 2024-34 entitled, "The Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a contract extension to the previously approved contract with Invoice Cloud, Inc. for the purchase of an electric billing and payment software solution in an estimated annual budget amount of $612,000, and authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date."
Okay. I guess Andrea's here to speak on this. Okay.
Might as well just stay by the front. Sam, you too.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Manager. city attorney, city clerk, fellow. So this is pretty much the system that we use with our software for people to be able to pay online with credit cards and debit cards. So we have been using this software since 2020. So right now we're just looking at extending. There was a negotiation in the fee. They usually charge 2.3%, but now they're reducing the fee from 40 cents to 15 cents. That's pretty much what the item is.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay.
Second.
Wait, hang on. Madam Clerk, public comment, please.
Public comment is open.
No one's come forward. Public comment's closed. Okay. And anything from the commissioners on this? Are we all good?
Quick question, how does this work with the app that you guys have?
It works together with WaterSmart, which is the app. So we actually have 3 softwares that we use right now. And those are the 3: WaterSmart, Invoice Cloud, and Harris.
Commissioner, this is what accepts the payment, the online payment itself, and does the financial transaction.
All right. If we're all good, I'll take the motion second to approve.
I made the motion.
You got the motion?
Second.
You got the second. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, we need a motion second to introduce 11.8.
Move to introduce resolution number R 2024-35.
Okay, a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Joseph. All right. Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, this is resolution number R 2024-35, entitled "The Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Rexel USA, Inc. for the purchase of Allen Bradley and Rockwell automation equipment in an estimated budget amount of $595,000, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date."
Okay, Ms. Morris.
Good evening. So this contract is going to assist us in replacing some of our variable frequency drives, which are pretty much electronics that help us with the pumps and how we perform. So we have a few that are from 2005 on the line softening, some that have become already obsolete, and getting some of the parts for repairs has become a little difficult. So we're working on replacing them, 17 of them. So this contract is specifically for that. And that's all at the water treatment plant.
Okay, great. All right, so Madam Clerk, public comment.
Public comment is open.
No one came forward and it's closed. All right, anything from the commissioners on this?
Move to adopt.
All right, so we need a motion and a second to approve.
I make the motion.
Got the motion, second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, we need a motion.
Move to introduce resolution number R 2024-36.
Okay, and we need a second?
Second.
Okay, and Attorney.
Mr. Mayor and members of the commission, this is resolution number R 2024-36, entitled "The Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Train USA, Inc. for the purchase and delivery of HVAC products, installation, labor-based solutions, and related products in a total estimated budget amount of $625,000, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing scriveners, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date."
Okay, thank you. Sam Zamacone, there you are. Okay, tell us something quickly.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. This will allow Public Works to replace and provide additional assistance when it comes to the air handler units, the air conditioning system for facilities. Thank you.
Okay, all right, and Madam Clerk, public comment.
Public comment is open.
No one came forward, and now it's closed. Okay, anything from the commissioners on this?
Yes.
Okay, what you got?
Sam, can this be used to fix the elevator for the staff in the back?
Oh, unfortunately, no.
Can we get an update on our air conditioner?
We'll do. We'll get an update for your elevator.
Okay. All right. So we need a motion and a second to approve. Wait, it's too late. Okay, quickly.
No, I just want to know about the library doors.
Yes, it also helps the library doors as well.
That'll be,
Correct.
thank you.
Okay. All right, so we need the motion and the second to approve.
Make a motion.
Motion second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Move to introduce resolution number R 2024-37.
Okay, we need a second?
Second.
Second. All right, and attorney?
This is resolution number R 2024-37, entitled Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the award of invitation to bid number ITB 23027SG, Operations Center Pump Center Station Improvements, to Florida Design Drilling LLC in an estimated amount not to exceed $1,150,000, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, and subject to budget preparation, availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, you're up.
Good evening. So this is part of the $106 million 5-year CIP projects. So this had already been pre-approved. We are finally ready to move. This is also a portion that is going to come from the recently awarded Department of Economic Opportunity grants. So we are ready to move forward. It requires the same thing with, there's some electrical components, some valves that need to be replaced, the float on the storage tank that we have at our operations center. So that'll give us better operational flexibility when we have issues with pressures on this side of the system.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Public comment is open.
No one came forward. It's closed. And anything from the commissioners?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously.
Move to introduce resolution number R 2024-38.
Okay. Attorney?
No, you need a second.
Oh, we need a second, I'm sorry. You got the second here? Okay. Now we got the attorney. You're pushing me too fast. You're faster than me.
Mayor, members of the commission, this is resolution number R 2024-38, entitled the Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and multiple vendors for the purchase of executive professional search services in an estimated budget amount of $200,000, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Friedman? Oh, public comment. Oh, you want, you don't, public comment first. No, actually, we don't need public comment on this one, do we?
Everyone. He's saying everyone.
I'm asking the clerk. All right, public comment?
Please excuse me.
It doesn't say public comment on this one, but I don't know. I assume we need it. So let's just do it to play it safe.
Yes,
Okay.
it's a
All right, is anybody here for public comment?
Oh, here we go.
No one came forward. Public comment's closed, and you're up.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Babette Friedman, HR Director and Risk Management Director. The item before you is for the Executive Professional Search Services, also known as Headhunters. Securing new talent across the United States has been a challenge, so now we need to be more creative on how we find great talent. So these search services provide what we don't, which is a network of individuals who may not be technically looking for a job, but if they reach out to them, they may be open to the opportunity. So we're struggling in certain areas like Chief Financial Officer, Community Development Director, and some engineering positions. Broward County has a contract with 14 different recruitment firms. Sorry.
Make sure it's on. There you go.
Okay, sorry about that. So Broward County has a contract with 14 different firms, and just a few examples is Alliance Resource Consulting, which specializes in public sector recruitments. The big example that they provide is for engineering. ADK Consulting does recruitment level positions such as community development and CFO. GovHR does public sector specialized and executive level recruitments. Again, the CFOs and director levels. The issue is sometimes they're overwhelmed with the amount of public sector clients. So with having 14, it helps out a lot as far as which ones you can use.
So Mayor, Commissioner, essentially what we did for some of these positions, just to be able to provide an estimated budget, is we looked at the ranges for the various positions, and then we just picked a high number of it because these contracts work on a percentage of the salary negotiated. So we said it better be safe, just use the high number of our range so that we can come up. If the offer is accepted and it's lower than that high number, then obviously the fee is lower, but we just wanted to be safe and provide what an estimated budget may look like on the various positions that we've presented there.
Okay. Okay, great. All right, perfect. All right, any comment? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So these firms make how much from the offered position? What's the percentage?
It's anywhere from 25 to 27%.
Man, that's a high, wow.
And it's for the cost of the first year of their employment.
I'm just saying that's better than realtors make off selling homes. That's just interesting. I didn't know it was like that. Wow. Okay, if that's the standard, that's the standard.
It is. I know somebody.
Okay, anything else?
Thank you. I hope this is one of the best monies the city spends. We've been waiting over 6 months for this, and to get somebody that brings in, I spoke to somebody from another municipality, and they hired two big areas in their city, and they have never been happier. And I said, how did you get them? And that was exactly how they got them, with going through a service like this. So I really, this is long time needed, because we cannot have these kind of positions vacant any longer. I just think I hope it works. That's my prayer.
Okay, well, if they don't place anybody, we don't pay, right?
There's guarantees, yes.
Yeah. And is there a guarantee like that the person has to last X amount of months before?
If they don't last a certain period of time, they'll either do the recruitment for us for free, or there's some kind of discount. They all have some kind of guarantee if the person doesn't stay a certain period of time.
Okay, great. All right, anything else from the commission on this? Nope, okay, we need a motion second to approve.
I make the motion.
Got the second, okay, and all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Okay, so next, BTRs, nothing, and appointments, Madam
I
Clerk.
make the motion to appoint Trish Harris for multicultural.
All right, so we got a second. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Does
I
she know what
make
you
the
just did?
motion for Phyllis Polis for our Public Utilities Commission.
Okay.
It's a public-
Second, okay. And then,
Let me just ask, the Public Utilities Commission has regulations if they end this one qualified? to
Yes.
The clerk?
Yes.
Because she's a manager.
I thought she wanted to be code.
there's no position on code right now. Yeah. Okay. All right, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
As long
Okay.
as she qualifies, because management, I didn't know.
All right, discussion items. All right, and first, 15-1, text amendment for parking, Mr. Ing. Did he bow? Maybe you didn't like that headhunter conversation.
Okay, non-commissioned discretion donation request.
I see him.
I'm a little low in sugar right now.
You didn't think we were going to make it this far, did you?
No. Text amendment for parking.
He wasn't there.
Oh.
All right. I'm so glad we're finally talking about this. It's been on my list to talk about with the commission since
Do it quickly,
October. Okay.
I've never seen someone so excited at 11 o'clock.
Yeah. Just in point to everyone today, it's the current parking requirement result from the multi-parking, family parking study, which we concluded back in August and September, and some additional factors to consider from the staff, as well as some of the proposed changes to the code that might result from this, such as increasing multifamily parking requirements, eliminating mixed-use districts, lower the requirement, lower end requirements right now, and to regulate alternative parking methods. So the current parking requirements are pretty much result in some cases less than one space per residential bedroom. And citywide code multifamily parking requirements don't really apply to the mixed-use district. So there's where some of the imbalance that you see come into play. I do want to note that there is a separate component for commercial parking, but they were not part of the scope to the consultant. All mixed-use districts do require a lower minimum parking requirement and than other districts, and a maximum parking requirement. And alternative parking methods are not entirely regulated here. The multifamily parking requirement we use for analysis are what you see here from our code, which provide for one space per efficiency, 1.5 per bed, and so forth. And that's for multifamily. But under the mixed-use district, they require even less parking than that at one space per any size unit. So you can see the differential right there, right off the bat. The multifamily parking study provided for a look at on-site parking utilization, but actually going out there and doing parking counts at various properties. And they my predecessor had an initial list, and then my second day on the job here back, we had a public workshop where we were advised as staff to go and look at more locations, which then staff and the consultant worked together to make sure we did those additional counts. And these were located to a city varying in the age of the structure of property, as well as the density. So we looked at everything from a townhouse, more townhouse-like development, to the high rises. The sites are regulated under multifamily mixed use that we reviewed, and Harbor and Marina Palm were looked at separately because of their unique circumstances. Those were all the sites up there that you see, all the multifamily residential development that we had done counts on back in November of 2022, and again also in August. These were done from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. at 60-minute intervals. When you try to evaluate residential parking, you do put it during those times because that's when people are more likely to be home after work or events. So that's when you have that's when you look at peak parking. And peak parking is what's important in regulating parking and setting your standard, because you want to look at what your maximum threshold is. So when you look at the peak, you have a better sense of what that maximum is. The Harbor Marina Palms are isolated neighborhood adjacent to Biscayne Boulevard. That's why they were looked at differently, both for high density, and both types have more parking spaces provided than are required. Even though that's the case, we found that utilization is still at or near capacity. That tells us a big story, right? That we have to look at a regulation to what's the minimum. These folks provided extra parking because they felt from the developer's standpoint that they needed that extra parking space to make the development work. And at times they still report certain insufficient use. But if they're looking at if we're setting a maximum parking and a minimum parking, that might not be the best way to go if that's the current situation. Now, the parking study does provide for results where we look at whether the surplus is or not. These are the ones I realize, that I apologize that they're really small on the screen before you. But there's quite a few properties on there, such as Floridian Arms, where they didn't really have a surplus or deficit, which means that they're kind of on the brink. And same for Tiberius Apartments. What that tells us, too, is that some of the older, lower density apartments are ones where we have a bit more parking concern and potential for overflow. We then looked and reevaluated on the basis of what the ITE parking generation manual says. And pretty much at least half the properties that we evaluated had some sort of potential deficit based on existing manuals. So what the parking study concluded was that parking utilization in multifamily residential buildings are usually at or at near capacity, and minimum requirements of parking are insufficient to meet parking demand. Now, the additional factors to consider include that today's residential units have more full-time residents in the past, and most households as well, each adult resident now owns a vehicle. That wasn't necessarily an assumption in the past. And when the code for mixed use were written, we had expected more transit to come in over time. That code for the mixed use is based on a transit-oriented society. We do not have that full blown right there, and most of the vehicular trips here are vehicular. Most of the work trips here are vehicular. By how much? Well, every day you're going to see, yeah. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of people coming in and out of the city.
Wait, can I stop for a minute?
Yes.
What we're doing, this is a full presentation on parking. I think we need to give it the time needed. I don't think we can get to it right now.
I think this is going to be just to give some direction, right?
Correct, right. You're not voting on anything. What we're trying to do is get to so that we can have the discussion of what the ask is from the parking study, so that you can have that discussion of where we currently are and what is the recommendation, and to see if that continues to fit your need.
Okay.
Then they can move forward and beat it up after that. Yeah.
If I could,
But I would agree, in all honesty, and I understand at this hour, and I appreciate the fact that he's making the presentation, but this is a 20-page presentation. I mean, well, you're 14 pages in, but
right.
Are we really receiving everything that he's saying? I don't.
Well, listen, let's let him finish, and if we're still uncomfortable with it, we can always bring it back again, but hopefully.
It would have to come back regardless.
Right, it's going to come back something, but at least now we can give some direction. When it comes back, it's going to be closer to what we need.
At least now we don't have to say what happened to the parking presentation.
Well,
We're having
that's true,
it.
too. All right, keep going. Let's see what we got.
All right. I had intended to finish this in the next 3 minutes.
That would be lovely.
Right now, the staff is recommending, based on what I was describing to you, that the proposal is to increase parking space to from one parking space to bedroom to add requirements to the bedroom, and to provide for guest parking. Right now, it's 1 for turning spaces. Staff would recommend 1 for 10 spaces. We would recommend to you that the proposal there to eliminate maximum parking requirements and to revert the mixed-use items so that all districts will comply with 24-95. Right, sorry. In addition, to provide for alternative parking methods within the code that, including to steer people away from parking on streets and public lots, to deal with tandem parking, valet parking, and fee-based parking regulation that we currently do not have. Part of this is because in one site that we saw, the parking on the street is free. The extra parking within the site, or some of the regular parking within the parking deck, it's not free. So let's use common sense here. If I don't have to pay for parking, where am I going to park first? I'm going to park on the street, and then when the street is full, then I'm going to pay for parking. And so that's where we kind of have to look at this a little bit differently from a market-based look. There's an aspect of tandem parking, of providing for that in the code a little bit more.
Go back to that. You passed too fast.
Okay.
Thank you.
To provide for a limit of 2 tandem inline parking spaces. If you have multifamily units, providing for 2 and allowing them to be still the same unit and regulating that a little bit differently. Valet parking, which will help with circulation around. got to be consistent site. It also, whenever you have tandem parking, you want valet services. Obviously, there's aspect of vehicle lift as well. So when you have mechanical lift, which we don't really regulate as well in the code, and if we put those in, you're going to want valet services. And of course, like I mentioned, with the market aspect, fee-based parking regulations, we know that free parking spaces will fill before fee-based, and we want to see if we push to you to recommendation to prohibit residential parking requirements for free parking available within 500 feet to say, hey, don't charge for this because you're pushing it onto the parking onto the street. And with that, 3 minutes, actually less than 3 minutes.
Okay, all right, great. So the next step in this would be, and then we'll let the commissioners have some questions, but the next step would be what, that you would bring to us, what would you?
First reading.
First reading. Okay, based on that, and then we can kind of, if we need to beat it up, we can beat it up at that point. But we just got to make sure we like the overall idea of this whole thing. Go ahead, Commissioner John.
I wanted to add that what would be helpful is for you to give us a really clear comparison as it relates to what you're proposing and what the current ordinances say are required. So I think the presentation was great as it relates to the historical perspective, but the options were not as clear. So a comparison would probably be a great step moving forward so we can actually analyze it before us.
Okay. Would it help, Commissioner, if we were to take a specific example of a development this commission has approved and look at it from that standpoint?
Not necessarily, because some of for example, the 1.5 vehicles, right, that has been a point of contention in the past. So would the option be to have a full vehicle, or like you mentioned, some of the alternatives as valet and the tandem parking? So it's not necessarily clear, are we actually increasing the number of cars so it can make sense as it relates to a half a car or a whole car? Okay. You see what I'm trying to say? So in that sense, it's not clear.
Yeah. Right. At the note, we do round up during the process if you have to have a vehicle, because we know we can't have half a vehicle. But I'll just try to see what the best way to formulate a comparative example that suits your needs are. Yeah.
And Commissioner, just to quickly answer, just because it's literally in front of my face. So for a multifamily where we ask for 1.5 spaces for 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, or 2 spaces for 3 bedroom or larger, basically what we're doing is we're saying 1 space for an efficiency studio or 1 bedroom, 2 spaces for 2 bedroom, 3 spaces for 3 bedroom, 4 spaces for 4 bedrooms, and then an additional 1 space per 10 units for guest spaces, right? So we are increasing the amount of parking required, and like Ed said, we're rounding, instead of 1 point, no one has half a car. Well, I mean, they have it, but it's not allowed to be on the thing, right? So we're just rounding that up so that it makes a lot more sense as to the number that's needed. And then we go into in other areas as well. So we do kind of break that down, but we can have that side-to-side comparison of what those are for you all.
Okay, so that'll be in the document for the first reading?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You were first. We'll go next.
Okay.
Okay. I love you too, but he's.
No, I just had the Live Local. Does this would this impact us at all?
No, Live Local only looked at waiver the density from a height and density perspective. You were still required to meet other aspects of the code, everything from setback to parking requirements. Although there is a provision with Live Local where a community may opt to use a lower number. It does encourage that if they submit that, you can adopt a lower parking requirement, but it doesn't actually require you to do so per se, based on the letter of the law.
And Commissioner, we'll be giving a presentation at the March agenda with regards to the impacts of Live Local on our code.
Okay. All right. Anything else, or you?
So 2 developments, Marina Palm and another one, put in extra parking of their own volition. How much extra did they do based on what the old code was we have here and the new code we're doing?
right? Honestly, off the top of my head, I couldn't.
Could you find that out for me and hand that to me? Because if they have sufficient parking, a 4-bedroom, 4 cars, just as a thought, because I've been wanting more parking required when the developer builds. But 4 parking, 1 would usually be an office, maybe 1 or 2 would be for children. It doesn't mean there's 4 adults driving in that facility, although the children grow up and they're 16, and now when you're 16, you get a car immediately. So, but here's the big thing. A developer really can't sell if he has no parking for his people. I sold a luxury unit on Brickell, and they got 3 parking places, but 1 was tandem. So when that car wanted to move, somebody in the house had to wake up, go move their car back to get them in. So, and that's the way tandem works. So that might be a viable way to get more parking, but it's not necessarily a way to get units sold and to not have vacancies. So I would also like to add, before you come back, what's going to be, and is it going to stay the same, the ratio, because these are mixed use. So at the bottom level, they have the barber shop, they have the little cafe, they have the bookstore. So how many, do we have adequate parking put away in the building for the mixed use and the users? That has to be part of the requirement change too.
Right. I do need to mention from staff standpoint that the study that was funded, we only funded as a city the analysis for the residential portion of such analysis, not the commercial portion. So that would, we're trying to tackle the residential portion now, but the city never funded the commercial review, parking review as part of this study.
Because one parking place per 10 units or 10 whatever for a visitor, that can easily be eaten up by the commercial area.
That's where we try to look at it holistically. We would say that in that regard, we can review it further and get back to you on this. There is a modicum of separation in the parking code regarding residential and parking that would, but we would have to review that further.
I really like to get this right. I really would, because we have been wrong about it for such a long time. And I'd like to get it right when we put it on the books now, that we can breathe easy for the next 10 years with developers coming in. And people, you know, and the big thing is that how many does it really require? Who knows? Who knows? But we have to make the best guesstimate we can make.
And I agree with that. If Mayor just indulge me for a quick second, we are recommending some staff based on the on the residential portion, because we see a deficit there. I do want to note to the commission that a majority of the projects approved in the past year have very low mixed-use components, and therefore you have a pretty high onus on high-level demand on the parking portion. When you have development that's been approved with only 1,000 to 12,000 square feet versus over 1,000 residential units, that's not overly looking into the commercial portion, which can be reviewed and changed at a later time, isn't necessarily going to get you as much of a difference that you may think, given the pattern of what we have approved over the last 24 months. What will have an immediate impact is to tackle the residential parking now and try to get that, because when 95% of the parking demand, 80 to 95% of parking demand is residential, you're going to see that play out very, very quickly.
We still have to get it straight, because 450 or 425 linear feet of mixed use in the project with 3 different buildings.
Right.
So we still have to consider that if we're...
Yeah, understood, ma'am. And we're going to look at that and get back to you with the best answer we can. We do again, need to know from that standpoint, we were never funded on the commercial aspect of the study, and it would require in-depth study. But we do recognize that the residential parking has an issue now, and we're trying to bring forward you the best possible solution based on the data we have.
Okay, so we're going to move forward. I hope with our input, you have a little more direction, and you'll bring it back closer to the finish line. So that'll be awesome.
Thank you.
I don't really think we gave much input.
Well, they'll bring back the best they can, and then we'll just do what
Well, I
we
mean,
can.
we didn't give any input. He's not going to change anything because we didn't Commissioner Jean wants to see the comparison chart.
Right, but when they bring it back, they heard that they're going to have a comparison chart when they
Okay,
come
and
back
then at
next
the
time.
comparison chart is, I think, is when I'm going to start saying, no.
And that's fine, we expect that.
Okay, so then we'll do this five more times.
The purpose of, if I may, the purpose of tonight's presentation was to get feedback from the commission that we're headed as staff in the right direction, which is to increase the parking requirements for new development, particularly on the residential side. As the presentation indicated, the recommendation was to increase the number of required parking spaces for all levels of residential unit sizes, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. There's one of the slides had those numbers. So what we're looking for is that there's consensus among the commission for us to then start taking pen to paper and putting these numbers down on a draft ordinance. We didn't want to go and spend a whole lot of time and energy if we weren't headed in the right direction.
Right, but what I'm saying is if he's going to come back next month, let's say, or in 2 months with an ordinance, and we're going to sit here again and start changing things around.
That's the expectation.
Well, that's your prerogative.
Then I don't think he should come back with an ordinance. Maybe he should come back again, as he did tonight, with the information before he makes an ordinance.
But we have a lot of options when he comes back. It could be deferred, it could be changed, it can come back,
That's the entire purpose of the presentation, is to say, do we need to work more on the numbers, or are we at the point where the commission wants to start seeing us draft an ordinance? If the decision is continue to work on the numbers, and I'm not trying to, it seems like we're kind of somewhat split still on whether or not it's continue to work on the numbers, or give us some examples, or we're ready to start putting pen on paper to a draft ordinance.
If we bring something forward, at least we're moving along. If we don't move it forward, and then next meeting, we have a big agenda, and then we don't get back to it again, it might be several more meetings before we even start getting it drafted. So if this is something that it's clearly important, it's an issue that comes up every time we have a development, that there's not enough parking, here's an opportunity to fix that problem without having to do anything. I think we're moving in the right direction doing it. I don't see where it could hurt us.
I wanted to add two things. If they can give us, in addition to, like he mentioned, the tandem options, since there wasn't a study for the commercial, giving us those options in addition to the changes in residential will also help, allowing us to see those things outlined, if you guys understand.
You mean the commercial?
Does commercial go under a separate item?
We don't have the data for, or the study for the commercial.
But for example, the items like the valet and the tandem, those can still be considered in the equation, right?
On the residential portion, yes.
Residential.
Okay, so Mr. Smith, and then we're going to keep moving.
Okay, I don't want to disagree with our attorney, but when you say the purpose was to increase the parking, we've been talking about increasing the parking up here for the last 6 months. So that wasn't the purpose, I don't think. I think the purpose was to show us what you have so far. And I agree with Commissioner Vice Mayor Smuckler, to show us what you have so far and to get our input, what else is missing. Because I can't imagine that we're going to do mixed-use buildings and not have some kind of handle on how much commercial has to be a part of that. So I'd like to get it right, and I really, if it takes one extra month after we've been harping on this.
We would have to do a study, and that's going to take several months, and we would have to find funding for it.
Why don't we make some phone calls, just some phone calls to Sunny Isles, what are they doing, and to Hollywood, what are they doing? Why don't we just start there without doing a study? That's the way I do it at home. Why don't we just make a couple phone calls and get an idea what direction? And then we can spend $100,000 or $150,000 on a study if we really need it. I mean, it's not a complicated thing. There are people building all around us. How are they doing it? What are they doing? So I think that we need to have a handle on the commercial too. We can't build the building and approve it without.
Just because another city's doing it doesn't mean that they don't have the same issue that we have.
But we need to have that information.
We can provide you what surrounding cities have for commercial. However, and Mr. Attorney and Ed, correct me if I'm wrong, in order to amend our code, which has an impact on our comp plan and so forth and our zoning code in that area, we need to have a nexus, and state statute essentially requires us to have all of these studies done with a nexus to what that means, and not just randomly picking a number because this city looks like it's got its head straight and so we're going to just
Well,
copy
that's a
their
different
code.
story. The fact that I didn't know the state requires it, that's a whole different ballpark. But then it needs to be done in conjunction. If we build a building with the proper number of parking places for the residential, and yet we have 475 linear feet of commercial and don't have adequate commercial, they'll be parking on the street.
For the sake of the discussion, we can at least point to show what the comparisons are, so that you can see, and we can at least be able to see how far off, if we are off on any of that. But if we want to amend the code to actually address the commercial requirement for parking, we'll have to discuss how that goes. I think overall, what's going to increase in the majority of the buildings, even though there are commercial components to the mixed use, the majority of the buildings are still residential buildings, and that is where the highest amount of traffic you're going to see for these. And so even though the direction is we need to continue on the commercial side, making sure that we have the residential, because as we continue to have more and more of these projects come up, having that residential component is going to help alleviate, even though the commercial might be lagged behind.
Well, there's two issues. I thought the first issue and the purpose of this is to get the cars off of the streets and off of the swales and off of their neighbors' swales. So that's going to be a positive. The second thing, at least commercial is not there overnight. The majority of it will not be overnight, so it won't be on the street. But I think that it's something that has to be thought of seriously in conjunction. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right, so we're good. We can move to the next item. All right, 15.2, non-commissioned discretion donation request. Ms. Monstein.
Good evening. So this request is coming before you as part of Resolution 2014-68, which dictates the policy governing charitable donations. This is for donations that are more than $100 and are from nonprofits. Separate from any specific donation requests that you get as a commissioner directly, these applications came in. There's 3. One was from Gertrude Elderman / Sable Palm Elementary for $1,000 for the Night of Excellence event. There was a Humane Society of Greater Miami-Dade County for $8,000 to assist with their operating expenses. And the last one was for the Ancient Spanish Monastery Foundation, asking for $10,000 to assist with payment of staff salaries and operating expenses. And so, as the resolution dictates, this comes before you for a decision.
Okay, so can we talk about how we've handled these things historically and?
What's the funding source?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. I want to know what the funding source is as well.
It would be coming out of fiscal year '23, but we don't have an identified funding source.
Okay.
So at this point, if I'm not mistaken, it would be fund balance.
It'd be a what?
Fund balance.
Fund balance.
Sure.
Oh. Okay.
Citywide, yeah.
So we don't have anything, there's nothing budgeted or anything like that?
Right. So these requests come just in general. We have a process that allows people to apply, but there is no pot for these types of requests.
Right. So essentially what I'm hearing is that we don't really have the funds for that at this time. Is that, without like going into reserves and stuff like that? Is that sort of what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
In addition, I know that I through my leftover money in my contingency account, I give.
Those were all released. Any requests that went directly to a commissioner that you all did through your contingency funds, those were all released. These were just the items that are not made directly to one individual commissioner, and they're just citywide requests.
Okay, but I've given to two of those organizations.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure possibly some of my.
Others have as well.
Others
Yes.
have as well.
Okay.
But so let me understand. So what you're talking about, the big numbers, is some organization requesting it. None of us approve.
No, they reached out saying, hey.
Right.
They want extra money.
We could use the money if you got it.
If you got it. And I understand the Spanish monastery standpoint. Even though I didn't go to the
Gala.
The gala or whatever. I understand that that it's a jewel in our city. I know that they have been experiencing some financial need in regards to staffing.
Your mic on?
Oh, sorry. They've been suffering financial need for quite some time. I know they are part of our DNA here from different events that we hold here, may it be through our League of Cities events or chamber events in that sense. So I just wanted to add that sentiment.
Can we table this until we have a clear funding source? More research?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, look, all these organizations are great organizations and near and dear to my heart. I'd love to see how we could help them. But on the other hand, I don't know that it's smart to be using reserve money for something like that. So yes, I think we need to clarify a funding source. Yes.
Thank you. So the school wanted $1,000. What was that for? Because I gave $1,000 to each PTA from my contingency. So was it something special that the school needed?
Yeah, I believe this is an event that has already transpired. It's listed as the Night of Excellence event.
Okay, so it already went on and they did it without the funding?
Perhaps.
Okay.
Yeah, if I may shed some light, just.
I want to
this
add
is
something, please.
Going off of memory, because your individual requests get routed through the city attorney's office, the city manager's request. All three of these entities that are requesting funding that are here before you tonight, one or more of you gave to them through your offices.
Okay, I want to add something, though. There's two different organizations there that are asking for some considerable money. But one of them, the Spanish monastery, gives to North Miami Beach free. If I can piggyback on what Commissioner Joseph said, they give to free. They charge, I think, $2,500 or more, maybe $4,000 for the use of their rooms. And when we have events, they give that to North Miami Beach for free.
No, that's not true.
They don't charge?
Is it a reduced cost?
I thought for the League of Cities, they charged?
Yes.
Okay, so then I was misinformed because I thought that they give a lot for free. But what I want to say is both of those organizations are on the map for North Miami Beach, so maybe we could vote on giving them less, but giving them something. Is there any money where we can give them something? Because, for instance, the Humane Society, there's only two in Dade County. One is here and one is in South Miami. So the people come here, look at the puppies, get lunch, get gas. And unfortunately, that's a funny business because those animals have to be fed whether they make money or not. And there's right here in our yard. So is there something that we could do to?
Can we consolidate? Yeah, that's what.
I'd like to know how much we've given them already.
Just as a group?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have the numbers right now. But
Okay, so maybe for the next meeting, if you want to.
Unfortunately, I think we're up against the clock. These are coming through fiscal year 23, and we are closing as we're in the middle of our annual audit. So a decision has to be made, unfortunately, to vote it up or down.
And then my concerns are that, every organization is going to start asking us, and where do we draw the line?
Right, but the thing is, at the moment, what he's telling us is that the only way we can do that right now this year is going to be, because it's going to be in the form of fiscal year.
Right, but I'm saying if we give them.
It's going to be using reserve money.
Was there carryover from 23? I think that's a good question to ask.
The carryover in total, I think, is estimated at 2.6 or 2.8 million, and that money
there you
is
go.
being dedicated to Washington Park.
Oh, what?
Washington Park.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that if we give them now, next fiscal year or this current fiscal year, other organizations are all going to start asking us, and where do we draw the line? We have to be careful about that.
I agree. I think that this is a bigger discussion because it's sort of true that if you give to one, then why aren't you giving to others?
Right.
And if I think what we do through our own offices is something that we can that we have that discretion on our own. So we certainly can try to do the best we can through our own offices. But as far as this is concerned, I don't like the idea of hearing that we're doing it out of reserves. And
I guess we can always have a discussion of having a budget like later on, maybe
Right.
during the budget season, have a set amount of money for that.
Right.
But I understand we could,
If I may, I know in another municipality where I worked, they would, as part of the budget process, set aside a set amount of money every year and they would have a cycle where, you submitted within a certain period of time. Here's the form, go online, fill it out, provide all the information. Then you all decide who gets money, who doesn't, and that's it. Cycle closed and the money's gone. And, everyone has to wait to the next year.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't prohibit you all from using your individual money throughout the year if that's what you wish to do.
but it gives a process to for non-for-profits that are looking for these big amounts to go and then they'll come before us and then we'll vote on it.
Okay, so are we saying that for this, I want to just get a quick idea on the general consensus so we can give some direction. Is this something we want to, basically, we're not really in a position this year to be dealing with that, so we'll be looking at it again, we'll visit again next year?
Could we present also the thought of maybe lowering it to a couple $1,000s for those two organizations and find $5,000 somewhere?
I second that too, with the exception of the PTA, right? Just the two.
Yeah, well, the PTA already had.
Right, so it just.
Because it already happened, right? So.
And I did give to them.
So you want to do 2,000, do you want to approve 2,000 for each?
No, she said 5,000.
5,000.
5,000 each.
5,000,
Hey, you
2,000
she
for a
said
total of
5.
5 or 5 total?
You said
One was
5,000 each.
4, one is 8,000, the other one is 10,000.
Right, whatever I can get from the managers looking into his crystal ball.
5,000 each is what I thought I heard.
Well, half of each, one is 4, one is 10.
And that would come out of fiscal year '24 budget?
Sorry?
When would they receive the funding?
Right away, I would
following
assume,
year?
because they have to close out.
It would come out. So what I would request is that you vote this down and then request that staff identify $10,000 to be equally split between the Humane Society and Spanish Monastery out of fiscal year '24 to be able to give as a charitable donation under that amount with your direction already, then I believe I'll be able to do that.
All things to effectuate.
I'll make that motion.
Correct.
Second.
Okay, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, you got your direction. We only have
All
15
things
minutes.
you heard that part, okay.
Yes, sir.
We only have 15 minutes left, actually 14 minutes left, so let's move on to the next one if we can.
We still have him there.
Yeah, he's right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, close out with him, Stuart.
Okay, which one is that going to be? Which
Sure.
item is
So
it?
were you,
15.7.
15.7? Okay, 15.7, school zone safety
if I
program.
can get
And Acting Chief
Deputy
Camacho. And,
Isn't that the last one?
Yeah.
well, there's still, no, we still have more. We have your 2 items. If you want to talk about them, remote participation and trolley.
And let's get the tennis center if we can.
Well, let's take.
No,
let's
the
take
school
this
thing is
ahead.
very important. That's coming.
No, the school thing, bring it forward. Yes, approved.
All right, as quick as possible.
So just overall to set the background, the state statutes have changed which allow for red light cameras to operate within school zones and to ticket for speeding, not for just passing the red light, but for speeding itself within a school zone. But that's under exact times of drop off and pick up within those school zones.
Automated, right?
Correct, sir. And so what we're recommending, Chief can go into any of those details, but just quickly, we already have red light cameras within the city. We have a vendor. They've been performing well for us. We believe that there will be synergy between keeping the back office and the process the same instead of having different vendors and different processes going on. And so the recommendation that we would like to bring to you all would then be to bring our current vendor, you can go into who it is, and with the updated contract and the locations for the schools. And
I have a quick question, please, Mr. Mayor. What happens, and there was a resident that commented earlier about the ticketing, the delay in ticketing and the actual offense in real time. Can you address that? I don't know if you're going to address that as it relates to, will officers still be on the road?
Okay, first of all, good evening, Major, Vice Major, and members of the commission. Answering to your question, first of all, I want to tell you all that the safety of our kids and our residents is our top priority, and this is going to be very important for us. In regards to that, we do look at the tickets, but it all boils down to what the violation is, the capture of the violation. There's always someone that reviews it to make sure that it is a valid violation, if that's what you're asking.
The effort is duplicated, meaning they get stopped in real time, but also the camera picks them up.
If you can rephrase that question, because I don't know exactly what you're asking.
Let's say there's an officer that catches the speed and stops that person and tickets them.
Okay.
But the red light camera has also captured them, and they'll get a ticket in the mail.
Okay, so what you have is, yes, that the automated system is not going to replace an officer. It's just an additional tool, right? So whether an officer sees it in real time or whether we see it in video, the person will still get the ticket.
No, that's not what she's saying.
It won't be double
What she's saying is, the officer pulls them over, gives them a ticket, but the red light camera also gave them.
Oh, no, that's not how it will work. No, it will not be double.
No double dipping.
There's not at all, not at all. So just so you understand, if we are going to have an automated system, let's say at Sable Palm, that camera will be located at a specific location. The officer will be at a different location as well. So it's not like you can have the officer and the camera at the same place, to better answer your question. So there will be not a double ticket.
Good. So this particular system operates just like the officer will be reviewing the footage after the fact and then issuing the citation, or the company would be issuing the citation. And if you can explain the process, because I need some clarity on it, because I've seen.
You're worried about the double dipping?
No, not double dipping. I'm just saying, like, once it's automated, right? So the car passes by, it clocks it. I know it's like up to 5. If it's 5 miles, what's the limit? 5 miles above?
For the ticket is 10, over 10.
Oh, wow. So that's interesting. So
Over 10?
Yeah,
Wow.
that's pretty
For
high,
speeding.
right? So right now, school zones are around 15 miles an hour. So if it crosses 25, then it tickets you, right?
Yes.
So
Now, I have the rep for Vera, who can explain a little bit. He can explain to you a little bit more. I have Oscar Torres here. So he'll be able to explain to you exactly how that
He's
works.
from the red light ticket people?
Yes.
Good evening, and thank you for your patience. My name is Orlando Torres. My name is Orlando Torres. I'm with Vera Mobility. I've been your partner in safety with the red light camera program for over 12 years now. So I can speak to the program itself, the operation itself, certainly answer any questions you might have. So the violations, the way it works today, and in photo enforcement, this is an additional product for safety you'll be able to add to your program. So this is really another tool. So the way it works is just like the red light cameras. We will capture the violation roadside. That gets put together into an evidence package that your officers will review, and the officer will say, yes, that meets the criteria for a violation, issue it or don't issue it. So we provide the data, the information, the images, the video. They decide if it's a violation or not. Then we process the violation and send them notices out and follow the rest of the.
Say, hey, if you pay this fee,
The statute requires that there's a fee to be paid. It's a civil penalty, just like the red light cameras, so no points or anything like that.
They say, hey, I don't want to pay. Then you'll transfer it over to this.
So the way that works is they have multiple options. Number one is that they can decide to just see the video online and decide to pay it, like they do today for photo enforcement. They have the ability to transfer liability. It wasn't them driving the vehicle.
My car.
Okay, that happens a lot. Or they may ask for a local magistrate hearing and say, I want to go before the local magistrate to explain my case. Or they do nothing and eventually becomes a uniform traffic citation. Still, no points, nothing goes to the insurance, but those are the four options that they have in that citation.
And the ultimate decision's made by the officer.
That is correct.
It's not someone sitting in Arizona drinking beer.
And never has been. That's why the Supreme Court, put photo enforcement in Florida for red light cameras. They voted in favor of it because that's always been an officer that's been doing that. Same for your program as the others.
From statistics, because we have how many schools that would be?
I believe you're looking at 3 schools, if I remember correctly.
We have 3. We have 3.
Yeah, I think you're looking at 3 of those, and we actually have completed a speed study
that's the thing
that we did on just to do it so you have good data to look at, and that'll evaluate. And it showed what you probably already know, that you've got a problem at 2 of those 3 schools. And one of them, I think it's Sable, if I remember correctly, the name, but one of them has a real problem where in a 3-day study, they had over 700 violations in each direction. So that's probably something you knew you had a problem. The technology and the statistics will show that you have an even bigger concern that you might have thought.
Should we discontinue the program at any time? Let's say we do it, there's no penalties to us or anything like that?
So there's contractual language that we will build this out. There's absolutely zero cost, zero risk.
We have 5 more minutes. So.
Zero cost, zero investment in there, but there's contract language that'll speak to the termination clause, and there's a certain, like you do with the red light cameras today, we can provide more details as you may want on that.
Motion to extend the meeting, 15 minutes?
How much is it? How much are we talking about?
There's no cost. To put the program up and running, no cost.
Okay, but then you get a percentage or something.
So the way that it works, the way that it works, if you've got the time, I'm happy to, if you've got the time. The way that it works is that there's multiple options. The statute allows you to do a split of the violator fee. So what we would do is we would negotiate a percentage of that. The fee's $100. $40 goes to the state. And whatever they do with the state. Department of Revenue keeps 20, they distribute the other 20 elsewhere. You get $60 per violation. We will partner with you and do a revenue share of that, or a violator split of that $60 for every violation that gets paid. So if you don't get paid, you don't get billed.
Can we lower the threshold?
That's state mandated.
What's the forecast from your traffic study?
So I shared it with the chief, and we can provide it to you, but I remember specifically that the one for Sable had over 700 in one direction, over 600 in the other direction in a 3-day study. So the other one averaged 87 and 79, and then there was one that was much lower than that. So you've got 2 schools that have a danger going on right now that's going on every day. And what we will do is we'll program the cameras to operate during the enforcement periods, and then from there, again, create the violation. Your officers approve it, and there's no bill until that violation is paid to you. That's how these programs.
Excuse me just one second. So we got 5 minutes left. Quick decision. Do we want to extend, or we want to just end with this item and leave the rest of them to go to the next time? Yes? That's what we're doing?
Manager, is there anything of urgency that you want us? Okay.
I'm very.
Okay.
There's a lot.
All right, four more minutes and we're done.
Sorry.
Okay.
The reason why is because I know that on 15th Avenue, it's a very big problem. It's not too far from my house or whatever. And I know we have crossing guards and that light that's been programmed or whatever, but that's something that we really need.
The idea here is to be able, today you do a police enforcement and they do a detail and they catch a few people on a particular day, and then the next day goes back to the same thing. These cameras will operate each day so that an officer can be freed up to do other things in the community, and will track multiple vehicles, up to 100 vehicles at a time, to make sure all violators are being tracked and captured. The one that you said on 15th Avenue in one direction had 729 violations in 3 days. In the other direction, 678 violations in those 3 days. So you've got a lot of people violating those.
Are we in favor of this, guys, as a general rule?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And one, I want two more questions real fast. So one is, those are two county schools. We could still put it where the county schools are?
Yes, ma'am.
And the second question is, didn't Dade County just pass something in the school zones that?
So Dade County Schools and the county, unincorporated county, they decided to do the speed enforcement as well in those unincorporated schools.
And the thing with our public is they have to be notified that they're there.
So the statute requires a 30-day warning period, but we do a 3-month before the program ever starts, communication, public outreach, to be sure the community knows exactly why you're doing it, what's happening, how to deal with it, and what the value of it is.
So if they never get a ticket, it's okay. The whole purpose is to slow it down.
No, but eventually they're going to get ticket. Mr. Manager, so how does this work next? Is there going to be a process where there's going to be
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So what we need from you all is direction to move forward. We need to draft an ordinance.
Move
have
to
you all
approve.
adopt it, and then once the ordinance is in place, we'll bring back the First Amendment to the contract to expand the existing contract with the service provider to go from red light camera to also speed zone.
All right, so if we need to beat it up, we can beat it up with ordinance.
I make the motion.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all right, and then while we're at it, how about a motion?
Move to adjourn.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Very much.
All right.